Chapter 10, Compliance and Resistance. What battles do you choose to stand and fight, and which ones are more worth your while to simply give up when you think there's no better deal? LLL. Naruto blinked. We have to what? You heard me, kid, Jiraiya stated. You and me are off to find the next Hokage. Yeah, but... Naruto paused, unsure how to phrase what he wanted to ask. Realizing he wasn't even sure what he wanted to know the answer to, he simply finished, why? The esteemed elders, and the way Jiraiya said the word esteemed left no question in Naruto's mind how he felt about them, decided on a candidate for the position of Godame Hokage. I said no, so now I have to find my replacement. Is he on a mission? Jiraiya paused to consider his words, then shook his head. It's complicated. Naruto wondered. It hadn't even occurred to him to think that the next Hokage, that any Hokage, really, would be female. Perhaps that tied into what Tenten had mentioned about kunoichi being considered weaker than their male counterparts. Now he really wanted to ask Zetsu about that. What's complicated about it, he questioned, now honestly curious. The Toad Sannin heaved a sigh that was equal parts exasperation and, was that sadness? Naruto struggled to keep his expression neutral, annoyed at his teacher's apparent irritation with his questions. If the blonde wanted roundabout answers, he would just go to Zetsu. He expected Jiraiya to be a bit more forward with what they were doing. Resigning himself to an inquisition, Jiraiya settled himself cross-legged on the ground and rested his elbow on his knee, leaning his face against the palm of his hand. Tsunade has a bad history with Konoha? Naruto frowned, confused at such a vague explanation despite it answering who the upcoming Hokage was supposed to be. Tsunade's exploits were as legendary as her teammates, even more so in a way, as she had been the one to create the system of medical ninja that was used in most villages currently. While her status as one of the Sannin and a powerful kunoichi made her an apt candidate for the title of Godame Hokage, Jiraiya made it sound as if she would be unwilling to take the position. Bad history didn't really justify or explain why Tsunade wasn't currently in the village, especially since most ninja lived difficult and potentially traumatizing lives. What's that mean? War's a bitch, kid. Konoha won the Second Shinobi World War in large part due to Tsunade, but the victory wasn't without its price. White eyebrows furrowed together in remembrance of a time long past. Tsunade wears a crystal necklace, he continued, tapping his sternum twice with his right pointer and middle fingers, inherited from her grandfather, the Shodai Hokage. It's so valuable, you could buy 3 mountains containing gold mines with it. What's this gotta do with? Jiraiya forestalled him by holding up a hand, palm out. To Tsunade, the necklace was a symbol of her grandfather's love for the village, and a sign that the wearer was worthy of bearing the title Hokage. She gave it to her younger brother as a gift on his 12th birthday. He was killed in battle the next day. As you can imagine, Tsunade took her brother's death very hard. Naruto actually couldn't imagine it, having never known his family and lacking the emotional attachment associated with it to sympathize, but he didn't say so, but she still swore to protect the village as her grandfather had before her. She argued with the Sandaime to incorporate medical ninja into all squads that were deployed on missions, but we were at war, and there was no time for such intensive training. He rejected the proposal. But someone else believed in Tsunade's ideals. His name was Dan, and over the period of time that he helped defend her beliefs, they grew close. Eventually, Tsunade fell in love with this man who shared the dreams of her grandfather and brother. The day before they left on a mission in enemy territory, she entrusted him with the Shodai's crystal necklace. Jiraiya closed his eyes and bowed his head in memoriam to Tsunade's lover. By the time Tsunade reached him, it was too late. Too many of his vitals had been hit, and even her reputation as the greatest medic nin alive wasn't enough to save him. Another of her precious people had died because she had entrusted him with her dream, giving him a necklace she came to believe was cursed. After that, she left the village, unable to bear being in the place that had inspired her brother and lover to do potentially great things, but which had ultimately led to their deaths. Jiraiya looked up at Naruto. Do you understand now why I need you? The blonde responded, shaking his head. The Sannin rose to his feet with a sigh. Tsunade needs to be reminded that there's someone who's still willing to follow the dreams of those she lost, that hope isn't dead. That's where you come in. With any luck, your stubbornness and dream to become Hokage will convince her to return to Konoha. Blue eyes widened slightly at that admission. Right, forgot about that. Based on the conversation with the Sandaime, Jiraiya was still operating under the faulty assumption that his desire was to eventually become Hokage. It was good that that argument was, apparently, holding steady, but Naruto had issues with Jiraiya's plans. For one thing, losing loved ones was a poor excuse to essentially abandon one's home and life. Death was a natural part of life, even more so when being a shinobi was one's chosen profession. Granted, the blonde acknowledged that having no loved ones made him slightly biased on the matter, but Tsunade's lack of attachment to the hidden leaf, and again, Naruto tried to ignore the hypocritical application of the thought to his own lifestyle, was troubling. That was another big sticking point. Even if he did accompany Jiraiya on this mission, and did the Sannin even know where to find his wayward teammate? There was no guarantee that Tsunade would return with them, especially if he was supposed to be the linchpin trying to convince her to come back. Weaving half-truths and lies based on his old personality was simple in some respect, especially if he was trying to dupe people who were attached to him, as the Sandaime had been, using said personality to argue a case he no longer believed to someone he'd never met actually sounded more complex. Tsunade had, Naruto did a rough estimate of numbers based on what he had skimmed about the Second Shinobi World War, 30 years, is that right? He wondered, odd, of traveling with the same mindset. To think that he could undo such a way of thinking was laughable. Understanding and manipulating Gaara, whose similarities he could trace in both himself and Zetsu, had been doable, if dangerous. Jiraiya was asking the impossible. Instead of pointing out these flaws, Naruto asked, "How come you didn't become the Hokage?" Jiraiya snorted. "I'm not suited to a life of sitting around and managing politics, kid. I like the adventure, the thrill of the chase." The Sannin's face adopted a dreamy, faraway look that Naruto had, rather unfortunately, learned meant he was thinking of something perverse. He shook it off after a moment. "I wouldn't be a good fit." Briefly, Naruto wondered what exactly Jiraiya did for Konoha. Given that he hadn't seen the Sannin until the Chunin exams, it was probably safe to assume that the white-haired man worked outside the Hidden Leaf's walls most of the time. If he did really important work, taking the position of Hokage would certainly put a damper on such activities. He gave himself a mental shake. The point was moot. "Sorry, Jiraiya-sensei," he offered, "but I'm gonna have to pass." Instead of reacting as he had when the blonde had rejected the toad summoning contract, Jiraiya merely squinted at him, as if searching for some answer Naruto had hidden on his person. The Sannin crossed his arms over his broad chest. "First the summoning contract and now this. Mind telling me why you're passing up an opportunity to personally bring back the next Hokage? She won't make a good Hokage." "What? Kid, she's one of the Sannin, one of the best Konoha's ever produced." Naruto shook his head. "That ain't it. Maybe she belonged here once, but she doesn't care about the village anymore. The old man always talked about the burning will of the village," he continued, pretending to remember something told to him long ago, "and she doesn't have it. I'm not gonna go fetch a Hokage who doesn't believe what the old man believed." Unmentioned went the fact that he thought such a belief was stupid. His opinions, to Jiraiya's ears, at least, hopefully carried the conviction of one who actually followed such tenets. "The will of fire." Jiraiya murmured, more to himself than Naruto. He seemed to be considering something, though the blonde couldn't say for sure what it is. Perhaps he had gotten lost reminiscing about his former teammate. "Tsunade'll come back," he said aloud, though Naruto wondered if he wasn't trying to reassure himself more than anything else. "She doesn't abandon those in need. You sure you don't want to come? I'll teach you a really cool jutsu," he bribed. "Nah, I've got things to work on here," refused the Jinchuriki. Collecting the manchineel gas, remaking the sleeping concoction he'd used on Gaara, tweaking the bomb he'd used on Tenten, his collection of poisons and bottled vapors would grow now that he'd experimented with them and wasn't in any immediate danger, giving him time to work on them. "Maybe you can teach me when you come back." Jiraiya stared at him for a long moment, before muttering, "Not as alike as I thought." "Who am I not alike?" the blonde wondered. Better yet, why was Jiraiya comparing him to someone else at all? Naruto strove to be his own person, as unique as, well, as Zetsu, he supposed. If the Toad Sannin was trying to teach him things in order to turn him into someone else, perhaps learning from him wouldn't be as good a use of his time as he'd originally thought. His specialty needed techniques to supplement it and make it stronger. If Jiraiya couldn't help him with that, maybe it was time their student-teacher relationship ended. "Fine," Jiraiya stated, "I'm off then. We'll be having a talk when I get back, though." "Sure thing, Jiraiya-sensei," Naruto grinned, waving farewell to him. "See you soon." He waited until the white-haired man had disappeared before allowing his arm to drop, the smile on his face fading to a thoughtful frown. It wasn't good that Jiraiya had his suspicions, but there was nothing he could do about it until the Sannin returned. A new Hokage, at least, meant a chance for new beginnings, someone that he could perhaps fool much easier than the Sandaime, someone like Tsunade, whom he had no personal relationship with. Naruto sincerely doubted she would take up the post, based on what his teacher had said, but he would wait and see what happened. For now, he would restock his ceramic jars and continue his experiments, preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. LLL. He wasn't sure why, but he decided to return to Yamanaka Flowers instead of going straight home. His poisons would be there for him when he did return. The flower shop, on the other hand, needed attention sooner rather than later, and Naruto wanted to get back to work and earn money, especially since Jiraiya would be gone for a bit. Guilt, he told himself, over abandoning Ino in order to befriend Tenten had absolutely nothing to do with his decision. The Jinchuriki found his fellow blonde digging diligently at the opposite planter she'd been working at earlier. The first one had already been refilled with fresh soil and new, colorful plants. Ino turned as his presence became more noticeable, one hand holding a trowel, the other forming a fist which she placed on her hip. Idly, he wondered whether she had sensed or heard his arrival. "Well, look who finally decided to come back," she said haughtily, clearly annoyed. "Thanks for all the help earlier." Naruto blinked, then offered a hesitant, hopefully charming, grin. "You're welcome." Judging by her unchanging glare, Ino didn't seem to appreciate his attempt at dismissing her sarcasm with humor. The smudges of dirt decorating her clothes and face indicated that she'd been hard at work ever since he'd left. "Sorry," he tried, "but hey, I made a new friend." Ino huffed and returned to her task of refilling the shop's planters with fresh flowers. Naruto remained silent, mildly put out that this achievement hadn't elicited a response from the chatty blonde. "Are you mad at me?" he hazarded. For a moment, the trowel's movement of digging through soil paused. "Yes," Ino answered, returning to her work without turning around. "No. Both." Naruto scratched his head. Females were confusing. He didn't regret leaving Ino to befriend Tenten, the benefits far outweighed the cost, but he knew that the Yamanaka had a temper and held grudges. It would just be easier to accept whatever ire Ino held and move on. Grabbing a gardener's glove that was lying on the ground, he placed it on his right hand and began to dig through the scorched earth of the trellis. They worked side by side in silence for several minutes. Finally, Ino said, "Dad was gone at a council meeting this morning." Naruto nodded to show that he was listening, curious to see where the conversation was headed. Ino continued, "He came back not too long after you left. By the way she bit off the last word, she was still annoyed with him, and said that it was likely that Shikamaru would be promoted to Chunin. They can do that? Nothing's official until we get a new Hokage, but it'll probably go through. He apparently showed all the right qualities a Chunin needs to have." The blonde waited for more, but nothing else came. "Well, isn't that good?" he asked. Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say. Ino whirled on him, dirt flying into his face as the trowel was leveled at him. "Oh, sure, good for Shikamaru," she snapped. "It's great that he gets to move on to other things while I'm still stuck as a genin. I'm twice the shinobi he is, the only difference is he got to show what he could do before we got invaded, and I didn't." Naruto's blue eyes were crossed, staring at the tool quivering an inch from his nose. Unsure how to respond to such a rant, he offered neutrally, "Neither did Choji." Ino lowered the trowel with a snort, returning to her task. "Choji doesn't like to fight, it's not that big a deal to him. He doesn't have a goal to strive for. How am I going to get Sasuke's attention if I don't get a chance to prove myself?" she moaned. Naruto didn't point out that Ino's goal of trying to impress Sasuke was as stupid as Choji not having a goal. That would only make her more irate. "So, you're not happy for him?" The platinum blonde sighed. "It's not that. It's just, with Shikamaru getting promoted before us, Choji and I don't have a third person to enter the next set of Chunin exams with." She shook her head. "The three of us work better together than apart." Naruto knew well of the teamwork required for the Ino-Shikacho combination. He had seen Team 10 practice enough to know the importance of Shikamaru's shadow possession technique to the success of both the Yamanaka's and Akimichi's clan techniques. Still, Ino had just opened up an opportunity to start things anew. Where he had failed to fit in with the now demolished Team 7, he got along well with Team 10. An opening under Asuma's leadership not only allowed him to participate in the Chunin exams the next time they were held, but it potentially got him away from the watchful and suspicious eyes of Jiraiya, who was apparently becoming more of a liability than an asset. "What if I took over for Shikamaru?" His fellow blonde stared at him, both surprised and dubious. "You want to become a member of Team 10? Naruto shrugged. "Sure, why not? You need someone to fill the place, and I don't have a team. And we're already friends, so it's not like you have to get used to some random person. It's a perfect fit." Ino shook her head. "Naruto, it's not that I don't appreciate the offer, but..." She paused to think of the right way to phrase her rejection. "You're just not Shikamaru," she finally settled on. Naruto knew what she was referring to. Without the shadow possession technique, Ino didn't think their team would possess the same synergy. Of course, unless they replaced Shikamaru with another Nara, the same would hold true of any replacement they got, except perhaps him. Quick as a flash, his left hand dug into his right sleeve, withdrawing a single senbon from where it was held in the cuff. He dug the needle into Ino's exposed bicep, eliciting a sharp, "ow," from the girl as he did so. She turned to him with fire in her eyes, shouting in outrage, "Naruto, what the hell do you think you're due? Hey! What's going on?" The Jinchuriki watched in mild fascination as Ino's motor function slowed to a halt. Only her eyes, panicked, but still blazing with righteous indignation, and mouth were capable of movement, courtesy of the paralytic toxin the needle had been dipped in. It was made from horse chestnut, which Zetsu had explained the properties of after he had mistakenly tried eating it one day. Normally less effective on humans, he had increased its potency to startling degrees by saturating it with his chakra. As he was seeing, the results were rather spectacular. "What were you sayin'? Naruto," she growled, "you better hope whatever you did doesn't wear off, 'cause when it does, I'm going to kill you." Naruto frowned at her. "That's no way to get the antidote, Ino. You gotta be nice." She growled again, this time deeper in her throat. Despite the fact that she probably would kill him once she was free, the Jinchuriki found the current situation amusing. "Say that I can replace Shikamaru," he prompted. "It's not my decision," she snapped. When Naruto continued to stare at her patiently, she inhaled a deep breath through her nose and then released it. "Fine. If you can do this," she tried gesturing to herself, but gave up the motion as futile. "I guess you can replace Shikamaru on our team. But it's up to Asuma-sensei," she added, making sure he understood that just because she gave permission didn't mean he was guaranteed the spot. Good enough, he decided. Pulling out one of his scrolls, he unrolled it on the ground and swiped his thumb across the parchment, unsealing a jar and a syringe. Uncorking the jar, he dipped the syringe in and pulled back the plunger, watching it fill with a pale green liquid. Squirting some out of the tip and making sure there were no air bubbles, as Zetsu had told him to do when experimenting with injection antidotes, he stuck the needle into Ino's bicep and pushed down on the plunger. Taking a step back, he resealed his tools and then looked at Ino. "It might take a couple minutes to work," he told her. "Try wigglin' a finger or two." She did so, twitching first her pinky, then her ring finger, then her thumb. Naruto felt some measure of pride with his work, despite the antidote having a delayed effect. Perhaps they should be designed that way, so that he could escape if need be? It was a thought for another time. Ino's entire hand was flexing experimentally. To Naruto, it looked as if she were preparing to strangle him. "Well, think I'll just leave you to your work," he said, coating his body in a thin layer of chakra and seeding more into the ground. He took off the glove and threw it at her feet. "See you later." Even moving through the ground with the attack prevention technique wasn't enough to shield him from Ino's enraged howl of "Naruto. LLL. He and Zetsu had reached an unspoken agreement about their meetings. With the plant man's proclamation of being a better-than-average sensor and his advisement to be aware of his surroundings, Naruto would simply wander the forest where he normally met his tutor and wait for Zetsu to appear. If he didn't, the blonde could assume that he was either being followed or watched in some capacity, or that the former Kusanine was simply not around, or uninterested in speaking with him. Zetsu was fickle enough for that to be a possibility. There was apparently no danger, for when Naruto found himself surrounded by Konoha's greenery, Zetsu made his appearance by melding out of an oak tree. "Naruto-kun," greeted White Zetsu enthusiastically. "It has been some time since we had a chance to speak. Jiraiya's been snoopin' around, but we're sneakier. Yes, the Toad Sannin has been making quite a nuisance of himself." Ah. So Jiraiya had been keeping an eye on him. His paranoia, at least, wasn't completely without justification. All the more reason to remove himself from the Sannin's presence as soon as possible, even if it might make the older man more suspicious of him in the long run. "He's out Searchin for the next Hokage," Naruto offered in explanation. "He wanted me to go with, but I didn't wanna." Zetsu nodded, as if such a decision had been a foregone conclusion. Not for the first time, Naruto wondered how good the plant man was at reading people. Certainly he was well-traveled, enough so to understand and dismiss other people's ideologies, but to be able to almost predict scenarios that Naruto would be confronted with and have to give answers to spoke of an ability to understand others that the blonde found unusual. It was especially creepy when Zetsu, who didn't interact with society, was good at it. Good. Intelligent. "What did you tell him?" Making himself comfortable on the forest floor, Naruto told Zetsu of his conversation with Jiraiya about Tsunade, then backtracked to cover his interrupted training session with the Sannin, his meetings with Ino, and his new association with Tenten. Surprisingly, both sides of the plant man remained silent throughout the monologue. At the end of his retelling, Naruto prompted, "Any thoughts?" "The Sannin's interest in you is disturbing," remarked Black Zetsu, "but you've done good at avoiding him. And you made a new friend. Well, I dunno about Yes, sneered the plant man's darker side in a sibilant caress, associate yourself with more of these foolish Konohanin whose desire for attachments get them killed. She has her uses, Naruto argued. All the poisons and stuff you've been teachin' me have worked so far. Once she helps me learn Sanban, I'll be really good. It was a little hard to believe he was fighting for something that could be construed as camaraderie, but Naruto had learned achieving his goal was a priority, no matter how he had to reach it. Black Zetsu apparently noticed the contradiction, for he said, hypocrite. Naruto thought he heard the vaguest lilt of a smirk in his voice, or there would have been, if the plant man's darker half had a mouth to perform such an action. It was almost as if he had expected the blonde to have to resolve such a contradiction. Well, it is Zetsu, he thought. Guess I'm not that surprised anymore. You'll do good with someone to guide you, Naruto-kun, White Zetsu stated. This calls for a celebration. Hardly. When he becomes truly independent, then he can celebrate. But then he'll have no one to celebrate with. That's the point. Yeah, anyway, Naruto interjected, I had something I wanted to ask you. Zetsu's normal yellow eye rolled over to fixate on the Jinchuriki. You fought against a lot of people, right? The former Kusanine nodded. Fought. Beaten. Eaten. Tenten's words echoed in Naruto's mind. Are male shinobi stronger than female shinobi? I mean, he continued when Zetsu didn't answer right away, I've never really been in a real fight where I could see the difference. Zetsu was silent for a long moment, and Naruto briefly entertained the idea that he had posed a question which had stumped his tutor. He was almost disappointed when the plant man came up with a response. Many consider male shinobi to be stronger than their female counterparts, though it is a fallacy to do so. Bad idea, White Zetsu elaborated when Naruto appeared confused at the word fallacy. Black Zetsu immediately corrected, wrong idea. So it's not true. That is not what I said. It's just something that people think is true. Naruto scratched his head, confused. This conversation was even harder to follow than most of the ones he had with his tutor. So it's not right, but it's not wrong either? Zetsu nodded. Correct. You see, Naruto-kun, it really just depends on the situation. It is generally accepted that men have greater physical strength than women, so they are considered stronger than their kunoichi counterparts. But not all battles depend on physical strength. Kunoichi usually have better chakra control than male shinobi, allowing them to potentially outlast men in a test of endurance. They're also sent out on more seduction missions, as men are normally more distracted by sex than women are. Black Zetsu snorted. Fools. The blonde took in everything his tutor said with a careful ear, trying to reconcile the former Kusanine's experience with what he knew. He had seen more men in higher ranks than women, which would normally point to the conclusion that men were stronger than women, but that could have just been a result of fewer females choosing the career path of a ninja than males. After all, Teams 7, 8, and 10, hell, even Guy's team, were all composed of 2 males and 1 female, mostly with male Jonin-sensei, too, now that he thought about it. So perhaps the fallacy of males being stronger than females had its roots in sheer quantity of the genders acting as ninja. But that wasn't the entirety of it, at least according to Zetsu. Specialties, he mused. Chakra control, endurance, seduction. That argument sounded familiar, a balance of strengths and weaknesses and what worked well against what. Like a taijutsu specialist versus someone good at ninjutsu, he thought, or someone using poisons against a medic. Someone's almost always gonna have an advantage over someone else, regardless of gender. Using that explanation actually resolved much of the earlier problems he'd come across in his way of thinking, not to mention solidifying his conclusions during the Chunin exams. Just like most of his epiphanies when speaking with Zetsu, this one came around full circle to a fact that he'd already discovered on his own. Simply applying that newfound knowledge to scenarios and situations different from the ones he'd originally learned it from was a skill he hadn't yet perfected, which was why he had Zetsu to bounce ideas off of. He opened his mouth to say something, but Black Zetsu cut across him with a throaty silence. Naruto pouted, mildly affronted, but the plant man's darker side continued. There are 2 powerful chakra signatures approaching Konoha from the west. One of them is peculiar and vast. The blonde wasn't sure what to say. Zetsu's sensory abilities, while prolific, lent very little meaning to someone who was unused to sensing chakra signatures. A pair of supposedly powerful shinobi entering Konoha could indicate Jiraiya had found Tsunade, but considering that the white-haired Sannin had just left, it was doubtful that he was already returning. More worrying was the fact that these shinobi were apparently strong enough that the former Kusanine felt the need to announce it. This merits investigating. We'll be back soon. White Zetsu announced, and before Naruto could say anything, the plant man was gone. Stymied out of his conversation, Naruto decided to finish reconciling the male versus female and strengths/weaknesses theories he'd learned while he waited for his tutor to return. Once upon a time, he had considered Sasuke to be stronger than both him and Sakura, but that had been due in part to the Uchiha's graduation status as Rookie of the Year. And while it might have been true back then that Sasuke was the strongest genin, he simply couldn't be the best at everything. Everyone had a weakness, and Naruto could distinctly remember being held up against a wall, itching to just stab Sasuke and flood his body with poison. The blonde knew that his former teammate had more skill in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and general knowledge, but in a competition of kill or be killed, he had the abilities to take out the Uchiha. The male-female argument was a bit harder to imagine from purely a gender perspective, even with his closest friend being Ino. In a straightforward battle, where both blondes could use all their skills, Naruto was sure that he could avoid any of Ino's clan techniques and fancy taijutsu simply by using the Shinra Bancho, and then neutralize her with one of his toxins. That strategy had worked well enough against Tenten, at least. He frowned. Creating such a broad generalization seemed unfair when trying to sort out the differences between the genders. Just as he had contrasted his abilities with Sasuke's and drawn conclusions about their respective skills, it seemed more appropriate to approach each person individually when questioning their strength. Lumping all kunoichi together and collectively considering them weaker than their male counterparts wasn't at all accurate. Hell, the difference between Ino and Tenten was telling enough. So it once again came down to a question of specialties and weaknesses, measuring oneself against his or her opponent. He wondered briefly if women just came across more bad matchups for their abilities in the field, a detriment which had earned them the label of being the weaker sex. Statistics could support that theory, but Naruto was poor enough at math to willingly brush off any such numbers as useless. Numbers meant grades, and grades meant ranking, and he had already determined that things like class and ninja rank meant little in the shinobi world. The seduction thing, though, that was interesting. Ino's flirtations earlier in the day had rather unsettled him, if in part because it had been so unexpected. Naruto was used to being ignored and disliked, and the novelty of having someone of the opposite sex interested in him, pretend or otherwise, was an unusual experience. In that case, the blonde could understand how women were sent out on more seduction missions than men. That wasn't to say that most males would react as he had, but the distraction had been quite effective, pointing to future continued success with additional training and/or more experience. Perhaps it also offered an explanation for why young kunoichi like Tenten looked to Tsunade for inspiration. From what he'd heard and read of her reputation, the Sannin seemed to have broken out of the typical role of being looked upon not only as inferior, but also serving as a seductress-type kunoichi. Naruto didn't doubt that Tsunade was skilled, or had been in her prime, at any rate, but he had learned to stop looking for inspiration from those who seemed too good to be true. Worshipping false idols only led to disappointment, and the Jinchuriki felt that he had suffered enough of that for a lifetime. Zetsu returned almost a quarter of an hour later, melding out of a tree in his usual fashion. He was silent as Naruto turned around, fixing him with an expressionless, blue-eyed gaze. When the plant man continued to remain mute, Naruto prompted impatiently, "Well?" "Invaders," White Zetsu chirped cheerfully, as if the prospect of facing foreigners excited him. "Nuke-nin," Black Zetsu corrected. "Strong ones. They tossed around those Konoha-nin pretty good." "Did they kill anyone?" Concerned, Black Zetsu mocked sardonically. "No," shrugged the blonde, "just curious." "No. Such a pity," mourned White Zetsu. "So you were worried for nothin', duh." "No. No. Nope." White Zetsu chirruped. "They were on a mission." "Nuke-nin take missions?" Naruto voiced before he could stop himself. "Of course. How else do you think they fund their endeavors?" "Right, duh." He hadn't really thought about what being a missing nin might entail, though it seemed relatively obvious that their skills might be highly sought after for certain tasks. To survive as a nuke-nin, a shinobi had to be strong, and the stronger you were, the wider range of missions you could take. Missing nin had to have goals and objectives of their own, those that couldn't be fulfilled while in a village, which required money to accomplish. Not to mention buying clothes, food, lodgings, and other supplies during their travels. So what was their mission? Zetsu's gaze grew suddenly more intense, even the darker half's yellow, pupil-less eye seemed to be focusing intently upon the blonde. "You." Naruto blinked. Twice. "What?" "Two men in black cloaks decorated with red clouds broke into the village to capture you. I didn't recognize either of them, did you?" "No, but the tall one with the large chakra reserves is a former member of Kirigakure's 7 shinobi swordsmen." The Jinchuriki flinched at that, remembering what it had been like to be confronted by Zabuza. "But, wait. You said you didn't recognize them, so how do you know that?" He was carrying a giant sword that I could detect radiating chakra, Black Zetsu deadpanned. And how do you know they were after me? They claimed to be seeking the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. And that's you. Naruto moaned. I'm screwed. It's okay, Naruto-kun, White Zetsu placated. They left not long after arriving. I think you're safe. The blonde brightened in relief. Really? Zetsu nodded, though Naruto thought the motion came more from the plantman's light side than a unified agreement. Yes, though curious. Why leave when they had the advantage? The genin remained silent as Black Zetsu mused to himself, trying to imagine what this new development meant for him. Black cloaks, with red clouds. White Zetsu added again. It is most likely symbolic. We will investigate. We will? You will? Naruto echoed in surprise. Yes. You have adapted well to your situation and are aware of what you must do. As you are helpless to assist yourself in this matter, White Zetsu tittered lightly, though Naruto wasn't exactly sure at what, perhaps at his darker side's thinly veiled insult. We will look into this matter. But you don't do anything for free, he pointed out. Black Zetsu snorted. I do not like the idea of an unknown organization comprised of powerful shinobi running amok. Nuke work by themselves, that is the natural order. This disruption displeases me. We will return with more information. Bye-bye, Naruto-kun. White Zetsu offered as the plantman disappeared into Konoha's greenery. Naruto stared at the spot his tutor had vanished, trying to process the events of the day. Jiraiya was suspicious of him, Ino was mad at him, Zetsu was helping him, and there was a group of strong shinobi capable of easily infiltrating one of the 5 great shinobi nations hunting him. He turned around and began to walk back home, thoughts in a whirl. I need to get way stronger way faster, or else I'm dead. Chapter 11, Life and Death. Do you seek pleasure in snuffing the lives of others, or are there deaths necessary for your survival? LLL. Naruto watched the smoke curl off Sarutobi Asuma's cigarette and tried not to wrinkle his nose in distaste at the smell. He wasn't sure how someone as finicky about appearances, and smells, as Ino could tolerate being around the bearded jonin for extended periods of time, but it was entirely possible that she had just gotten used to it. It was an adjustment he would probably have to get used to himself. Asuma's eyes shifted from Naruto to Ino, standing beside him, then to Choji and Shikamaru, then back to the Jinchuriki. You want to join Team 10, huh? He clarified. The blonde scratched his head. Well, I dunno if that's the way I'd put it. I just thought that, you know, if Shikamaru's a chunin, you guys'll need someone to fill his spot for the next set of exams. Asuma breathed out a stream of smoke and nodded. That's true. But you should know that Shikamaru serves a special function in the team, and that role isn't something that just anyone can fulfill. Naruto mentally heaved an exasperated sigh. This was the same conversation he'd had with Ino, and he was frankly a little tired of being told the same thing. He wasn't a complete idiot. I know, and I can do it. He nudged Ino with his elbow. Tell him. He can do it, the kunoichi groused. Asuma's eyes flickered briefly over to Shikamaru before returning to Naruto. Oh? He's got some sort of special sanban or something, Ino explained. They're poisoned, Naruto elaborated. I've got a bunch for different things. Work pretty well, huh, Ino? His fellow blonde crossed her arms and scoffed, turning her head away from him. Apparently she was still harboring some anger from the previous day. Asuma's dark eyes grew steely, and Naruto suddenly felt a powerful pressure weighing down on him. Uzumaki Naruto, you do not poison your fellow shinobi. I don't care what your intention was or whether it was harmless or not, that could be considered assault and treason. And if something goes wrong, you could be held accountable for much worse. Do you understand? Naruto gulped and nodded. Even if his actions had been performed to prove a point, he could see where Asuma was coming from. What if the paralytic he'd used on Ino hadn't acted as he'd theorized? All of his plans could have been derailed because of one stupid little mishap. Yes, Asuma-sensei, he murmured. Sorry. The overbearing aura disappeared. Good. Now, about joining Team 10. He took a deep inhale of his cigarette before plucking it from his mouth and snuffing it against the underside of his sandal. Releasing the breath of smoke skyward, he gazed at the clouds overhead for a long moment in silence, seeming to ponder Naruto's request. When he finally returned his gaze to the blonde, there was a small grin playing about his lips. I don't see why not. Really? What? You brought up good points, the jonin said, ignoring Ino's surprised outrage. If these poisons of yours really do work, and if you need to experiment with them, it will be done in a controlled environment, then you should be able to fill in nicely for Shikamaru. And it would be easier to integrate someone familiar with our routine into the team, plus, you get along well enough with everyone. Choji nodded and Shikamaru shrugged, though Ino continued to pointedly ignore him, so it's fine by me. Yes, cheered Naruto. He nudged Ino again. Told ya. Ino grunted, and Asuma cleared his throat to regain the spiky-haired blonde's attention. The transfer will still need to be approved by the Hokage, Asuma stated, but until that time, we'll train as if you're part of the team. Okay, Asuma-sensei. That was good enough for Naruto's purposes, even if the Hokage had to make the transition official. Whenever that happens, he thought, equal parts bemused and annoyed. There was no telling how long Jiraiya's quest for Tsunade would last. LLL. As far as teachers went, Asuma was a pretty cool one, at least in Naruto's opinion. And considering that the blonde had a fair amount of varied experience in that area, Kakashi, Jiraiya, Zetsu, even Ino and Tenten to some extent, he considered that high praise. While Asuma was somewhat relaxed in the same way Kakashi had been, Team 10's teacher appeared more laid-back in comparison to Kakashi's laziness. The bearded Jonin took his time with their training, even if he seemed like he was putting minimal effort into it. The results would have been hard to see if Naruto hadn't actively been looking for them. Primarily because of who his team was comprised of and how they functioned together, Asuma's teaching didn't involve so much instruction in techniques as it did how to work with and around one's teammates. That was probably attributable, at least partially, to the confidence Konoha's clans kept regarding their secret techniques, which meant that Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were more likely to learn ninjutsu, and even taijutsu, he thought, recalling Ino's Musobato Ryu, from their families than Asuma. Naruto had thought that he might have issue with the emphasis on teamwork, no matter how necessary it was for their squad, but over the 3 weeks he'd been a temporary member of Team 10, the Jonin had pointed out flaws in both team and individual attacks and forms. He hadn't exactly learned too many new things, but Naruto could tell that his overall performance was steadily improving, just like how his shuriken jutsu was improving under Tenten's tutelage. It was more than he could really say for his learning under Kakashi or Jiraiya, especially when comparing the timeframes he'd studied under the other two men to the time he'd spent on Team 10. Nothing could quite compare to Zetsu's tutoring methodology, of course, which the Jinchuriki found efficient, if a bit prone to trial and error, but then again, Asuma was a member of Konoha, and thus, softer, perhaps, than the former hidden grass shinobi. Blue Eyes shifted over to where Ino was standing, body loose and prepared to move. Behind Asuma, serving as the third vertex of their triangular formation, stood Choji, hunkered down to better center himself. When the chubby boy placed his hands in the seal for the multi-size technique, Naruto and Ino both rushed forward. The teamwork exercises were interesting. Even as someone who wasn't particularly fond of that aspect of ninja life, Naruto admitted that he could see the attraction in working with others when they practiced as Team 10. Trying to synchronize their attacks so that they operated as a well-oiled machine instead of as 3 individuals' parts was tricky, especially since Ino and Choji were more used to Shikamaru's shadow techniques and strategies than they were Naruto's poisons, but when they worked together, the results were impressive. It helped that Ino had gotten over the whole being stabbed and paralyzed incident on their second day of practice, after it had become quickly apparent that their synergy was lacking due to her anger. The current strategy was to basically distract and/or immobilize Asuma to allow Choji, the team's heavy hitter, to deliver a debilitating blow. Because neither Ino's nor Naruto's taijutsu was all that impressive, both had to engage the bearded Jonin in combat to give the Akimichi an opening. Naruto didn't really care for this particular strategy, mostly because getting in close with his opponent was the opposite of his intention, but Asuma was the one calling the shots, and the blonde could tell that, like everything else, his taijutsu was getting a little better because of the sparring. Besides, they were allowed to use weapons, and if he could stick Asuma with one of his Senbon, the Jonin would be open to attack. Granted, he wasn't allowed to use actual poison Senbon, but the older man had promised that if a needle pricked him, he'd remain motionless for at least 30 seconds. Naruto had almost protested the time lapse, his poisons should have been way more effective than that. But he had stopped upon realizing that half a minute would be more than enough time to deliver a finishing strike in real life. It was a sobering thought. Ino went for a weak hit at Asuma's torso while Naruto pulled out 2 long Senbon and dove for the man's side. The Jonin easily blocked the girl's strike and kicked her away before reaching for his trench knives to parry the needles Naruto held. Lacking leverage, and briefly lamenting Asuma's giant frame in comparison to his and Ino's prepubescent bodies, the Jinchuriki was quickly overpowered, and he retreated to avoid being punted away like his fellow blonde had. The type of fighting Asuma had started to teach him was actually based on the man's own style, using weapons to augment, or in the blonde's case, make up for, physical prowess. In a way, it reminded Naruto of the few taijutsu forms he'd seen from Haku when Sasuke had fought him, and the long Senbon Asuma had suggested were certainly reminiscent of that, looking more like kebab skewers than any sort of acupuncture needles. He tucked the twin Senbon away after exchanging a glance with Ino, pulling out a handful of his throwing needles to replace them. Using the accuracy he'd been learning from Tenten, he began to pepper Asuma from afar, timing his throws as Ino began a set of taijutsu forms. Asuma managed to deflect the Senbon with his trench knives while dodging or blocking Ino's kicks. Every time he tried to grab her, Naruto threw a Senbon to force him to give up his counter. That was when Choji barreled into Asuma from behind, having decided on a suitable moment to attack. There was a brief moment in which Naruto felt that they had succeeded, right before Asuma disappeared. A loud crunch was heard, followed immediately by Ino's shriek as Choji bowled her over, deflating his human bullet tank technique in the process to reduce the damage he'd cause. "Good effort," spoke Asuma. Naruto whirled around in surprise, but the bearded Jonin clocked him on the forehead with the handle of a trench knife and then kicked him away before he could do anything. He landed in a heap beside his teammates, and all three looked up as Asuma approached, lighting a cigarette and putting it in his mouth. "Not bad," he stated, "but there's definitely still room for improvement. Choji, you took too long using the Nakuden Sensha. If you had been a little faster and used it earlier while Ino and Naruto were attacking in sync, you would have had a better chance of it being effective." "And not crushing me," Ino grumbled, dusting off her purple skirt. Asuma held up a hand to prevent the Yamanaka from saying anything else. Choji already looked a bit crestfallen. "Choji," he began quietly, "I know it's not in your nature to want to hurt someone you know, but you have to pretend that I'm an enemy. If you can't use sparring practice to learn how to protect your friends, then I'm afraid that you might freeze up during a real life-or-death battle, and the consequences might be severe. One day, Ino's and Naruto's lives, or Shikamaru's life, or even mine, may depend on you pulling through when you need to, understand?" Choji nodded, though the motion still held a hint of dispiritedness. The boy seemed to take his failure much harder than necessary, Naruto noted, especially since Asuma was simply trying to help them. He lacked confidence, but more than that, the blonde thought that the more rotund genin was used to taking directives from Shikamaru, and missed having his best friend around. Naruto listened with half an ear as Asuma praised him and Ino for their teamwork, stating that their silent communication was improving with practice. It had been interesting to try and fulfill Shikamaru's role in Team 10, given that the Nara had apparently been the main source of cohesion within their unit. He had almost been surprised at how truthful Ino's assessment of Shikamaru's linchpin status had been, but then he had stopped and thought about it. The shadow possession technique was almost always necessary for Ino's mind-body switch technique to succeed, and definitely increased the likelihood of Choji connecting with his human bullet tank. On top of that, and perhaps in spite of Ino's inherent bossiness, Shikamaru had been the main strategist and tactician of the team, meaning that he was the one who called the shots, which made sense, given that he was the first step of their formation. Replacing that synergy wasn't easy. At first, Ino had tried to step up to the plate, but her personality in that role tended to intimidate Choji and irritate Naruto. Seeing the side of Ino that the remaining members of Team 10 had to deal with had been a new and unpleasant experience, especially since Naruto considered himself better at working on his own than taking orders. Once Asuma had pointed out that Ino needed to wait for Naruto to immobilize the opponent, she had, somewhat grudgingly, backed off, relegating herself to a sort of co-captain role as the two blondes learned better coordination and strategies. Asuma was finishing his breakdown of their spar by answering a question of Ino's. "That's true," he said, slowly releasing a cloud of trail of smoke. "Foreknowledge of what you guys can do did play a part in how I fought back. A lot of reactions are based on instincts, and we're trained to take any advantage we can get. Unfortunately, that means that even if I'm trying to not react as if I know Choji is the main attack, I'm still prepared for it because I know you guys." He chuckled. "Maybe in a couple years, my age will have dulled my reflexes enough for you to catch me off guard. But all told, I'd have to say you guys are doing pretty well. What do you think, Jiraiya-sama?" All three genin turned around as the toad Sannin dropped from a tree, landing lightly on his feet and rising from his crouch. "They could definitely use some polishing," Jiraiya stated, "but I've gotta admit that the potential is there." He appeared to space out for a moment, lost in some memory, before asking Asuma, "Mind if I steal the kid for a bit?" The bearded Jonin nodded. "By all means." Jiraiya held out his hand palm down and gestured with his fingers for Naruto to follow him. "I'll bring him back shortly," he promised as the blonde obeyed. The Sannin led him just inside the tree line that fringed the 12th training ground, then turned around, a pensive expression on his face. Naruto waited for him to say something, unwilling to prompt the older man into whatever he wanted to speak about. "Learned much since I've been gone?" Jiraiya finally asked. Naruto nodded. "Asuma-sensei's a good teacher, and I like workin' with Team 10. The Sannin nodded distractedly, and his pupil hesitantly probed, "Tsunade come back?" No, Jiraiya stated, and his voice carried such a strange mixture of wistfulness and despondency that the blonde briefly considered feeling bad for the man. He released a heavy-hearted sigh before continuing, I've decided to become the Hokage. Naruto blinked, that was surprising. But you said you didn't want to become Hokage. What happened with Tsunade? The white-haired man rubbed the bridge of his nose. It's complicated. Look, I know what I said, but it's better than the alternative. That sounded strange. And foreboding. What's the alternative? Shimura Danzo. The name meant nothing to the blonde, so he asked, who's that? He was Sarutobi-sensei's rival growing up, so he's old, Naruto thought, and a former ANBU captain. Well, those were both impressive accomplishments. So far, the Jinchuriki didn't see what the big deal was. Aha? Jiraiya released another sigh, crossing his arms over his chest and looking off into the distance. He's currently an elder on the council, but Danzo is radical, he settled on. Naruto noted that even when the Toad Sannin didn't particularly like someone, he still tried to be carefully respectful with how he talked about or to them. He had done the same thing with the counselors before departing to find Tsunade. A long time ago, he created a covert branch of the ANBU known as Root. Root shinobi were hand-picked by him because they possessed special abilities that made them valuable, sort of like Kekkai Genkai shinobi. Most if not all of the major clans in Konoha had at least one member in Root, if only because Sarutobi-sensei allowed Danzo to proposition them. Makes sense, Naruto thought. Konoha's major clans didn't exactly constitute the greatest amount of available ninja per year, or so he assumed, since his class had only contained one member from each of them, but they definitely had an advantage over the children that were either civilian-born or from minor clans. And to collect the special members of clans, who were arguably special already, Danzo was a shrewd individual. But the blonde didn't see what this had to do with Jiraiya's apprehension at letting the older man become the next Hokage. Root was created as a way to carry out covert operations that would sully Konoha's reputation if its involvement was discovered, Jiraiya continued. The things that Danzo had his minions do, that he's done. He scowled, clearly displeased with the man's methods. Don't get me wrong, kid. Everything he's ever done has been for Konoha's benefit, but his fanaticism has led to some very questionable decisions. That, and the way he trains the shinobi he recruits. Jiraiya fixed Naruto with a gimlet eye. Remember what I said about what defines a real shinobi? Well, Danzo is a firm believer in creating soldiers. Not people, but soldiers, shinobi stripped of their emotions to make them totally obedient to him and their mission. To Danzo, sacrificing everything for the benefit of the village is paramount, and turning his shinobi into little more than emotionless tools was a worthwhile cost. Let me tell you something, Naruto, if you ever become a shinobi like that, I don't want to know you anymore, got it? To live that kind of life? He shuddered slightly, apparently remembering another ghost of his past. Naruto wondered what experiences Jiraiya had that caused him to fixate so frequently on past events, then decided it was probably better for him to remain unaware. It's truly inhuman. Ah, so that's it. Thinking back on how he had defined a ninja, Naruto sort of understood why the Sannin had been so inquisitive, and almost offended, about his answer. It wasn't quite the same thing as what Jiraiya was telling him Danzo believed in, but there were definite parallels. Missions ran the gamut of different objectives, involving protection, diplomacy, espionage, and warfare. Assassins, the chosen profession he felt he would be best suited for, the career he'd essentially told Jiraiya he was aiming for, were more likely to perform even dirtier types of work. Killing people for a living required a strong measure of emotional discipline, even more so than the rest of the ninja populace because of the guaranteed death toll those missions required. Danzo's method of raising shinobi that lacked emotions, and perhaps consciences, was actually quite sensible if Root was an organization meant to carry out the most reviled missions. Jiraiya was actually trying to protect him from what he considered a poor, or at least worrisome, influence. Not that the Toad Sannin had much to worry about on that end. Naruto could see where Danzo's philosophy had its appeal, but to sacrifice so much for Konoha's behalf still went against everything he'd learned from Zetsu. Besides that, the blonde wasn't sure he would want to undergo the sort of emotion-stunting training that Danzo had apparently put his soldiers through. Not only did it require that he become nothing more than a tool, the very thing he was trying to avoid, but feeling things was important to understanding different ways of life and how people thought. His own apathy was more applicable to not feeling things towards people, such as sorrow at the third Hokage's death, than to just having no emotions at all. So, Naruto began, considering everything Jiraiya had told him, you're gonna become Hokage so that this Danzo guy can't? Given the Toad Sannin's initial reluctance to accept the position, his change of heart could only come from the fact that the other candidate was a much worse choice. Just from hearing how Danzo viewed shinobi, the Jinchuriki could tell that Jiraiya feared what would happen to Konoha under the Elder's rule. There was no telling if Danzo would actually instigate similar policies as those he'd implemented as the leader of Root if he came to power, but Jiraiya certainly believed it to be a possibility. Actually, in a way, Naruto admired Danzo's dedication. It was a bit extreme, to be sure, but if it was effective, the man was doing everything in his power to achieve the most desirous ends possible. His execution was apparently efficient enough to keep Konoha moving steadily forward without anyone being any wiser. Maybe he was fighting for an ideal that opposed Naruto's, but the genin could still appreciate the man's methodology. Not that the blonde had too much at stake regardless of who became the Godame Hokage. He would find some way to survive either regime, he was sure, but if Jiraiya took the position, the time he had available to interact with Naruto would be significantly lessened. That would give him more freedom to move around as he pleased without feeling like he was always being watched. Plus, knowing the Hokage on a personal level would make it easier to, oh, hey, Jiraiya-sensei. When you become Hokage, can you officially put me on Team 10? Jiraiya ran a hand through his wild mane of white hair. You like workin' with M, huh, kid? Then his lips twisted into a knowing grin. It's the blondie, right? She'll be a real looker in a couple of years. Naruto had no response to that, so he just ignored it, unwilling to indulge the Sanin's lechery. Well, we just work well together, and since I need to take the Chunin exams with a team, this'll probably work out the best. And if you're busy doing Hokage stuff, you won't have time to teach me much, so Asuma-sensei can fill in. The Sannin closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, clearly thinking over his pupil's proposal. At length, he said, well, I suppose it'd be a good learning experience for you. You could probably learn a lot about how a shinobi of Konoha should act by working with a team, maybe straighten out those ideas you've got about how ninja operate. We don't want you turning into one of Danzo's little soldiers, right? Naruto nodded. If Jiraiya wanted to believe working with Team 10 would dissuade him from achieving his goal, then he wouldn't burst the white-haired man's bubble. It benefited him to just go along with the ruse. All right, kid, Jiraiya stated, we'll see. When they walked back into viewing distance of the 12th training ground, Jiraiya called out, Asuma. Said Jonin looked over from where he was teaching the 3 original members of Team 10. Shikamaru had apparently shown up at some point during his talk with Jiraiya. Let's talk. Asuma snuffed his cigarette against the heel of his sandal and turned to follow the Sannin into the foliage. Naruto moved towards the trio of genin and plopped down in the spot between Ino and Shikamaru. What was that about? Asked the Yamanaka. HM? Oh, I think Jiraiya's gonna be the new Hokage. Shikamaru looked distinctly disgruntled at that announcement. Damn, how troublesome. Eh? He was really hoping that he wouldn't get promoted, Choji explained. But since Jiraiya-sama saw what he could do at the exams, he'll probably okay it, right? Naruto nodded. Yeah, seems likely. He's checking with Asuma now to see if I can be a part of your team. Shikamaru groaned and buried his face in his hands. Choji tried comforting him by patting him on the back, leaving Naruto to turn to Ino. She seemed unhappy with something, and Naruto was willing to bet that she was still frustrated that she'd never gotten the opportunity to show off what she could do during the Chunin exams. When she noticed that he was looking at her, she sighed, well, at least these last couple weeks haven't been a huge waste of time. He opened his mouth to reply, but someone else calling his name cut off whatever he was going to say. Looking up, he saw Asuma gesturing for him to come over to where he and Jiraiya stood. Rising to his feet and jogging over, he waited patiently for the announcement of whatever the 2 men had decided. You're going to become an official member of Team 10, Asuma told him. Temporarily, anyway. And to that end, I'll be able to start teaching you in a more official capacity. Jiraiya-sama tells me that you have a futon affinity. He took out his trench knives, spun them around his fingers until they were settled in a comfortable grip, and then 2 long blades of thrumming, blue chakra extended the weapon's reach. Asuma gave a small grin as he sheared off an overhanging tree branch with a casual movement of his arm. It just so happens that I am, too. Naruto tried to rein in his excitement at the fact that he would finally be taught something truly useful by the bearded Jonin. Not to mention that he now had the perfect teacher to help hone some of his latent abilities. Jiraiya cleared his throat, prompting the blonde to face him. Asuma told me what sort of role you'll play on his team. He looked slightly troubled, causing Naruto to think that his new teacher had told the Sannin something of his tendencies and experiments with poisons. More than he knew originally, anyway. I've got something that might be useful for you, too. You're still gonna teach me? Naruto asked, surprised. He had sort of hoped Jiraiya taking up the mantle of Hokage would remove the suspicious Sannin from his life. Some stuff, Jiraiya shrugged. Being Hokage will keep me pretty busy, but Sarutobi-sensei managed to raise 3 of us while he was in charge, so I think I can handle just you. Trust me, he added, this jutsu comes straight from the old man, it'll be perfect for you. Naruto tried not to let any of his dubiousness show when he replied with a simple, "K. Thanks Jiraiya-sensei, Asuma-sensei, you won't regret this." LLL. The cool thing about Tenten, Naruto decided, was that she was always up for training. Shikamaru was lazy, Choji was a bit of a pacifist, and while Ino was dedicated, the training the 2 blondes normally did had a tendency to benefit the kunoichi more than him. On the other hand, Tenten, despite specializing in a more mid-range capacity with thrown weapons, made herself available for sparring sessions whenever he asked, and often engaged him in fights based on taijutsu and melee weaponry. Naruto was almost tempted to call her a workaholic if it weren't for the fact that her attitude and dedication was more helpful than detrimental. There was a dull thwack of metal on wood as Naruto's skewer-like Sanban met Tenten's Bakken. He grimaced slightly, and the bun-haired girl's grin told him that she knew he was in an unfavorable position. It was compounded by the fact that Tenten had more height and power than he did, and even the additional length of his Sanban couldn't make it past the 2-foot-long twin swords. Fortunately, Tenten chose not to press her advantage. It was training to see what mistakes he would make now that he'd started really focusing on his abilities with the melee Sanban. Both mentally tallied the point in the kunoichi's favor before releasing their stalemate and returning to a ready position. Naruto twirled the needles between his fingertips, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Tenten chose to take the fight to him, charging forward with the Bakken held at chest level. She slashed out with the right one, forcing the blonde to move backwards. He frowned as she stabbed forwards with the other sword, twisting to the side and trying to draw a scratch along her arm. Tenten deflected it with her heavier weapon, entering a kata that kept the shorter genin on the defensive. He tried to throw her off by jabbing with his Sanban when her hands closed in, but she simply grabbed the first one that came at her between the 2 Bakken and tossed it aside. Desperate, he tossed the other needle at her, knowing that all it needed to do was strike to give him a, hypothetical, victory. She flicked her wrist and sent the thin weapon twirling skyward, leveling one wooden sword at his neck as the needle fell to the grass behind her. Naruto held up his hands in surrender. "Better," she stated, lowering the weapons. "Not good enough," he responded, picking up his Sanban. "Naruto, you can't expect to beat me after so little training. I've been working with weapons for a while now, and you only just started." Naruto made a non-committal sound that indicated he clearly thought differently. The problem, he knew, was that he didn't possess a physique that lent well to what his taijutsu style was supposed to do. Yes, he was flexible and quick, but he lacked the reach needed to fully utilize his forms. Tenten's expertise also didn't help, but then again, anybody using weapons in the field would have some level of proficiency with whatever they carried. Tenten was looking at him curiously when he turned around from pocketing the needles. "You know," she mused, "with the way you hold those, maybe you should consider learning to use tonfa. They'd give you a little extra weight and power behind your strikes." Naruto was already shaking his head. "Nah, I'll never be as strong as someone like Lee." He'd seen the spandex-clad genin practicing once or twice when he'd gone to see if Tenten was free. Despite his appearance and personality, Lee was a powerful opponent. "I'm more focused on being quick and nimble." Strength, after all, was subjective. Naruto wanted to grow stronger, but that didn't necessarily mean he had to use the same workout regimen as Rock Lee. The measure of someone's strength, thought the blonde, was linked to his or her capacity to triumph over enemies, regardless of how that feat was accomplished. His poisons would be able to do that easily enough, provided he could get them into his opponent. With any luck, all the training he now had access to would improve the odds of that happening. "Over-specializing isn't good, Naruto," Tenten warned, sealing her Bakken and bringing out a pair of tonfa. She gripped the handles and spun them around several times before settling them along the lengths of her arms, almost as if to prove a point. "Variability and adjustability are just as important as being fast." The blonde nodded. "I know, it's just..." He paused to gather his thoughts. "There's only so much I can fix at a time, you know? I'm learning accuracy and precision and taijutsu and teamwork and ninjutsu and futon chakra manipulation." He exhaled the long breath he'd used to rattle off the list. "It's just a lot to take in at once." Tenten hummed in thought. "I guess that's true. You can't move on to something new until you learn to get a grip on everything else first." She paused in her kata, shooting him an apologetic glance. "Sorry if it feels like I've been pressuring you into learning a new weapon. It's just nice to have someone who gets it, you know? It's fine. Maybe someday I can take you up on that offer." "I'll hold you to that," Tenten said, pointing a tonfa at him. Her brown eyes glinted with excitement. "So, let's see how far you've gotten with your shuriken jutsu," she continued, gesturing at the targets spread throughout the training ground. When he obliged by hitting every target dead center with a Sunban needle, the kunoichi grinned. Nice job. Now, next step. She dug into her pocket and tossed him the object she withdrew. Naruto caught it reflexively. Held in his hand was a simple cloth blindfold. Visualization practice, Ten chirped. And it'll help your muscle memory. Ten was definitely a workaholic, he decided, correcting his earlier assessment, but she was also someone he respected for her knowledge and abilities. He tied it around his eyes, withdrew a handful of Sunban, and waited for the next set of instructions. LLL. Ino? The platinum blonde closed her eyes and brought her hands together. After a moment, she released the position. I don't sense anything. K. Let me know if that changes. Ino tossed him a mock salute, and Naruto rolled his eyes before slowing down his walking speed, falling to the back of their group. Asuma was strolling along behind the wagon, hands in pockets and a lit cigarette held loosely between his lips. By all appearances, he looked as if he hadn't a care in the world, but the blonde knew that the man's laid-back attitude was just a facade. Asuma-sensei? How come you decided on this mission? The mission was the first C rank they were performing as a team that actually had the likelihood of combat. They were supposed to be protecting a merchant's wagon on the journey from Konoha to the Land of Fire's capital, and the path was one that was notorious for being plagued by bandits. Naruto wouldn't have been so suspicious if Asuma hadn't been steadfastly avoiding anything remotely dangerous up to this point. Asuma tilted his head up, gazing at the filtered sunlight shining down through the treetops. Do you know why I entered Team 10 into the Chunin exams? Naruto didn't even know why Kakashi had entered Team 7 into the exams. He shook his head. Asuma sighed. Competition is a natural part of life, but it also promotes haste. Now it was the Jonin's turn to shake his head. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, they weren't ready, none of you were really ready, he corrected. Even if 8 missions are the minimum to be nominated, none of them really prepared any of you for what laid ahead. It's amazing that they were able to get to the final round, even more so that Shikamaru passed, genius or not. He glanced at Naruto. You could call this mission a test. The blonde cocked his head to the side. What's it testin'? It's not testing anything. Eh? You're not being tested on anything. The purpose of this mission is to expose you to some of the darker aspects of being a shinobi. It's a test to see how you'll react when you're forced to take a life, in a controlled environment, of course, he added. Makes sense, Naruto admitted silently. He was almost surprised to learn that none of the members of Team 10 had taken a life yet, but after a moment to consider their dispositions, it wasn't too hard to imagine. Ino was still overconfident and Choji was still too mellow to have been affected by killing someone. And Asuma seemed to be making sure that they were well prepared for such an eventuality, if the several weeks of training following Jiraiya's coronation was any indication. Besides, it wasn't like he'd killed anyone yet, either. So, we're just waitin' around? You shouldn't look forward to death, Asuma stated in a serious voice. Naruto recognized it as the tone he adopted whenever he was trying to drive home a particularly important lecture. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that bandits are desperate and greedy, and that makes them predictable. Don't worry, they'll come. The Jonin was quiet for a moment before he continued. Jiraiya-sama told me what you thought being a shinobi entailed. Sounds like you're aiming to be an ANBU. Sure, let's go with that, thought the blonde. It's an admirable goal, the older male continued, but, a bit of advice? Don't be in a hurry to grow up and throw your life to the black ops. I know some people who came out of there, and trust me, they're not well-adjusted folk. You should enjoy your youth while you have it. He grimaced. Ugh, that sounded like something Guy would say. I get it, Asuma-sensei, Naruto said. If it spared him another lecture on what decisions he should or shouldn't make, he would agree just to placate the man. Even if he did want to join ANBU, the blonde wasn't worried about his mindset. Dealing with Zetsu on a regular basis had disabused him of any notion that he could ever be considered well-adjusted. But he could manage his, what was that word Zetsu had used? Idiosyncrasies well enough, so that wasn't too big an issue. The bearded Jonin plucked his cigarette from his mouth and crushed it between his fingers. Eyes up, Naruto, he noted, they're here. Naruto used his peripheral vision to spy up and to the right, where he noted the location of several poorly hidden men. Asuma-sensei? Time to see how you guys do, Asuma said. He poked his head through the curtain concealing the inside of the wagon to tell their clients of the situation, then reappeared and resumed his lazy walk beside the blonde. I think you're ready for this, but if you get in any trouble, I've got your back. Naruto saw Ino point to the left, and Choji barreled off in that direction, expanding into the rounded form of his meatball tank and rolling up the hill. Subtle, he deadpanned to himself. If they were going to continue working together, Ino and Choji would have to learn to be less obvious about what they were doing. Meanwhile, a number of bandits on the right side of the trail had started descending upon the group. Blue Eyes briefly noted that most were brandishing some form of sharp weapon, but most of the blonde's attention was drawn to the fact that their assailants weren't wearing protective armor. Perfect. Nimble fingers dipped into the cuff of his sleeve and withdrew 2 of the needles stored there. Aiming for the middle of the group, he released the weapons in that general direction, giving little thought to where they were headed. In all honesty, Tenten's rather rigorous training demands had increased his accuracy to such an extent that he was approaching the point where he didn't have to think too much about his aim. With the Senbon sailing through the air towards a random target, Naruto's hands twisted through a series of seals. Senbon Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he muttered, and then 2 needles became thousands. It was actually a little weird to be using hand seals, let alone ninjutsu, given that his training up until joining Team 10 had been focused on strategies and techniques that didn't really utilize chakra. Sure, he had the shadow clone technique, and while it could be great for distraction purposes or simply swamping an enemy, it wasn't something he had really focused on. Neither preparing and using poisons nor the attack prevention technique used chakra in the same way that most ninjutsu did. Actually, maybe there was a way to use shadow clones in conjunction with the attack prevention technique to surprise the enemy? That was an idea to look into at a later time. But the Senbon shadow clone technique was a tried and true ninjutsu skill. Jiraiya had taught it to him as a way to supplement the blonde's desire to focus on his shuriken jutsu, stating that subtle was all well and good, but there were rare situations where quantity was better than quality. Apparently, the Sannin had learned the technique from the Sandame, where the deceased Hokage had tended to use it with shuriken. The Toad Sannin had explained that it was applicable with any sort of weapon, and stronger in direct proportion to the amount of chakra used. And fortunately, the Jinchuriki had chakra in spades. He had a moment to witness the bandits rushing down freeze for an instant before the wave of metal struck. The weapons pierced flesh, turning men into virtual pincushions, and Naruto briefly marveled at the sheer swath of destruction the combination of his specialty and proper training could invoke. It certainly wouldn't be his technique of choice when stealth was desired, nor was it guaranteed to work against other ninja, who were trained to react to peril swifter than bandits were, but the results were impressive regardless. With a mixture of horsechestnut and kurari-tipped Senbon dealing with the majority of the bandits, Naruto dug into the satchel attached to his leg and withdrew the twin Senbon Asuma had shown him how to use. He twirled them around his fingers with practiced dexterity before dashing off to deal with the stragglers who had avoided his assault. A large man wielding a double-bladed axe was the first person he came across. The man chuckled. "Yve got some nerve, kid." Naruto didn't bother responding, fixing his gaze on the motion of the axe as the man swung it sideways. He ducked the swing and plunged both Senbon through the bandit's pants and into his thighs. The man grunted reflexively as metal stuck into muscle. Naruto pulled out the needles and then jumped as his enemy tried to recover his equilibrium from the swing. A moment later, the blonde Senbon pierced the man's neck from opposite sides. He waited until the man toppled over backwards and hit the ground before retrieving his weapons, frowning in clinical dissatisfaction at the corpse. It would take far too long to incapacitate the remaining bandits in such a fashion, especially since it was likely they all possessed different weapons and fighting methods. The skewer-like weapons were poisoned, like the rest of his arsenal, but open combat clearly required something a bit more fast-acting than what was currently on them. Not to mention that the kill had been done almost subconsciously, far faster than his current poison could act. Unrolling one of the scrolls from his holders, he unsealed a mahogany jar, uncorked it, and dipped the twin needles into the liquid. The motion was so well practiced that he was back on the move within 10 seconds, heading for a small cluster of men that was approaching the wagon. Naruto placed both Senbon in his mouth, clamping down on the centers with his teeth. His hands now free, he grabbed a second scroll from a different holster on his uniform and gripped both ends, unraveling about 2 feet worth of parchment. Using a trick Tenten had taught him, he channeled chakra into the scroll and unleashed a shower of kunai upon the group of bandits. They turned at the intrusion, and Naruto dropped the scroll, intending to return for it later, to resituate his longer Senbon in his grasp. Ducking and weaving amongst the group's members, he lashed out with the needles, leaving long scratches and small puncture wounds in his wake. When he was sure he had managed to attack all the bandits, he disappeared into the ground via the Shinra Bansho, eliciting a clatter of protests and questions from the group above. Seeding his chakra into the soil, he traveled in the rough direction the group he'd taken out with the Senbon Kage Bunshin was laid out, curious as to the result of his handiwork. The poison he dipped his twin Senbon into was a mixture made from the various parts of deadly nightshade, one of the most potent brews in his arsenal. Amplified by his chakra, it delivered death in under a minute. In squirrels, anyway. Human applications were still debatable, but some of the nasty, supposed, side effects, blurred vision, hallucinations, convulsions, to name a few, would keep the bandits occupied until death kicked in. While the toxins burned through the bandits' bodies, he wanted to look over his earlier handiwork. Rising from the earth, the blonde created a number of shadow clones to take care of any survivors in the area before settling himself amongst a small group of felled bandits. He surveyed the damage with clinical curiosity, observing the different injection points and what symptoms the bandits were displaying, if any. These were his first kills, even if he had been less direct with the actual death than he had against the axe-wielding bandit. That was okay, though, he supposed, given that assassinations were supposed to be performed without the victim ever knowing who his murderer was. He knelt down and tried to pinpoint how close to the jugular one of his needles had hit, feeling for a pulse and trying to judge how quickly the man had died. Standing back up, he scratched his head unsurely. Damn, kinda wish I was a medic. The problem was that he just wasn't very knowledgeable about the human body. Zetsu had explained certain aspects, but it was more of a monologue focusing on the bare necessities than an in-depth analysis of physiology. His eyebrows furrowed together as a completely different thought struck. Was what he was doing normal? People normally weren't so curious about death, were they? Asuma had made it sound as if there was something do or die about killing someone, but the Jinchuriki couldn't really see what the big deal was. They were paid to protect a client, the bandits were trying to attack their client, so the logical course of action was to remove said bandits in the quickest and most efficient way possible. He hadn't even really thought about what he was doing against the axe-wielding bandit, instinct had just guided him to the kill. In the back of his mind, he knew that he should have held some remorse or horror or something at the deed, but nothing was forthcoming. Maybe it was his apathy that prevented him from being traumatized by taking the life of another. After all, what did the lives of these men mean to him? They had no prior relationship with him, merely serving as guinea pigs for his combat experience and poisons. Even Asuma had essentially stated as such, claiming that this was a trial by fire that Team 10 needed to pass in order to succeed in the future. In fact, it would have been better for his knowledge if he could have observed the successive events of an individual's death from beginning to end, but he would have to take what he could get. Actually, he withdrew a blank sealing scroll and maneuvered the bodies to lay upon it. Naruto. I'm okay, Asuma-sensei, he called back. Well, come here then, replied the Jonin, tone calmer. The bandits must be dead. K. Turning back to the scroll, he quickly applied chakra, causing the bodies of the bandits to disappear into the parchment, preserved for later study. It worked. He wasn't sure how socially acceptable it was, but for Naruto, who cared little about such a thing, death would just present him with another opportunity to learn how to better himself in order to survive. When they returned to Konoha, he would sit down with an anatomy book and the bodies of his guinea pigs and learn as much as he could about how his poisons had worked in conjunction with their injection sites. As it looked right now, though, his experiments and training had borne fruit. Now that he had evidence that his training was headed in the right direction, all he had to do was hone what he knew even further. Naruto pocketed the scroll, went to pick up the one he'd left behind, and then rejoined his team, only half listening to Asuma explain to a quiet Ino and an ill-looking Choji about the morals of taking a life in the ninja world. For him, it was kill or be killed, and no matter what he had to do, he would stay alive. Things are looking up. Chapter 12, Irony and Actuality. Are the events that play out exactly as they appear, or are they simply facades for a more hidden agenda? LLL. Naruto scowled at the giant scorpion before them, briefly ruing his lack of any truly damaging, wide-scale attacks. Poisons were effective, but using them was a subtle art, and they certainly weren't capable of bringing down a beast the size of the arthropod facing them. He spared a glance at Ino, who looked ready to avoid being struck at a moment's notice, before turning to Choji. It's all yours, he told the chubby boy. The Akimichi nodded, his hands coming together in a special seal. Baika no jutsu, he said, and then his body size tripled. Naruto watched as Choji squared off against the scorpion, waiting for the creature to strike. Despite being Team 10's heavy hitter, the rotund boy was still a relatively passive fighter, preferring to wait until conflict was instigated before engaging in combat. As he had started to take his training more seriously, the bandit attack had apparently opened his eyes to the dangers of the real world. Naruto and Ino had come to rely on his presence to handle those threats which their abilities were ill-suited against. Granted, the blonde always tried to be prepared with something of his own, but the illusion of trust and teamwork was important. Asuma, and by extension, Jiraiya, seemed to like keeping a close eye on his activities, not to mention how his personality fluctuated and meshed with his peers. As the scorpion's tail blurred forward, Choji lifted his arms to protect his face, allowing the large stinger to deflect off his forearm bracers. Throughout the months, as Choji had become more immersed and capable with his clan's techniques, he'd started adopting pieces of armor to supplement his bulk. With the additions, the rotund boy had increased both his offensive and defensive prowess, making him capable of stalling for time as his teammates worked their own maneuvers. Choji grabbed the scorpion's tail and began to rotate on the spot, lifting the arthropod off the ground and swinging it around. Naruto flipped slowly through seals as his teammate picked up speed, and when the Akimichi finally let the scorpion go, the blonde held out his hands palms out. "Futon, Ripusho," he muttered, and a rush of wind burst forth from his palms. The violent wind palm combined with Choji's toss, sending the giant scorpion soaring into the distance. With any luck, it would land on some unsuspecting genin team and remove more opponents from the Chunin exams. Suna's Chunin exams had so far been a somewhat tense affair. The hidden sand had decided to host as a gesture of good faith on the part of the new Kazekage, to show that the village had nothing to hide following its betrayal of its alliance with Konoha. Despite the pretense, it was clear that some animosity still existed amongst a number of Suna and Konohanin. Fortunately, things had remained calm. The most Naruto could see was pointed glares that reminded him too much of his early life in Konoha, but Asuma had warned the trio of genin to tread cautiously regardless. The Chunin exams were notorious as an open battleground to settle grudges, the second round especially so. They had been led and released into the Land of Winds desert with the objective of surviving and finding their way back to Suna after 3 days. It was a test, Naruto supposed, of their fortitude and resourcefulness in a strange land, or at least a harsh one, since any Sand genin should be well aware of what surviving in their home country entailed. Not to mention that it was a subtle way for Suna to eliminate foreign teams from the competition, if not just flat out eliminate them. If it hadn't been for Ino, they would have already been ambushed by Suna genin. Twice. Just as Choji had become better versed in his clan's techniques, the blonde girl had also buckled down and improved upon her own specialties. Her status as a sensory shinobi had made her pivotal to Team 10's cohesiveness, capable of identifying threats before they arose and allowing them to formulate plans suited to the situation at hand. Ino's range still had its limitations, but it was leaps and bounds ahead of what most, if not all, genin participating in the Chunin exams were capable of. She walked over to Choji as the boy shrunk back to his normal size, patting him on the shoulder and congratulating him on a job well done. Naruto nodded at him in a silent display of gratitude, one which Choji accepted with a grin. Over his tenure with Team 10, the blonde had grown close with his teammates, as close as he would allow himself, anyway. It was impossible to spend months working with people and not create some sort of attachment to them, especially when they weren't actively antagonistic towards him as Sasuke and Sakura had been. But just because he'd grown comfortable around Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru didn't mean that he'd become overly expressive. Team 10, or Choji and Shikamaru, anyway, Ino tended to be rather vocal about when she felt she deserved praise or gratitude, had learned to take his quiet appreciation of their deeds in stride. None of them had taken issue with his changed personality from the academy days. Shikamaru liked him better now that he was less annoying. Choji didn't really have a preference, and Ino seemed to like thinking that he was trying to be more cool, or more like Sasuke, a thought which still sickened Naruto. Even Asuma had remained quiet on the subject, though the Jinchuriki thought that might have been attributable to the older male not knowing his pre-genin self. Regardless, the Jonin liked to subtly try to steer the blonde away from what he thought was Naruto's committal to a career in ANBU, often recounting tales of missions with friends or his tenure as one of the prestigious 12 ninja guardians. If anything, such stories only further emphasized how impossible it was to escape the fate of being a tool, while simultaneously reinforcing Naruto's desire to break the tradition. Still, he weathered the lectures with patience, if only because Asuma had plenty of knowledge to pass on. In fact, the blonde thought that Team 10 sensei focused a bit more on his training than that of the Ino Shikacho trios, probably, he theorized, because Asuma could actually teach Naruto some of his own techniques and fighting strategies. The original members of Team 10 learned most of what they needed from their families, placing Asuma in a role closer to a catalyst than a teacher. The same wasn't true of Naruto, though, and the results showed. The fact that he could use wind ninjutsu, limited though it was for the time being, was a testament to his growth under Asuma. It chafed a little that he still required a teacher to improve certain skills, but his improvements spoke for themselves, so he bit his tongue at the hypocrisy and just went with it. He had already accepted that it would take years to get to the point that he wanted, and it was better to take advantage of any situations that arose while he could to cut down that time as much as possible. Naruto shielded his eyes from the sun and looked around, trying to spot a landmark to gauge their progress. When the vast expanse of sand was all that greeted his sight, he let out a sigh. They were approaching the evening of day 1, and the hidden sand didn't seem any closer now than it had at the beginning of the second round. "Come on," he suggested, turning to Ino and Choji, "we should keep moving." Both nodded in response, and the trio continued its trek north, in the direction Ino had sensed their guide leaving earlier. The sun was almost finished setting by the time they found a cave hollowed out of a small rock formation, several cacti growing outside its entrance like sentinels. While his teammates took shelter in the cave, Naruto took out a kunai and channeled chakra along its length, producing a small blade capable of slicing through anything. He cut off the spines of several cacti as close to the skin as he could manage before slicing off the naked arms and a number of fruit-bearing tops. When he felt he had enough, he collected everything from the ground and walked into the cave, where Ino and Choji were waiting in silence. "Here," he said, tossing them each some dragon fruit, "eat up." "What's plan?" Choji asked, biting into the violet-colored pitaya. "Rest for a couple hours, then start traveling at night. Gets us out of the hottest part of the day," Naruto explained. "Unless you guys have a better idea." Choji shook his head. Ino muttered, "Finally a break." "Yeah, you could probably use more beauty sleep, huh, Ino?" Naruto joked. The kunoichi cracked her knuckles threateningly. "What?" she growled. "Care to repeat that, Naruto?" He snickered to himself. Part of the fun of having teammates was the fact that he knew just how to push specific buttons to elicit certain reactions. The teasing was one part personal amusement, one part strategy. If Asuma and Jiraiya thought he was integrating with his peers better, perhaps they would lessen their scrutiny of his actions and personality. Granted, it wasn't all a ruse. Ino's vanity was an easy and amusing topic to poke fun at, but if he could get extra benefits from their friendship, he wasn't going to complain. "You wouldn't hurt the guy taking care of you, would you, Ino?" Ino grumbled a little before reclining against the wall and biting into the dragon fruit rather viciously. "Watch yourself, Uzumaki," she warned. "Just because you got us all this doesn't mean that you can get away with pissing off a beautiful kunoichi like Hey. Are you listening to me?" "Nope." He'd started tuning her out in an effort to recall what he knew about cacti. After Jiraiya had announced that he would be entering Team 10 into the Chunin exams, Naruto had started researching the environment they would be heading in. Books on the Land of Wind's botany were a bit scarce in Konoha, especially considering the completely different climates, but he had gleaned enough information from what little there was, and Zetsu, to make sure his team could survive whatever Suna threw at them. For instance, most of the dragon fruit, more correctly known as pitaya, that grew atop cacti were edible without requiring any sort of additional work. Knowing that gave his team a source of sustenance beyond what they could carry that other teams might not have. Still, it wasn't easy to absorb so much data. Studying was still an annoying task, though Naruto's hidden interest for botany, discovered and flourishing due to Zetsu's influence, gave his attention span some incentive to remain engaged in the subject. On the other hand, it was also one of the more probable reasons his exploration into human anatomy hadn't gone anywhere. In that vein, the bodies of the bandits he'd taken had yielded no new data. He couldn't establish times of death for them, and since he wasn't a doctor or medic nin, he was reluctant to dissect the bodies and attempt to perform autopsies. Not only was the idea a bit grotesque, but unlike with his study of plants, the blonde had no idea what to look for, no basis to compare the results to. Disposing of the bodies after he determined he couldn't glean anything from them hadn't been difficult, though he shuddered a little at the memory. Still, when it came to self-preservation, Naruto was willing to put in whatever effort he had to in order to increase his chance of survival. That was why he'd learned as much as he could about the Land of Wind. He unrolled one of his scrolls on the rocky floor and placed his palm upon it, channeling chakra into it. A number of his mahogany jars appeared from within, and Naruto started picking them up and examining them with a critical eye. "What are you doin'?" Choji asked, peering at the collection of jars from over the blonde's shoulder. Apparently Naruto's activities had gotten the chubby boy curious enough to walk over. "Makin' sure we don't die," he answered, shooting a quick look at Ino, as if daring her to comment. The platinum blonde huffed, though she didn't say anything. Behind him, Choji tilted his head in curiosity. "How?" "Well, cacti survive in the desert because they can store lots of water, right?" At his teammate's hesitant nod, he continued, "And we don't want to use up all our water too quickly either, right? So I figured that if we could draw water from cacti, then we'd make our resources last longer." When he didn't continue, Ino pointed to his jars, prompting testily, "So what's all that for?" Naruto lifted up another jar, uncorked it, sniffed the contents, then put it back down. He'd stopped labeling some of his jars on the off chance they fell into the wrong hands, and figuring out what contained what took a little bit of sleuthing. A frown marred his features. Ino was a good friend most of the time, but she had little appreciation for some of the complexities associated with Naruto's art, probably because she'd been an unwilling test subject of his poison, and her patience with some of his antics was a bit limited. It's not that simple. Truthfully, the entire concept was a bit above Naruto's head. It involved scientific babble that required a deeper background in biology and botany than the blonde possessed, given that most of his studies focused on medicinal and poisonous properties of plants. The basics, however, seemed to boil down to cacti having stores of water in what Naruto thought of as the pulpy mass of their insides, though it was difficult for humans to access and tasted quite poor. So, with a little bit of reluctant assistance from Zetsu, he'd come up with a mixture that could remove the cause of the bad taste, after figuring out a way to get the water out of the cacti. "Ah," he commented, sniffing another jar, "found it." Grabbing one of the cactus pieces, he saturated his chakra into the white pulp, using the same method he used to seed the ground for the attack prevention technique. Then, when he felt he'd put in enough, he pulled on his chakra, causing water to seep out of the pulp with it. By the time he was done, the cactus piece was serving as a makeshift bowl, the chakra he'd placed in the pulp forming a film similar to how he'd tried capturing the steam from his breakfast months before. "Here," he offered, tipping a pinch of the jar's contents into the liquid and handing it to Choji, "try it." Naruto kept his expression neutral as the other genin took the proffered item and drank from it. Choji was far too trusting. Granted, he hadn't added anything harmful to the water, he hoped, but if someone offered him something he'd watched that person tamper with, there was no way he'd do as his teammate had just done. Ino and Shikamaru were a bit shrewder, but neither were as paranoid as Naruto. Knowing that people were actively watching him certainly didn't help. Choji smacked his lips together. That's good. Thanks, Naruto." The blonde nodded his acceptance of his teammate's gratitude, performing the same trick on another cactus piece and holding it out to Ino. She stood up and grabbed it from him, expression relaxing as she sipped the liquid. Then she sniffed, commenting wryly, "You're such a good housewife," before resituating herself on the cave's floor. Naruto ducked his head to hide his growing smirk. That was Ino's way of admitting that she was grateful for his efforts without actually conceding that she'd been wrong. The platinum blonde had a strong sense of pride, and even their months of friendship, almost a year, actually, now that he thought about it, hadn't quite tempered the fact that she didn't like it when he was right, especially around other people. Choji patted him on the back in a consoling gesture before going to lie down. Naruto silently continued his work, sipping slowly from his own hollowed-out cactus. He stared at his reflection in the water, eyebrows drawing together in thought. One more test, he thought, not even considering that they wouldn't pass the second exam. "Throw your best at me, Suna. LLL. Nice night. Bit cold for my tastes, but, to each his own, I guess. You are brave to confront me in my own territory." Naruto shrugged, silently thinking that bravery was not the term he would use to describe what he was doing. The brave were generally revered as heroes, and the blonde wanted to be anything but a hero. Heroes were expected to do great things and died young as a result. Naruto wanted to remain as unassuming as possible to increase his lifespan. A stream of sand shot out of the gourd on Gaara's back and rushed towards Naruto. He quickly pulled out his twin Sanban and channeled wind chakra through the metal, slashing through the incoming silica. The sand dispersed into a cloud of particles that remained floating around him for several moments before returning to the Sunanin's gourd. Naruto leveled his fellow Jinchuriki with a wary look, which, as the redhead was staring at the moon and not him, went unseen. "Didn't think you'd want to attack me here." "Testing your progress," Gaara intoned, "to see if complying with your wish was a mistake. Rest assured, when we truly fight, it will be a clash of monsters." "And you'd cause an international crisis," Naruto pointed out. "Killing a participant of the Chunin exams while not during the tests, especially since the two people involved were Jinchuriki, would surely be cause for war, though factions in both the Hidden Sand and Hidden Leaf seemed to be itching for a reason to fight anyway. Not that any of that would stop Gaara from doing as he wanted. Haven't seen you in the Chunin exams. I am ineligible. Oh. That was surprising. Good job. Dead Teal Eyes turned to him. You presumed that I was promoted based on my qualifications. It was done out of fear. His gaze adopted a hint of the madness that Naruto had been privy to during the Konoha Chunin exams. My power is unquestionable, and Suna is in dire need of every scrap of power it can manage. The Kazekage will do whatever it takes to ensure Suna's survival, even if that means promoting a demon. Keeping me out of the village on prolonged missions also allows the other villagers to retain some peace of mind, even if it is a facade. Well, Naruto supposed, whatever keeps him out of my way. The fact that he didn't have to deal with his fellow Jinchuriki during the Chunin exams was a blessing. the underlying cause notwithstanding. Why did you seek me out? You fear me, Gaara stated, which is why you took precautions against me in the Chunin exams. Your fear is understandable, your presence here is not. Naruto didn't even bother denying the redhead's claim. Ah, right. I've got some info for you about a group called Akatsuki. And this should concern me? Yeah, you see. Hello, Naruto-kun. Naruto jumped, startled at the intrusion during his collection of fresh plants. Zetsu. You scared the crap out of me. Where've you been? You've been gone almost 4 months. Perhaps you should learn to take better stock of your surroundings, then, Black Zetsu sneered. And we were on vacation/collecting info, both halves answered. There was a moment of silence where Naruto watched the plant man's normal eye shift to glance at his darker side, as if each half was trying to stare down the other. Why did you tell him that? He doesn't need to know how we spend our time. But he knew we were out helping him, it's only fair that he learns what we were up to. If he wasn't so inept, he wouldn't have required any assistance in the first place. Standin' right here. Yellow eyes gazed at Naruto unblinkingly. I can see that. You should stop being mean to Naruto-kun and tell him what we found. Humph, I suppose it would be a waste not to. Akatsuki is a mercenary group comprised of Nuke-nin, Black Zetsu began, and as the former Kusanin spoke, Naruto focused intently on his words, knowing that the information his tutor had gotten was vital to his survival. Its services appear typical for shinobi of a hidden village, though dabbling more in combat and assassination than espionage and other mundane tasks. A bunch of different people are part of it, White Zetsu added. Black Zetsu made a noise of discontent, though he didn't interrupt. And they traveled in pairs most of the time, but we don't know how many of them there are. Most of the time? Naruto wondered. He didn't voice the question aloud, instead asking about a more pressing concern. If Akatsuki is a mercenary group, how come it's after me? We don't know, Black Zetsu admitted, but they're not just after you, White Zetsu piped in with inappropriate cheer. One of their members invaded Takigakure and attacked what we can only assume was the Nanabai Jinchuriki. To face down a shinobi who accessed such potent, demonic chakra, I admit to being impressed with the caliber of these Akatsuki shinobi. White Zetsu giggled in amusement. Like blue is a natural hair color. Naruto didn't bother pointing out that Zetsu's green hair wasn't exactly normal either. Nothing about the plant man was commonplace. What else? Zetsu shrugged. We don't know anything else. Akatsuki operates quite covertly, despite its advertised services. For obvious reasons, the hidden villages prefer not to bring attention to either the hiring of or invasions by outside forces. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Don't apologize to him. We did more than was necessary. But he might die because we couldn't figure out what Akatsuki wanted, and then all this time would have been a waste. The plant man's darker side was silent at that, and Naruto repressed his amusement at White Zetsu's victory. Wait, was that an insult? He shook his head of the thought, knowing that trying to work through the sincerity, or lack thereof, of Zetsu's words was more likely to create questions than answer them. Well, thanks for the info. Oh, he continued, reaching into one of his pouches and coming out with a scroll as a thought occurred to him, I've got something for you. With a quick application of chakra, the bodies of the bandits he'd tried studying appeared. White Zetsu's mouth curved upward in delight. Naruto-kun, you shouldn't have. He scratched the back of his head in discomfort. Yeah, well, there you go. Truthfully, he hadn't yet figured out a good way to dispose of the bodies without either arousing suspicion or losing the scroll in the process, and apparently the scroll kept its sealed items in some sort of stasis that prevented decay and decomposition. Edging the scroll out from under the bodies, he rolled it up, ignoring the gleam of something in Zetsu's eye. I'm just gonna go now. The sound of Zetsu devouring the bandits' bodies followed him as he left the forest, echoing horribly in his mind. Gaara didn't react as he relayed the information Zetsu had collected on Akatsuki, leaving out the plant man's cannibalism and snarky insults. So, stated the redhead at length, you wanted to warn me about an organization collecting the Jinchuriki. Why? He asked at Naruto's nod. The blonde shrugged. Felt like it. Maybe you're super strong or whatever, but I don't think you should be ambushed like that Taki Jinchuriki. Sand swirled around the Sunanin in a thin stream. I cannot be ambushed, Gaara intoned matter-of-factly. Your warning is unneeded. Now leave. Knowing that it was unwise to press his luck with Gaara's temperament, and done delivering his message, the blonde left the rooftop silently, jumping to the street below and wandering back to the hotel with hands laced behind his head. If Akatsuki was after the Jinchuriki, all the Jinchuriki, Naruto certainly had no intention of going down without a fight. And if manipulating his fellow demon container into doing his dirty work for him saved him some effort, well, he had no compunctions about doing so. Gaara would be targeted at some point, and with the redhead's insatiable thirst for conflict and murder, the challenge that Akatsuki would pose would, hopefully, lure the redhead into, hopefully, taking care of the mercenary group before it became Naruto's problem. It was manipulative as hell, it hinged on a lot of hypotheticals, and Gaara was rather resistant to serve as Naruto's unknowing tool, but the blonde would try whatever method he could to get the Ichibi Jinchuriki to work for his cause. A clone stepped out from the shadows and deposited a ceramic jar into the real blonde's hand before dispersing in a puff of smoke. Naruto tossed the weapon up and caught it, thinking about how Gaara's idea of being ambushed was far too narrow. He placed the jar containing a potent sleeping agent back in its pouch and continued walking back to the hotel. Gaara was a useful pawn, but if the redhead didn't think he could be ambushed, and having a shadow clone utilizing the Shinra Bancho beneath the Sunanin on the chance he needed to be subdued was definitely an ambush, he wouldn't be nearly as much of an asset as Naruto hoped. Ah well, he figured, not like I should rely on him anyway. LLL. Congratulations again on making it to the third stage of the Chunin exams. Here you will have the opportunity to showcase your skills to the future clients of your villages. Addressing them was the new Kazekage, Gaara's father's successor. Naruto remembered, a woman with pupil-less brown eyes and forest green hair tied up in a bun. A pair of, what the blonde could only assume was dyed, orange tresses framed her angular face. Her serious expression was matched only by the monotone in which she spoke, and Naruto wondered whether she was just acting that way or if her personality truly was as flat and boring as her voice. During the course of these exams, the qualities expected of a Chunin have been tested, continued the Kazekage. Strategizing and leadership, survival in a foreign environment, teamwork. To simulate combat in the field, the final exam will test the abilities of your team to neutralize an opposing team. Sometimes, as Chunin, you will have to make life and death decisions between either saving your teammates or completing a mission. She paused for effect, allowing the ominous meaning of the statement to linger. As such, whoever remains conscious from the winning team will be promoted. So even if your team wins, you can still lose if you're not awake, huh? And if you don't work together to take down all the enemies, you might get outnumbered. Another test promoting both teamwork and individualism. Well, Naruto was used to those. Now, the first match will now commence, the Kazekage announced. Team 10 from Konohagakure and Team 2 from Takigakure remain in the arena, everyone else should exit towards the surveying balcony. Naruto cracked his knuckles as everyone but the two teams left. The arena was a circular construct with a floor composed of square tiles and curved earthen walls. There was no dirt, no grass, no trees, not even a trace of the sand that starkly defined almost the entirety of the Land of Wind. They were being tested on pure combat potential, relying solely upon the skills they had and not how effectively they could use the terrain. It wasn't the type of fight Naruto particularly excelled in, given that the fights he preferred were normally over before the opponent knew he was there, but he also had enough tricks up his sleeve to feel confident in Team 10's victory. He stretched his arms in the air, turning his head to the right to glance at Ino and Choji and purposefully blinking once when they caught his gaze. Neither responded, but the blonde could tell by the way they shifted just slightly that they'd received the message. The proctor, a man Naruto vaguely recognized as the tall Sunanin who had fought the proctor back in Konoha's Chunin exams, glanced dispassionately at both teams. "Begin," he said, jumping away to give them space to fight. Two of the Takinin flipped through seals, producing two jets of water that split the members of Team 10 apart from each other. The apparent leader of the waterfall genin used a similar technique to drag moisture from the air, forming a deep blue sword with jagged edges, which he immediately slashed at Naruto with. The blonde's hands dipped into his pouch, withdrawing his sanban and crossing them together to counter the attack. He took the momentary stalemate to glance over at Ino and Choji. Both of his teammates seemed to be holding their own in combat, despite the intentions of the opposing team to take them out individually. It was smart of the Takinin to separate them. Team 10, after all, was a group focused heavily on teamwork, even more so considering the fact that neither Choji nor Ino looked particularly suited to being shinobi. It was a common misconception, but Naruto was confident that Ino and Choji could either hold their own until he took his opponent out or end their battles by their own merit. There was no noise as his sanban continued to clash with the Takinin's solidified water sword. After so much practice against Tenten and Asuma in which metal resounded against metal, the lack of any sound was almost disappointing. Sparring constantly with Asuma and Tenten gave him a fair idea of how to defend against the waterfall genin. Takigakure Ryu, Cho Mizukiri no Yaiba. More water condensed along the sword, increasing the blade's length as the Takinin thrusted at him. The extended reach surprised Naruto from his reverie, nullifying his blocking stance and forcing him to dive to the side to avoid getting skewered. It still sliced through his right shoulder, eliciting a hiss from him as he came to a kneeling position on the tile. Stupid. Pay attention. Looking for a momentary distraction, he tossed his twin Sanban at the Takinin and used the opportunity to reach for one of his ceramic jars. Slamming it on the ground a little in front of him, the Jinchuriki used chakra to propel himself into the air, forming seals as he did so. Kaze Nagar no Jutsu, he thought, cheeks puffing out before expelling a stream of wind at his previous location. White manchineel gas exploded out of the broken jar and was immediately caught up in the blonde's wind stream technique, settling like a cloud over the Takinin. He hollered in pain as the blinding vapor took effect. Through the white haze, Naruto could make out his opponent forming hasty seals. A moment later, a slight drizzle rained upon the cloud, a strategy the blonde assumed was an effort to wash out the gas. He shook his head in an almost sympathetic gesture. Mixing water and the manchineel gas was like trying to douse a fire with oil. It was guaranteed to exacerbate rather than cure the problem. Sure enough, the Takinin's yells soon escalated in tandem with a mixture of flailing and scratching. Naruto decided to put the boy out of his misery, withdrawing a handful of Sanban laced with knockout poison and hurling them into the dissipating gas cloud. In a matter of seconds, the genin's prone form could be seen lying on the ground, angry red splotches covering his body. Naruto let out a small noise of approval, pleased to see the fruit of his labors. Then he turned to check out his teammates' progress. Choji seemed to be holding his own, using his partial multi-size technique to withstand and absorb most of his adversaries' attacks. A short distance from them, Ino's lithe body was dancing around the third Takinin, dodging everything with her Musobata Ryu, using kunai to try to land a more debilitating blow. Naruto sighed to himself, debating what to do. They still needed to knock out the remaining two Takinin in order to pass the test, but the experience of fighting other shinobi, a rather uncommon occurrence on the missions they'd performed over the past several months, would be good for Ino and Choji to better understand their individual strengths and weaknesses against supposed equals. And they should be able to fend for themselves without relying on him or Shikamaru, just in case, just as he had trained to depend on his own skills. On the other hand, Ino wasn't a combat-oriented shinobi, and she would have no problem giving him grief for leaving her to her own devices. Walking over to the felled Takinin and picking up his dropped Sanban, he pocketed them and then grabbed two smaller ones, moving closer to where his fellow blonde was dodging her opponent. He studied their rhythm for several moments before releasing one needle after the other as practice with Ten had drilled into his head. Both struck home, one burying itself in his calf, the other in his neck. The genin stumbled briefly, affected by the muscle-paralyzing toxin tipping the Sanban, and Ino took the moment to form the specialized seal of her clan. Her consciousness shot into his, and after another couple seconds, the Takinin slumped to the ground, forced into unconsciousness. The polite applause of the crowd caught Naruto's attention, and he glanced at Choji to find the Akimichi's opponent out cold. We won, he thought, allowing himself a small smile. Ino stalked up to him. I didn't need your help, she huffed. I had that guy exactly where I wanted him right before you interfered. Shouldn't you just be glad we won? Duh, she sniffed, but it's the principle of the thing. I'm not some damsel in distress that needs rescuing. Naruto sighed, causing Choji to shoot him a sympathetic look. Yelled at for helpin', probably woulda gotten yelled at for not helpin', there's just no winning with her. Shikamaru's right, women are troublesome. The winners are Akimichi Choji, Uzumaki Naruto, and Yamanaka Ino of Konohagakure, stated the proctor. Now remove yourselves from the field so we can move on to the next match. They all complied, Choji withdrawing a bag of chips hidden somewhere on his person as they did so. When they were hidden from the audience's view, Ino turned to her fellow blonde and held out her hand expectantly. After a reluctant pause, Naruto silently unclasped his jar of healing salve and pulled out a roll of bandages from his pouch, handing them both over to his teammate. Shirt, she demanded, and he complied by wiggling out of the olive-colored garment, then peeling the gray undershirt over his head. Ino released an exasperated sound. You're so reckless, she told him, rubbing salve over the cut on his shoulder. He caught me by surprise. This time, Ino scoffed. Can't even handle yourself and you think we need your help, she muttered. I can handle myself just fine, I could do this myself, too, he added pointedly. Yeah, well, tough, she retorted, wrapping bandages around the wound. Maybe next time. Naruto wasn't sure whether to be amused or exasperated. Every time he got injured in practice or combat, Ino would always insist on fixing him up, and she'd always say that. It was, he'd theorized, her way of showing gratitude to him, since it was a rare occasion when she'd express such sentiment in words. Oh well, he thought, trying not to dwell on Ino's peculiarities and instead choosing to revel in his pending promotion. He slid his shirts back on and took the proffered medical items from Ino, walking side by side with her up to the viewing balcony. I'm making progress. LLL. Naruto tossed his new weapon into the air, watched it with a careful eye, and caught it on its downward path. He frowned. Despite grabbing the handle, its position felt awkward in his hand. In addition to passing on a set of earrings to Choji and Ino, as was tradition, Asuma had presented Naruto with a pair of hunting knives as a gift for making chunin. The hunting knives, he'd explained, were better than the blonde Sanban or kunai for utilizing wind chakra in combat, and the fighting style they utilized was a bit closer to the one Asuma used than trying to reinvent a style based on how Haku had fought in the Land of Waves. Naruto had initially tried to reject the gift, but Asuma had insisted that it was tradition for a teacher to give his students gifts whenever they were promoted to chunin, so he'd stopped protesting. Besides, Asuma had given him something pretty useful. It would have been a mistake not to make use of the knives. Though simple, the blades possessed a sort of elegance that Naruto could appreciate. 18 inches from tip to hilt, the foot-long blade was sleek steel with a slight curve in the last few inches that provided a perfect edge for poison. The handle was smooth mahogany, long enough for the blonde to grow into the knives as he went through adolescence. Finding a balance was weird. They were forged a little differently from kunai, and way differently from Sanban, but the newly minted chunin felt that he'd be able to work out the kinks soon enough. Ten, at least, would be pleased to try and help him fully understand the new weapons. He flipped his grip on the weapon, turned, and threw it at a tree 10 feet away. Naruto-kun, you almost killed us. The Jinchuriki blinked as his tutor melded out of the tree his knife was sticking out of. Sorry, Zetsu, didn't see you there. I didn't mean it. So you say, Black Zetsu remarked at the same time White Zetsu said, it's okay then, Naruto-kun. No, it's not okay, Black Zetsu corrected testily. I do not wish to die because of his incompetence. Well, I just made chunin, Naruto told him, and even as he tried to withhold the boasting lilt in his voice, he knew he failed, so I guess I'm not that incompetent, huh? There was a moment of silence before the plant man's darker half retorted, after everything we have told you, your pride in this meaningless accomplishment only betrays exactly how mindless you truly are. But congrats on your promotion, Naruto-kun, White Zetsu added, and his voice was so sincere that Naruto almost thought he meant it. The blonde shook his head. No, you don't get it. Now I'm one step closer to my goal. I don't get it. The feeling is mutual. Okay, well, check it out, began the teen before launching into an explanation of his revelation during Konoha's chunin exams, the conclusion he'd come to about his own skills, and the goal he'd set for himself. To his credit, Zetsu remained silent throughout the entire diatribe, listening to his pupil's thought process as the blonde had done with him countless times before. When he was done, Naruto asked, so, what do you think? Not bad, huh? After a beat, the dark sound that he'd come to associate with Black Zetsu chuckling could be clearly heard. Clever, admitted the plant man's darker side, more so than I expected. To twist the shinobi system's guidelines to suit your own ideology, there is hope for you yet. Now everything makes sense, White Zetsu added cheerfully. So, Naruto-kun, what's your next move? The blonde shrugged. Do what I've been doing, I guess. Just gotta get better with everything and take advantage of the right training opportunities when they happen. He sighed. It'll take a while, but eventually everything'll pay off. I hope. Sounds like a plan. Albeit a half-assed one. We'll see you around, then. Wait, what? He protested. Where are you going? Zetsu's yellow eye fixated on him. Adventuring. Since you know what you're doing, we're gonna go have some fun. Fear not, we shall return to check on your progress. There are many more lessons for you to stumble through, and we wouldn't want to miss bearing witness to them. The plant man's mixed laughter, both sadistically and honestly amused, echoed around him as the former Kusanine melded back into Konoha's foliage, disappearing to who knew where. Naruto was almost sad to see Zetsu go. Despite his twisted psychology, the plant man gave solid direction and guidance whenever he was asked, and not having him around to bounce ideas off of was a little lonely. Then again, he was a chunin now, perhaps it was time to try and figure out more on his own than leaning on Zetsu as a crutch. If the plant man was manipulating him, and he had yet to figure out if that was true, then the separation from his tutor would allow him to explore possibilities without being steered awry by any of Zetsu's personal biases, limited as they were. Opportunities abounded, all he had to do was wait for them to appear. Chapter 13, Dreams and Nightmares. When your greatest desires loom just within your grasp, will they come to fruition, or do they vanish like smoke in the wind? LLL. Naruto withheld a sigh of irritation, knowing that remaining quiet was key to going undetected. The mission, annoying as it was all about stealthily gathering information, and the blonde liked keeping his personnel file clean. Personal opinions on the missions he performed be damned. Ino gave him the ready signal, prompting him to reach for one of the jars clasped around his waist. The two blondes had been deployed to Tanzakagai with the orders to locate the local Yakuza hideouts and find out what they were planning. Naruto's annoyance stemmed mostly from the fact that he couldn't fathom why Jiraiya would even care what the Yakuza was up to. Honestly, it wasn't like the syndicate stood much of a chance against the trained shinobi of Konoha, but the 2 times he'd complained about it to Ino, she had merely replied that it wasn't their place to question the Hokage's commands. Naruto blatantly disagreed. Secrets were a dangerous thing in the ninja world, though he didn't say so aloud. Besides, Ino had pointed out, it wasn't like they were the only pair out scouring the Land of Fire's gambling towns for information. Tenten and Hyuga Niji, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata, and Shikamaru and Inazuka Kiba were all out on the same mission, keeping eyes and ears peeled for any sign of movement from any one of a number of Yakuza gangs. He scooted over to where his fellow blonde was holding up the trapdoor that connected the attic to the room below, leaving only a sliver of space to look through. Kneeling down so he could peek through the opening, he inhaled deeply, unsealed the jar, and then blew. Pale yellow gas slowly diffused throughout the room, mixing with the haze of tobacco already pervading it. Within the span of a minute, the occupants' countenances went from wary and businesslike to lethargic, and then asleep. He corked the jar and carefully stood up, lifting back the trapdoor as he did so. Ino took advantage of the opening to cast the Shintenshin, her body slumping over as her consciousness sailed towards the target down below. Naruto closed the trapdoor and sat down next to his friend's body, enjoying the silence while it lasted. If it wasn't for the fact that he spent more time doing nothing than he did something, the mission wouldn't irk him nearly as much as it did. After all, it was a good test of his stealth and information-gathering skills, even if that was more Ino's job, not to mention the efficacy of his poisons as he tweaked them. And finding practical applications for some of the things he learned from Asuma was always a plus. For instance, the method of dispersing the sleeping agent throughout the room wasn't even ninjutsu. It was a breathing exercise Team 10 Sensei had taught him as a way of increasing the power and longevity of any futon, or katan, not that he knew any techniques he used. 1 part each mediation and control, practicing it had given him a better and stronger lung capacity, even granting him temporary immunity to wandering through his own gaseous bombs. Best of all, because it didn't use chakra, it was undetectable through conventional ninja sensing means. It was a strategy that had worked well for the 3 weeks they'd been spying on the Yakuza. Jiraiya had specified that everything was to be done discreetly so as to not implicate Konoha in any way, and having Ino root through the memories of the unconscious gangsters was a great way to fulfill such mission parameters. To that end, Naruto could understood why he had been paired with the female blonde in lieu of Shikamaru, though Jiraiya always seemed to have some hidden agenda behind whatever he did. The sound of a door slamming open below drew Naruto's attention. There was a moment of silence in which the blonde presumed that whoever had come in was staring at the sight of the sleeping men before him. Then a voice growled, "Someone beat us here." Naruto frowned to himself. Who else would be interested in the Yakuza? Hurry up, Ino, he thought, glancing at the other blonde. He fidgeted slightly, the potential danger making the quest for seemingly useless information even more aggravating. Quiet. Did you hear that? The blonde froze. I barely moved, no one should have been able to hear that. Well, prompted a second voice. 2 heartbeats, up there, answered the first voice after a moment, and Naruto presumed that this person was pointing directly at the ceiling. Looks like we found some rats. Zankaha. Shit. Naruto dove forward in a roll, scooping Ino's body into his arms as a concussive blast of air blew a hole through both the floor and ceiling of the attic. Holding his teammate's body to his chest, the blonde leaped out the hole in the roof, using chakra to jump from building to building. He spared a glance behind him, finding 4 shinobi dressed in gray outfits, black head coverings, and camouflage-patterned scarves chasing him. He vaguely recalled seeing similar clothes being worn by a number of the shinobi who had participated in the invasion of Konoha during the Chunin exams. Odonin? He wondered, it at least explained how they'd been able to hear him from the barest of noises. Come on, Ino, he thought, scowling at the girl in his arms, wake the hell up already. Then again, maybe it was better that Ino stayed unaware. She'd explained at the start of their mission that, because she'd be using the Yamanaka clan techniques on unconscious opponents, she'd have no awareness of her surroundings. Thus, to prevent any increased disorientation upon returning to her body, it would be better to remain in one place while she did her work, forcing him to act as a bodyguard. Ino wouldn't be pleased to find out they'd had to move, but it was better than one or both of them getting killed. And at least Naruto could retaliate if she could fend for herself. As it was now, his hands were tied. It was another one of those situations where the blonde was forced to weigh his philosophy of self-reliance against both morality and his future self-preservation. If he left Ino to her own devices, he could easily evade the squad of sound shinobi hounding him. It was what Zetsu's teachings preached, anyway. And Naruto could still remember Black Zetsu's dark amusement when his tutor had asked him if his teammates were his friends. Back then, the answer had been a rather emphatic no, given that the other members of Team 7 had been rather antagonistic towards him, but now he was working with Team 10, and Ino was the closest friend the blonde had. To abandon her to her death when they had a working relationship that he actually benefited from felt wrong. Not to mention that doing so would likely put him under increased scrutiny just as he was starting to experience more freedom. Zankaha. He jumped right as the blast of air tore through his previous position, shredding a number of branches of the forest they'd entered. Never announce your intentions, he thought, mentally thanking the Odonin for their lack of subtlety. It barely helped keep him ahead of their intentions, but unless Ino woke up soon, his hands were still too preoccupied with carrying her to launch a good counteroffensive. Which didn't mean he couldn't stall. Maneuvering his hands to position his palms as close together as possible while still holding his teammate, Naruto used the momentum from his next jump to turn in midair, cheeks puffed out with wind chakra. He exhaled a violent wind palm at his adversaries, hoping that it could serve as a distraction while he figured out what to do. Returning to running forward, he looked down to find Ino's blue eyes flickering open. Naruto? Position was compromised, he explained before she asked, "Be chased?" She lifted her head up to peer over his right shoulder, baby blue eyes widening in surprise. "Incoming!" Her hand dipped into his kunai pouch and came out with several throwing knives which were immediately tossed at what Naruto could only assume was an incoming assault. Due to the angle he was holding her, Naruto didn't think that most of his friend's well-meaning interceptions would find their marks, and so he dodged right. The motion was ineffective and he was proven correct when he felt the points of two kunai pierce his flesh. From the right, an Odonin jumped out of the forest, a tonfa ready to break Ino's head open. Reacting on instinct, the Jinchuriki turned his body so that the weapon's force smashed against his back rather than the Yamanaka. He gritted his teeth against the pain, mule-kicking blindly and sending the assailant careening back to where he came from. "You saved me," Ino murmured in stunned surprise. "Kinda." After all, they still couldn't retaliate effectively against the Odonin, and if he tried to put Ino down, their adversaries would surely take advantage of the momentary interruption. In the shinobi world, battles could be and often were decided in seconds. And with him injured, not to mention them being outnumbered, their odds of succeeding in open combat were slim. There was one idea that came to mind, but he wasn't sure if it would work with another person. Then again, he thought, weaving back and forth to make himself a harder target, it wasn't like there were many other options available to them. Stretching his fingers into the cross seal for the Kage Bunshin, he created a handful of shadow clones that immediately moved to intercept the Odonin. With their adversaries effectively distracted, Naruto put his plan into motion, summoning chakra to cover his body. Ino shivered a little as his chakra encompassed her as well, and then, with a hopeful inhale, he stopped, spread some chakra into the ground, and sank into it. Fortunately, the Shinra Bancho activated without a hitch, allowing both blondes to meld seamlessly into the earth. Ino didn't handle the transition nearly as well as he had hoped, practically shrieking, "What the?" before he managed to clap a hand over where he recalled her mouth being. He waited a moment for her to calm down and get used to the darkness of the underground before removing his hand, placing only his pointer finger over her lips in a gesture to keep silent. Just because the attack prevention technique made them undetectable by sensors didn't mean that the sound shinobi couldn't hear them. When he felt her nod, Naruto trailed his hand to her shoulder, down the length of her arm, and finally grabbed her hand. Then he folded her fingers into a rough approximation of the ram seal. Ino seemed to understand what he was asking, for she slowly, almost tentatively, crawled out of his arms and began to focus on her sensor abilities. Naruto spread his chakra into the earth around them, granting them the capacity for movement. Then, placing a hand on her shoulder, he allowed her to lead them through the earth, spreading his chakra along their path. Moving around with the Shinra Bancho activated was always an interesting process. There was no real way to see, at least, not in the same sense as regular sight, though there was still a vague sense of direction, orientation, and material he was passing through. It was a small drawback, often requiring a little bit of scouting ahead of the surroundings or experimentation with location, but the flexibility of the technique was still immensely useful. Even more so now that he'd found out he could use it with a second person. And with Ino possessing the sensing abilities that Naruto innately lacked, the Jinchuriki could finally go on the offensive. He withdrew a kurari-tipped sunban from his sleeve when Ino stopped suddenly, assuming that one of the odonin was directly above them. The blonde surfaced slowly, allowing only his face and hand to appear above ground. He immediately stabbed into the ankle of the odonin beside him, then, in a move oddly reminiscent of Zetsu, slipped back underground before the other shinobi could react. When he and Ino were back on the same level, he tapped her shoulder and gestured ahead, silently indicating for them to move on to the next target. By the time Ino had guided him into sneakily poisoning 2 of the remaining 3 odonin, Naruto could feel his movements growing sluggish from blood loss and fatigue. Still, he considered, following his fellow blonde through the earth, he had to admit that what he was accomplishing was well suited to the style he'd imagined. Even if he didn't want to actually serve as one of the Leaf's ANBU agents, his stealth, poisons, and general avoidance of conflict was working to a T. The surprise factor that he'd banked on against Gaara during the invasion was a powerful element that he could rely on, especially with the Shinra Bancho in his arsenal. He chose to ignore the fact that it was currently only possible with Ino's assistance, and instead focused on his teammates' direction towards where the last sound shinobi was waiting. Sunban in hand, he slowly released the attack prevention technique and moved to stab into the enemy's ankle. Something clasped around his wrist, hard. It tugged, and Naruto found himself plucked from the ground like a turnip. He stared into the masked visage of the last odonin, the man he guessed to be the leader. "You're not as quiet as you think you are," he sneered in a dangerous tone, "even if you were able to kill all my men." Naruto grabbed the man's arm with his other hand and began to swing, using the limb as leverage to plant both feet firmly into the odonin's chest. The older male grunted at the impact but didn't relinquish his hold on the blonde, instead tightening his grip even further. "Don't think I'm letting go. You need to touch the ground to disappear, and that's not going to happen." The tip of some bladed weapon poked out from the odonin's sleeve. "Now die." Naruto saw the metal flash forward, the tip aimed for his throat. With his death seemingly imminent, his body felt frozen with some unknown sensation, fear, probably, some distant corner of his brain provided, and his mind was filled with static. It was almost ironic how, in the moment where he needed to react the most, he couldn't remember even his most basic skills in order to survive. With the ghastly specter of death looming in front of him, all of his accomplishments up until that point seemed meaningless, his dreams for the future disintegrating to dust. He blinked, and in the moment it took for him to realize he could blink, he became aware of the odonin's blade beside, not through, his neck. A tiny rivulet of blood dribbled into his shirt from where the edge had thinly sliced into his neck. "Naruto!" He tilted his head at the noise, finding Ino panting behind him with her fingers held in some clan-specific hand sign. Her baby blue eyes were wide with fear and desperation. His brain suddenly kicked into overdrive, and Naruto took his enemy's temporary moment of inaction to lash out with his leg, this time aiming for the man's groin. The sound shinobi apparently didn't have the wherewithal to suffer that injury and maintain his grip on Naruto, and the blonde landed in a crouch. In a single, fluid motion, he withdrew his hunting knives from where they were strapped against his forearms, hidden by his sleeves, and buried them in the odonin's chest. He stepped aside as the man fell backwards, assured that if the wounds didn't kill him, the poison certainly would. He slumped to the ground with a relieved sigh as Ino approached warily. "Is he?" Naruto nodded. "Or he will be soon enough," he amended. Then he glanced up at her with curious blue eyes. "You saved me." "Of course I did, you idiot," she chastised. "When you didn't come back down right away, I got worried, so I came up. Besides," Ino continued quietly, "you saved me first." The female blonde hesitated before prompting, "Let me see." With a reluctant sigh, Naruto shed his 2 shirts and tossed them to the ground, exposing his battered back to his friend. Instead of berating him like he expected, or even beginning to use his ointment like she usually did, Ino began to trace the kunai wounds with a finger. Naruto withheld the shudder that ran down his spine as she did so, an event he had no explanation for, but couldn't bite back the flinch when she touched a bit too close to the massive bruise the tonfa had left. "Sorry," she told him quickly. You got all these injuries protecting me." She sounded so surprised at the notion that Naruto wondered if it was a reflection of how injured he was or whether she believed he wouldn't actually try to save her life. The latter thought was disturbing, if only because its veracity meant that he would have to work on being more outwardly capable of expressing concern for his teammates, another conundrum to ponder. "It's not a big deal," he assured her. "Just patch me up like usual and I'll be good as new soon enough." Ino remained oddly silent as she gently, more so than normal, he noticed, cleaned his wounds and then rubbed his different salves over the bruising and kunai punctures. She walked around him with a roll of bandages as he held his arms up, finally declaring him fit for travel in a subdued voice. Naruto groaned a little as he stood, stretching his back gingerly to not antagonize his wounds. He moved to stand next to the dead Otonin and towed the corpse for any reaction. There was none. Kneeling down, he pulled out his hunting knives and resheathed them before throwing on his shirts again. "We're done here," he told Ino. She looked about ready to protest continuing their journey back to Konoha until he was healed, but then she swallowed whatever she was going to say. "Right," she agreed, though her baby blue eyes remained troubled. "That look, guilt?" Naruto guessed, stayed in the back of his mind all the way to Konoha. Ino's stubbornness mixed with guilt and/or worry was bound to have some sort of repercussions for him. LLL. And that's what happened, Hokage-sama. "Well, sounds like you two had quite the adventure," Jiraiya said. "Is there anything else to report? What was the point of this mission?" Naruto interjected, speaking for the first time since having to tell the Sannin about the encounter with the Sound Shinobi. Despite Ino being unconscious for part of it, she'd revealed his usage of the Shinra Bancho, after sparing him a brief apologetic glance for having to betray his confidence, and his sour mood had turned even dour upon having to reveal the main trick he'd been hiding from his teacher. Jiraiya stared at him for several seconds before, without removing his gaze, saying, "You're dismissed, Yamanaka-chan." She hesitated briefly before bowing to him, shooting a look of concern over her shoulder at her fellow blonde as she left the room. When she was gone, Jiraiya heaved a sigh and rubbed his forehead with one hand. He stood up and looked out the giant window behind his desk, hands clasped behind his back. "Do you know who runs Otogakure?" "Some important guy," the blonde answered, his irritation seeping through as sarcasm. The Toad Sannin turned around and gave him a flat look. "Orochimaru." Naruto blinked, he hadn't been expecting that. "Like, your ex-teammate? That Orochimaru?" "The very same." Jiraiya retook his seat and gestured for Naruto to do the same. The blonde complied, grateful to rest his aching back against a soft chair. "Remember when I went to find Tsunade?" "Yeah. Well, Orochimaru was also looking for her. Sarutobi-sensei damaged his arms pretty badly in their fight, and only a medic of Tsunade's caliber could possibly have any chance of healing them," he explained when Naruto opened his mouth to ask why. "Anyway, we got into a rather heated fight over who Tsunade should place her loyalties with, and, let's just say it didn't end well." When Jiraiya didn't immediately continue, Naruto prompted, "What does that have to do with this?" The white-haired man sighed. "I'm getting to that, if you'd stop interrupting. Now, if there's one thing Tsunade is good at, it's running away, so obviously she got away. But she has a compulsion," he settled on after a moment of indecision, "which gets her into trouble sometimes. See, Tsunade's a notoriously bad gambler, so bad, in fact, that most people know her as the legendary sucker. That was, well, almost funny, if Naruto was honest with himself. To stick so ardently to her passion, no matter how poor she was at it, that she was known more for that in modern times than for her status as a member of the Sannin or her contributions as a legendary medic nin spoke volumes about her stubbornness. "Uh-huh." Jiraiya got up and started pacing, hands linked behind his back. "Unfortunately, she's also bad at paying back the debts she owes, and while that normally isn't a problem, there's other issues. Orochimaru, mainly. He's trying to find her? Or worse," Jiraiya scowled. "Orochimaru's always been very covert and reclusive in his activities. When we were kids, he was never willing to confide anything in Tsunade and me, but he was so gifted at the shinobi arts that he was Sarutobi-sensei's favorite pupil. I used to think he never took any time out to do anything fun, always studying or practicing, coming up with new and strange techniques." He shook his head and heaved a weary sigh. "I considered him my friend because we were on the same team and we grew up together, but I don't think Orochimaru ever looked at Tsunade and me the same way." Naruto tried to repress the shiver of apprehension that ran down his spine at the turn the conversation had taken. He didn't know much about Orochimaru personally, only about some of his exploits during his time as a loyal Konohanin working alongside his two teammates, but Jiraiya, knowingly or not, was drawing a lot of parallels between the traitorous Sannin and himself. Reclusive, lacking friends, more interested in perfecting their shinobi lifestyles than forming any personal connections, the similarities kept stacking up. And while that spoke well of the potential strength Naruto could achieve, it also hinted towards a very unstable psyche in the future. Assuming, of course, that he hadn't already cracked at some point during Zetsu's lessons. "Orochimaru's got a pretty twisted sense of morals," continued the Hokage, mirroring the blonde's thoughts. "He has no compulsion about murdering children, betraying an alliance, or anything else so long as it benefits him. Some of the experiments he performed on members of the village, kid, pray that you never have to see anything as gruesome as those." Experimental, Naruto thought morosely, chalking up another shared characteristic between himself and the snake Sannin. No wonder Jiraiya is always trying to keep an eye on me. Anyway, you can see why Tsunade needs to come back. When Naruto's expression conveyed nothing but blank incomprehension, Jiraiya reseated himself with a sigh and explained, I received a tip that the Yakuza are getting antsy at her gambling hiatus. Apparently they're trying to come up with some way of getting their money from Tsunade. The pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked together. We were gathering intel on Tsunade, the blonde realized. Jiraiya smirked. Running my spy network is a bit more difficult now that I'm stuck behind this desk, incapable of roaming around. That's where you guys come in. Naruto was quiet at that revelation, his thoughts racing to try and connect all the dots. Jiraiya was using them, him, Ino, Niji, Tenten, Hinata, Shino, Kiba, and Shikamaru, as his new spy network, or at least as an extension of his current one, gathering information from places he could no longer go because of the duty he'd been forced to take. And because he was the acting Hokage and they were his loyal foot soldiers, they had no choice but to comply with whatever demands he asked of them. It was annoying, and clever, and just a tad vengeful, if put into the perspective that Jiraiya had become Hokage because Naruto had refused to go with him to find Tsunade. Man, that's convoluted. Jiraiya's voice interrupted the blonde's musing. She needs to come back to Konoha. But she already told you she wasn't gonna become Hokage, the blonde protested. I know, the Sannin waved off carelessly, and it's not for that. Her coming back will serve two purposes. One, he began, holding up a finger, it'll keep her safe from the likes of the Yakuza and, more importantly, Orochimaru. How altruistic of you, Naruto considered facetiously, using a word Zetsu had often used to describe Leaf Shinobi. 2, Jiraiya continued, unaware of his student's internal cynicism, I plan on implementing Tsunade's idea for combat medical shinobi, as well as restructuring the hospital's personnel infrastructure. But medical know-how is a bit outside my admittedly grandiose expertise, which is why she needs to return. You're free to use any means to do so, but keep in mind that she is a Sannin. Naruto started at that. Wait, what? His white-haired teacher smirked at him. Oh, did I not mention? You're gonna be the one to get her to come back. Better get yourself checked out at the hospital, you're leaving the day after tomorrow. Naruto bowed jerkily to hide his grimace. It seemed that despite his attempts to avoid indulging Jiraiya's desire for him to meet Tsunade, they were destined to have a confrontation anyway. Yes, Hokage-sama, he offered with forced politeness before turning and heading for the door. Still, despite the upcoming mission, the blonde breathed a silent sigh of relief. In all the confusion, Jiraiya hadn't asked him anything about the Shinra Bancho. Oh, and Naruto? The Jinchuriki froze in his steps and almost mechanically turned to face his sometimes teacher. Every shinobi has a technique or two that they like to keep hidden, Jiraiya said, but for the sake of the missions you take and your teammates' lives, let's have full disclosure in the future, As you say, Hokage-sama. LLL. Go away, kid, I'm busy. Naruto managed to hold back his irritation at being dismissed so easily. Judging by the low growl coming from behind him, Kiba did not have the same restraint. Hey, listen, was all he managed before a soft smack of flesh-on-flesh cut him off. The blonde glanced behind him to find Shino's hand clapped over the Inuzuka's mouth. He gave a curt nod of appreciation to the Aburame, who returned the gesture. The mission was going to be hard enough without Kiba making a bad first impression by opening his mouth. Somehow, and Naruto wasn't sure whether to consider it luck or not, the squad consisting of him and the 3 members of Team 8 had managed to locate Tsunade within 2 days of setting out from Konoha. All things considered, it probably wasn't as big a feat as the blonde was making it out to be. Jiraiya had compiled all the data from his new spy network, and the idea that he'd been ignorant to such manipulation still rankled slightly, and concluded that only 2 Yakuza clans were ambivalent regarding trying to settle things with Tsunade. That, he had said, pointed to them colluding with the slug Sannin, which meant that whatever towns they ran were most likely the ones where Tsunade was taking refuge, and gambling. So he deployed Naruto and the trackers of Team 8 to find and bring her back to the Hidden Leaf. Fate had seemed to be shining on them when they'd found Tsunade playing blackjack at the first casino of the first of the 2 towns on their journey, though Naruto didn't really consider it fortunate to have run into her so soon, as he only had a partial idea of how to convince her to return to Konoha. Because therein lied the problem, the same one that he'd come up with when Jiraiya had originally proposed the same crazy journey months and months ago. Tsunade didn't want to return to Konoha. Unless she'd suffered some sort of traumatic brain injury between the time she and her teammates had reunited and now, the result was practically guaranteed to be the same as when Jiraiya had gone searching for her. And how was he supposed to convince her to come back with them when the words Jiraiya wanted him to spew were ones he didn't even believe in himself? He sighed to himself before saying, "It would only take a couple minutes, Tsunade-sama." Better to be polite to one of the strongest kunoichi Konoha had ever produced than risk her dismissing him outright for impudence. Honey-colored eyes flickered over the quartet of children, focusing momentarily on Kiba's tattoos, Shino's high collar and sunglasses, Hinata's Byakugan, and then the Jinchuriki's own Hyde-8. "I already told Jiraiya that I wasn't going to become the Godame Hokage," she said, turning back to the dealer. "Hit me." The dealer laid down a card and pronounced, 21. He measured out a stack of chips equal to Tsunade's wager and swept the cards from the table. Tsunade stared at the pile of chips for a moment before standing up. "Shizune, we're leaving." "All right, Tsunade-sama," the dark-haired woman standing behind her managed in surprise. She scooped up the chips and hurried after the Sannin, a pig tottering after the pair. "Naruto-san." "Yeah, I know. Let's go." They tailed Tsunade and Shizune out the gambling parlor and down the street, not bothering to keep their intentions covert. The thing about following an S-class shinobi the likes of the slug Sannin was that trying to remain subtle was a pointless endeavor. If the reputation Tsunade had did in fact precede her, then she would know they were there regardless of how they tried to disguise themselves. It took a surprisingly long time, almost 10 minutes, before Tsunade whirled around, face contorted with irritation. "I thought I told you brats to go away." "Technically, Tsunade-sama, you only stated that you had already told Jiraiya-sama you were uninterested in the Hokage position." The blonde Sannin narrowed her eyes at Shino's bland refute of her claim. The dismissal was implied. "Now, go away." "Heh, no can do, lady. We've got a mission to complete." "Kiba-kun, you should be more respectful to Tsunade-sama." Naruto turned around just as Kiba opened his mouth to retort to his teammate, shooting the 3 members of Team 8 a look that told them to be quiet. The dognin immediately closed his mouth, though he looked sour at doing so. Naruto returned his focus to the wayward Sannin. "We're not here to ask you to be the Hokage, Tsunade-sama," the blonde placated calmly. "If you didn't know, Jiraiya is now the Godame." Tsunade's expression changed to something unreadable for a moment, a brief flash of something Naruto thought might be sorrow crossing her features before disappearing behind a mask of stoicism. "So, the old pervert took the job, huh? That's a surprise." Naruto remained quiet as Tsunade became pensive, lost in her memories. He waited patiently for an appropriate moment to interject, used to Jiraiya falling into the same sort of moods. After several moments, he said, "Tsunade-sama, we'd like you to accompany us to Konoha. Jiraiya wants to see you." The blonde Sannin snorted. "I'll bet he does. Probably wants to say goodbye before he gets himself killed like all the other Hokage." Behind him, Hinata inhaled sharply and Kiba let out a low growl. Even Shizune let out a gasp, "Tsunade-sama," at the blonde's disrespect for the position. Naruto tried his best to ignore them. The third had made it his duty to get close to everyone in the village, and both Hinata and Kiba were sentimental enough to let Tsunade's words bother them, and Shizune seemed formal enough to care about that kind of thing. He was neither. "Everybody dies," he returned calmly, "which is something I didn't think I'd have to explain to you." Tsunade's honey-colored eyes widened for an instant before anger overtook her fair features. She cracked her knuckles threateningly and made to take a step towards the younger blonde. "But that's why Jiraiya wants you to come back. He wants to start the Medicine program you suggested and have you lead it." Some of the older woman's rage faded away, a contemplative expression settling on her face in its place. Naruto awaited her reply with bated breath, hoping that his gamble would pay off. This idea, dangling Tsunade's long-sought dream before her, was the only argument the Jinchuriki could come up with that would stand any chance of working. Tsunade's disdain for the Hokage position, soaked with the blood of her family and lover, was a poor topic to seek understanding from. But everybody had dreams of their own, goals they wanted to achieve and see come to fruition. Jiraiya had told him long ago that the medic program had been Tsunade's way of reconciling her brother's death, but wartime had prevented the program's initiation. Now, with the world in a state of tentative peace and her former teammate actively seeking its implementation, she had no reason to reject the dream just within her grasp. "Humph." Tsunade walked up to Naruto and leaned down slightly to stare him in the eyes. The shorter blonde stared back, ignoring the slug Sannin's ample bosom in his attempt to pass whatever test she was imposing upon him. "Tell the old perv," she stated at length, carefully drawing out her words, "that he's 30 years too late." Then she turned and walked away. Naruto watched her go, an expression of shock twisting itself over his carefully composed features. That had been his only hook, the only chance he had of peaceably bringing the wayward Sannin back to the hidden leaf with him, and she'd taken a bite only to spit it right back in his face. The stupid part was that Tsunade's decision made no logical sense. Back when he'd been more naive, he would have done just about anything to make his dream of becoming Hokage a reality. It had been the air he'd breathed, the food he'd eaten, the very reason he'd woken up in the mornings and fought for some shred of acknowledgement in a village that found him, at best, a nuisance. And now, with a goal that seemed just as out of reach, if only because he was going against the grain of what the shinobi profession dictated, to hear Tsunade pass on an achievement that she'd been waiting to come to fruition for decades, it both surprised and pissed him off. By brushing off the opportunity to realize her own dream, the older blonde was practically dismissing the efforts of everyone who fought for what they believed in. Being trapped in one's own, personal nightmare, Naruto was already experiencing it and he wanted out. When he'd stared death in the face only a couple days previously and thought that he'd never see his dreams realized, he'd momentarily despaired at his failure. To be given the chance to escape and to so flatly refuse it was like a slap in the face. His expression hardened from dumbstruck to determined as Tsunade left them behind, her assistant glancing at their group one last time before following her mentor. If the slug Sannin wanted to stagnate in her own horrors, then she was welcome to do so. But Naruto would make sure that her suffering would occur within Konoha's great walls. LLL. Due to their clientele, the Yakuza actually had some decent security for their hotels. Most ninja were paranoid by nature, and thus had the propensity to rely on their own tricks, sensing, seals. Ten liked to booby-trap her apartment, but the families still employed their own alarms and security to make sure their customers were offered some form of protection. The ones that were better off monetarily could even hire ninja of their own to create stronger sensory and detection seals for their higher-paying clients. Not that any of that mattered when one had the ability to walk through walls, but Naruto could appreciate the effort put in to keep the gamblers safe. It was nearing 2 a.m. when the topmost part of one of the walls in room 514 began to undulate from some unseen force. Within the next several seconds, Naruto's face could be seen by only the most trained eyes. Blue eyes strained to become adjusted to the darkened space, the curtains drawn to protest the shine of the waxing moon. That was fine with the blonde, though. He hadn't trained with Ten simply to be foiled by limited visibility. Targets are still asleep, and Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded just slightly, knowing that Hinata could see the gesture from where his teammates were surveying the scene to the best of their abilities. He hadn't thought much of the radios Jiraiya had given them before they'd left the Hidden Leaf, but then again, he hadn't given his team much thought either. Having teammate around was, surprisingly, a great boon. While the Jinchuriki was more used to dealing with Ino's sensory abilities and personality, he had to admit that Hinata, Kiba, and Shino put his fellow blondes' tracking abilities to shame. With the Inuzuka's nose, the Hyuga's eyes, and the Aburame's pheromone-scenting insects, finding out Tsunade's exact location had been a breeze. Which left the most dangerous part of the job to him. Silently, while still merged with the wall, he reached into his pocket and withdrew the object within. The blowpipe stuck out almost comically from the wall, though the small dart he'd loaded it with was anything but a laughing matter. The wooden instrument had been Tenten's suggestion upon Naruto's query for some sort of weapon that would work similarly to his Senbon, but also be usable in lieu of the throwing motion. He'd adjusted to it surprisingly quickly, finding the narrow tube easier to aim than the inconsistency of his own arm, and the darts it used were smaller and less traceable than the comparatively large needles. It wasn't overly useful in straight-up combat, but then again, Naruto didn't plan on using it for that. Tsunade's the bigger threat. With that thought in mind, he took careful aim and blew on the blowpipe, hard enough for the dart to be ejected, but soft enough so that the action was mostly silent. It struck the older blonde just below the neck, an easy target due to her low-cut top, where the sedative poisoning the tip would quickly disperse throughout her body. Tsunade was probably the world's greatest medical ninja, but even she couldn't cure anything if she wasn't conscious. As quickly and quietly as possible, he reloaded the blowpipe and marked out the sleeping forms of both Shizune and the pig dozing on the floor beside her, knocking them out with another 2 darts. His task taken care of, Naruto melded back into the wall with the Shinra Bancho, making his way to the outside and jumping down to meet his teammates assembled on the ground below. It's done. Most impressive, Shino noted, though I doubt Jiraiya-sama intended this as an outcome when he assigned us this mission. Lighten up, Shino, Kiba said. We did it, didn't we? I think that's saying something, especially since Naruto was the one in charge. And Naruto-kun is a good leader, Kiba-kun, Hinata asserted softly. The Inuzuka waved off her words. Yeah, whatever. So, Taicho, he continued, putting a mocking emphasis on the title, now what? Naruto resisted the urge to sigh. Just because teammate was useful didn't mean the members didn't have their own little quirks which irritated him. I kinda miss Ino. And since they'd have to bodily carry Tsunade, Shizune, and the pig back to Konoha with them, all the while keeping them sedated? This time, the blonde did sigh aloud. The journey ahead would be an annoyingly long one. Chapter 14, Past and Future. Does it matter what your family history is, or do you simply place one foot in front of the other and give the past no second thought? LLL. Naruto pasted a pleasant smile on his face as he handed the woman in front of the counter her change. Have a nice day, he said, hoping that his politeness and facade would mitigate any lack of sincerity in the words. Yes, thank you, replied the woman after a pause. With that, she grabbed the vase of daffodils and sunflowers from its resting place on the counter and walked hurriedly out the door, the bell above the entrance chiming her exit. Naruto allowed his expression to drop as she left, heaving a sigh as he did so. It was ridiculously frustrating that much of Konoha's populace still regarded him with some measure of suspicion or fear, or both, despite the fact that he hadn't done anything remotely similar to his pre-Zetsu counterpart in over a year. Not that he particularly cared what their thoughts of him were, but given that Inoichi, a prominent shinobi of the village, owned Yamanaka flowers, Naruto had hoped that people would have enough faith in the older man's common sense to not employ a troublemaking teenager. That, apparently, was not an opinion shared by everyone, and the Jinchuriki couldn't decide who should be more insulted, him or his employer. At least his presence in the florist's shop hadn't had a negative impact on business. He might have felt some measure of guilt if that had been the case. Hey, Naruto, there's a couple bags of fertilizer in the back that I want to use to pot some of the indoor plants we just got in. Can you bring them up for me? Ino asked, stepping out from the back room. He nodded as she habitually wiped her hands across the apron covering her front, despite the fact that they were already clean after making the previous arrangement. This was how their professional relationship worked. Ino was the artist and Naruto was the muscle and cashier. Even though she'd been teaching him the language of flowers for some time, Naruto didn't have a particular affinity, or interest, for flower arranging, preferring to find solace in the simple tasks he could do around the shop. For someone whose brain was always active, thinking about what he needed to accomplish to meet his goals, what his next move should be, what the right answers were to the questions he didn't even know he had, doing menial labor was relaxing. There was no method or underlying reason to it, no messy moral dilemma to reason through, just lift and move and hit buttons and make change. It was why he'd wandered into Yamanaka flowers almost immediately after dropping off Tsunade, Shizune, and their pig at the Hokage's office. Jiraiya's face had gone through a vast series of expressions, from impressed, to surprised, to pensive as the team's entrance had turned into a brief recounting of their mission. It had settled into a sort of disheartened look that Naruto couldn't quite decipher as Jiraiya had dismissed them, following the leaf shinobi who toted the bodies of the slug Sannin and her apprentice to the hospital. Ino hadn't said a word when he'd entered the shop and grabbed his own apron, merely tossing a curious look in his direction before returning her attention to the customer she'd been helping. It had been almost an hour since then, and the feeling of unease that had settled over him upon watching Jiraiya during the mission debriefing had yet to dissipate. As a shinobi, he knew he'd accomplished his set objective within the mission parameters and thus had no reason to feel apprehensive, but Jiraiya had a strange way of viewing the world, an idealistic way, one that trended much closer to his own pre-Zetsu disposition than his current worldview, and the way Naruto had handled his duties on the mission were probably not how the Hokage had intended them going. It gave Naruto a headache thinking about being on the shit list of not one, but two Sannin. The tinkling of the bell sounded out as he began to lift one of the fertilizer bags. He ignored it in favor of focusing on his assigned task. Naruto, called Ino, and there was a distinct note of irritation in her voice that made the Jinchuriki not want to respond. Come here. He sighed lightly before dropping the bag and stepping out to the main part of the flower shop. Speaking of headaches, he thought, taking in the scene before him. Ino stood with her arms folded across her chest, a haughty expression painted in the crease of her brow and tightness of her lips. Across from her stood Tenten, who looked to be wearing the same forced expression of politeness on her face that Naruto used to deal with customers, though there was mild confusion shining in her brown eyes. Naruto didn't blame her, given that Ino appeared practically hostile and disapproving towards someone she'd never interacted with before. That was a little strange, Naruto mused. The Yamanaka was amiable enough with most people, the members of Team 10 being a frequent exception, given how their personal quirks provoked and irritated her, especially towards other females. She'd even been rather accepting of his previous infatuation with Sakura, if a bit flippant about why his attraction was completely misguided. Maybe they'd had some sort of altercation at the Chunin exams? But that didn't explain why Tenten seemed to have no idea where Ino's annoyance was coming from. So, Ino continued in a tone of clipped patience, who's your friend? So they definitely hadn't interacted at the Chunin exams. This is Tenten, he answered, choosing not to test his teammate's ire. Tenten, Ino, he introduced, gesturing from one girl to the other before turning back to the former. What are you doing here? Tenten's eyes seemed to light with an intense fire. I heard you brought Tsunade-sama back and I wanted you to take me to see her. Wait, you got Tsunade of the Sannin to return to Konoha and you didn't tell me? No, So she's not back? No, she is, but how'd that happen? And why does she care? Tsunade-sama is my idol. And Naruto's going to take me to see her, right? Both of you, shut up. The two girls turned to find Naruto rubbing his forehead with his fingertips, his eyes closed to remedy the headache his companions had caused. He'd never intentionally kept Ino and Tenten from meeting, but with the way he'd organized his life, there'd never been any need for an overlap. Ino had been both his way of getting out of Team 7 and his link to learning botany and Hanakatoba beyond what Zetsu could teach. Tenten had been his method of perfecting first his shuriken jutsu and then everything weapons-related after that. He'd put the two together on his own to create his fighting style, but having the girls interact had never been a necessity. And given how they were reacting to each other now, it was safe to say that had been a good decision. As Shikamaru would say, the situation was troublesome. Naruto opened his eyes and chanced a look at his two friends. Tenten was staring at him in mild surprise, though some shred of hopefulness still shone in her brown eyes. Ino's irritated glare was back and fiercer than before, and he briefly hoped that snapping at her wouldn't have any sort of repercussions. Didn't mean to yell, he placated, holding up his hands in a gesture of goodwill. You guys were just talking over each other and, yeah. Ino blew out a breath of annoyed air. So is what she's saying true? She asked, jerking her head towards Tenten. Hesitantly, almost afraid of their reactions, he replied, yes. Tenten clapped her hands together. Great. So you're going to take me to see her, right? Well, that's probably not the best idea. Why not? What did you do? Naruto blinked at the chorused questions, Tenten's tone curious and Ino's accusatory. Deciding that he'd prefer not to answer Ino's question, he said, let's just say that Tsunade might not be very happy to see me. That's a risk I'm willing to take, Tenten announced. I've been waiting forever for this. Then she grabbed his arm and proceeded to drag him out of Yamanaka Flowers. Naruto barely managed to untie his apron one-handed and toss it at Ino before they were out the door. His last glimpse of the platinum blonde was of her standing with her arms crossed over her chest, an annoyed frown crinkling her brow to match her pursed lips. LLL. Naruto allowed Tenten to yammer on enthusiastically as they walked to the hospital, and what the blonde thought was near certain doom. He would admit to being mildly perturbed at the brown-haired girl's zeal for the meeting ahead, but only because Tenten had never before expressed such excitement over anything that didn't pertain to weaponry. Unlike how Ino and Sakura had often fangirled over Sasuke, the brunette was typically level-headed and calm. Then again, there had once been a time when he'd been rather obsessed with the Hokage title, so he could understand where her enthusiasm was coming from. Besides, he'd put up with sacrifices for Ino that were more annoying. He could do this one thing for Tenten. When they finally arrived at the hospital, it became quickly apparent that acquiescing to Tenten's wishes had been a terrible mistake. The lobby was packed with incoming patients and visitors alike, all of whom had heads craned to look down one of the hallways that resounded with someone's voice. Someone's loud, angry, distinctly female voice. A door to one of the rooms slammed off its track and impacted the wall across the hallway, sending a web of cracks along the plaster. Tsunade stepped out from the new hole and barked, "Shizune, we're leaving," into the room. Then she turned her head and stopped, honey eyes narrowing into angry slits as she spied Naruto. The younger blonde could practically feel the waves of undiluted hatred rolling off her form towards him, even with all the distance between them. He opened his mouth to offer some sort of excuse to Tenten about why he had to leave, but the intense pressure and Tsunade's snarl of, "You," froze him in place. She began to stomp towards him, shaking off Shizune as the younger woman emerged from the hospital room and tugged on her arm with a protesting, "Tsunade-sama, don't." Absently, Naruto noted that most of the people who had been standing around had now disappeared. Probably due to the same terrifying aura that had rooted him in place, though how they'd managed to ignore it was beyond him. When she reached him, Tsunade bent down and held a finger warningly under his nose. "I should rip your damn head off," she hissed. "Who the hell do you think? Now, Tsunade-hime, what did we just finish talking about?" Jiraiya's hand was clasped in what Naruto could only hope was an ironclad grip on Tsunade's shoulder. If it was, she certainly didn't seem to react to the pressure of her former teammate. There was a long moment of silence before she released a tch of submission and returned to her standing height, though the hatred simmering in her honey-colored eyes lingered. "Let go, Jiraiya. Remember what we talked about," she added mockingly. Behind her, Shizune let out a quiet sigh of relief as Jiraiya's eyes shifted to Tenten, who appeared almost starstruck. How about you get to know some of the up-and-coming shinobi, he suggested, releasing his former teammate. Start to figure out who you'd like to recruit. Naruto, he added, come with me. Grateful to Jiraiya for the first time since meeting the man, Naruto willingly turned and began to follow him out of the hospital, leaving a distracted Tenten to deal with her idol. As he stepped through the doors, he heard Tsunade call, he's on my list, Jiraiya, or the deal's off. To Naruto's consternation, Jiraiya gave a brief nod indicating he'd heard without ever turning around. Tsunade almost cackled. This isn't over, Blondie. You'll regret screwing with me when I get my hands on you. The blonde noted worriedly that she sounded both assured that they would meet again, when he had every intention of staying far away from her, and eager for the opportunity. He followed Jiraiya in silence as the older male led him into the Hokage Tower and up to his office. Once there, the Sannin collapsed into his chair and buried his face in both hands. You're gonna be the death of me, kid, he mumbled. Naruto tried not to let his outrage seep into his voice, he was only partially successful. I didn't do anything. You brought back Tsunade. You asked me to do that, he protested. Yeah, peaceably. Jiraiya retorted, pulling his hands away to glare at Naruto. You were supposed to convince her to come back, not sedate her while she was unconscious. Yeah, well, if she'd wanted to come back on her own, then maybe your way would've worked. He crossed his arms, feeling distinctly put out. If Jiraiya wanted to play the blame game, then he would oblige. If he'd had his way, he'd have never been on the mission to retrieve Tsunade in the first place. Besides, didn't you get what you wanted? She's back, isn't she? I was hoping for less. Jiraiya waved his hands in the air, searching for the right word, conflict. How'd you get her to stay, anyway? Bribery, mostly, sighed the older man. Some threats, and one or two promises that will be very, very hard to keep. He sighed again, louder this time. You just had to piss her off, didn't you? Naruto bit his tongue to stop himself from saying that she'd started it. A younger version of himself might have done so, but he'd hoped he'd outgrown such childishness, never mind that he wasn't even 14 yet. Then again, Jiraiya continued, seeming to muse more aloud than to the blonde, your family has a tendency to overreact, so I guess I shouldn't be overly surprised. The Chunin started suddenly, alarmed by the Hokage's words. Sorry, my what? Jiraiya's voice possessed that same innocently amused lilt it had when he'd forgotten to mention that Naruto would be going to track down Tsunade. Oh, must have slipped my mind. Tsunade is related to you, distantly, of course, but there you go. Apparently his curiosity was getting predictable, for as the blonde opened his mouth to speak, the Sannin continued, remember how I told you Tsunade's grandfather was the Shodai Hokage? Well, his wife was a woman from the Uzumaki clan, same as your mother. Granted, it was so long ago that we have no idea what their exact relation was or how closely you and Tsunade are related, but that doesn't mean the connection isn't there. There's an Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked quietly, his outrage giving way to curiosity. For the first time since Jiraiya had started imparting words of wisdom upon him, the Jinchuriki felt that the white-haired man was finally sharing information he was interested in. The Sannin became suddenly somber. There used to be. What happened? The blonde's voice remained soft with respect to the apparently sobering topic. Enemy villages attacked Uzushiogakure, where the clan lived, Jiraiya clarified at his student's confused expression, towards the end of the Second Shinobi World War because of the amazing sealing abilities of the Uzumaki. Your clan was renowned far and wide as masters of Fuinjutsu, and combined with its members' amazing longevity and stamina, the rest of the world feared it. He was silent for a moment, letting the gravity of his words sink in, before continuing, but the Uzumaki clan and the shinobi of Konoha always had close ties, which grew stronger because of the Shodai's marriage into the clan, and some time before Uzushio was destroyed, your mother was sent here to become the second Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Some members avoided the destruction and fled to other parts of the world, but they're few and far between. Naruto slowly brought a hand to his stomach, where Jiraiya had told him the seal containing the Kyuubi was imprinted. It's not just me, he thought, gripping his shirt, his mother had been forced to bear the burden of the mighty Biju as well. What happened to her, my mother? The word was a little strange on his tongue, a title he'd never been granted the opportunity to give. Jiraiya turned his head to avert his gaze from the Chunin, unable to look the younger male in the eye. She passed away not long after giving birth to you. The blonde's eyes narrowed marginally at the way his teacher avoided his gaze. Was the older man's inability to look at him guilt? Jiraiya finally returned his attention to the Jinchuriki, clapping his hands together to break the uneasy silence that had overtaken the room. Anyway, he announced in a way that suggested he was done speaking about the Uzumaki clan, that's all a little off topic. The point is that you need to get along with Tsunade. Naruto blinked, confused and a little frustrated that he wouldn't get any more information from the Sannin. Why? He had no intentions of making the hospital a frequent place of visitation, let alone socializing with Tsunade, especially after her reaction to seeing him. Well, Jiraiya drawled, since she'll be heading the medical program, she has complete access to anyone she thinks might be qualified for it, and apparently you fall under that Kate. I'm no medic nin, he protested. Jiraiya cleared his ear with a pinky. Yeah, well, she disagrees. Naruto crossed his arms. She just wants to beat the crap out of me for what I did to her. Probably, but there's nothing I can do, it was part of the deal we made. So, as I was saying, since you'll be working under her, it'll be better for everyone involved if you could just try to play nice. That's an order, he added when Naruto opened his mouth to protest. No negotiating, he finished when the blonde tried to retort again. Naruto fumed silently, all his avenues of fighting the injustice thrust upon him closed. It was no wonder Tsunade had sounded so assured of herself when they'd met earlier in the hallway. As you say, Hokage-sama, he muttered, displeased. Jiraiya smiled at him in a way that suggested he didn't really believe Naruto would follow through on his orders without raising some kind of ruckus along the way. Remember, kid, you'll get more flies with honey than with vinegar. Grumbling something unflattering about Tsunade being a bigger nuisance than a fly, Naruto left Jiraiya's office, slamming the door behind him. LLL. It took him most of the walk downstairs to cool off from being ordered into a situation he wanted no part of, during which he realized that losing his temper at Jiraiya had probably not been the best idea. The Toad Sannin frustrated him, especially since it seemed to be his fault that Naruto kept getting into situations he wanted to stay away from, but he was also a powerful ally and, more importantly, his current superior. Keeping the older man happy while not giving up too much personal freedom was better than getting on his bad side. As his anger dissipated, his mind latched on to the one topic Jiraiya had mentioned that actually interested him, the Uzumaki clan and the revelation that he had a living relative. Granted, he and Tsunade were distantly related, and he'd put himself at the top of her shit list, but still, for someone who'd been alone his entire life, the idea that he had family at all was remarkable. He pondered the information Jiraiya had revealed to him about the Uzumaki clan, trying to condense everything and sort through it. Based on what the Toad Sannin had said, it was entirely possible that he had even more family members roaming around the elemental nations, perhaps as completely unaware of their history as he had been. He was a part of something bigger than he ever would have guessed, a clan so renowned for its sealing expertise that it had been brought to the brink of extinction and left its greatest ally with only his mother. His mother, who had died shortly after giving birth to him. As an orphan, he'd always been curious about his parents. What child left to fend for himself wouldn't have been? The lack of answers had been frustrating, but as a child with a vivid imagination, he'd always come up with wild scenarios explaining why his parents weren't a part of his life. To have the truth finally revealed was, well, he honestly wasn't sure how to feel. He was pulled from his musing by the sight of Tenten striding purposefully towards him from where she'd apparently been waiting outside the Hokage tower. Without preamble, she grabbed him by the wrist and began to drag him away from the building. We're going to fight, she informed him tersely, her tone brooking no room for argument. How come? Tenten remained silent at his question. Naruto let her brood as she led him to the training area they frequently sparred in, his mind coming up with only one possible explanation for the kunoichi's irritation, Tsunade. In a way, the blonde felt a little bad for his female friend. Tenten had looked up to Tsunade for so long that actually meeting the Sannin was probably a huge letdown compared to her built-up idea of her. Naruto had certainly gotten that impression upon meeting the blonde woman himself. She simply wasn't who the history books claimed she was anymore. But people changed over the course of their lives, and Naruto didn't think he could begrudge her that without condemning himself as well. Her logic might have been backwards and she was probably bound to disappoint those who adored her, but there was something to be said for not staying the person everyone expected her to be. However, as Tenten probably wouldn't appreciate any of that, he kept his thoughts to himself. When she finally released him to walk to the other side of the field, Naruto went for the hunting knives sheathed against his forearms. Even more so than taijutsu, Naruto felt that kenjutsu, and other weapons forms, were a lot like a dance, and his spars with Tenten were focused on speed, accuracy, movement, and not losing the rhythm. As the adage went, practice made perfect. Tenten turned around and faced him. Anything goes, she called out. Really? Since they practiced shuriken and kenjutsu, neither one used any of their other skills during their spars. Most of what he learned in taijutsu and ninjutsu was put to use in Team 10's meetups. It would be interesting to see how the two of them matched up going full out. Tenten brought forth 2 small summoning scrolls, the grin on her face almost evil in its delight. Oh yeah. Then she jumped into the air with them unraveling to the ground at her sides. Sashoryu. Until that moment, Naruto had never really given thought to the amount of weapons that Tenten carried on her person. Now, with an uncountable amount of kunai, shuriken, kama, and katana raining towards him, he wondered if his friend's interest in steel was a little extreme. Hastily, he activated the Shinra Bancho, slipping underground before he could be turned into a human pincushion. Coward! Tenten yelled. The insult was enough to give the blonde pause as he moved through the earth, if only because it came from someone he actually respected. Was he a coward? Strategically, it was the right move. He both avoided the assault and could simultaneously stall and work out his plan of attack from within the safety of the soil. His skill set was well suited for the role of an assassin, one who remained undetected until it was too late, and the attack prevention technique was the linchpin of that arsenal. Who cared if it was his go-to technique? So long as it kept him alive, what did it matter what others thought of him? He'd prove Tenten wrong by taking the fight to her. Naruto created a single shadow clone, which immediately moved away from his position. Briefly, he wished that Ino was around to sense where Tenten was, as they'd done against the Otonin days previously, but then he quashed the thought. Ino would not be there to help him out all the time, and he didn't want to become reliant upon her abilities as it was. He counted to 5 in his head before surfacing, hoping that his shadow clone had done the job of distracting Tenten properly so that he could reappear safely. A hissing sound greeted him as he released the technique, and when his eyes were just above ground level, he noticed that exploding tags were placed all over the field. Cheers, came Tenten's voice from somewhere, and then the world exploded. Fortunately, the Chunin managed to slip back beneath the Earth's surface to avoid getting his head blown off. However, the blasts churned the soil, creating pockets of dirt that left Naruto's hiding area in pockmarked ruins. He surfaced further away from his intended spot, ears ringing and dust settling in his mop of blonde hair, to survey the devastation Tenten's assault had caused. She was ready for me, he thought, blue eyes wandering over what had once been a pristine training field. She saw me go underground and took precautions. And now she knows how to counter the Shinra Bancho, he finished, his wandering gaze finding his friend. The idea that his go-to technique had just been bested, for the second time in a week, no less, was pushed to the back of his mind. It was something he would have to analyze later, when he wasn't in the middle of a fight. If Tenten wanted to play with dangerous toys, then he would oblige her. Putting away his knives, he reached for one of his paralytic Sanban and threw it in her direction. Sanban Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he muttered, and then one became 1,000. In response, the kunoichi swiped her thumb along the scroll draped over her arm and summoned a metal shell that expanded to protect her. Every needle that impacted it produced a tiny clang that made Naruto frown a little deeper. Tenten was far more resourceful than he'd known, bearing the capacity to neutralize both his hail of Sanban and his attack prevention technique. Close combat was a bad idea to resort to, given that Tenten was well versed in taijutsu and far better than him in kenjutsu, which left him with few avenues to pursue. He started to grin, excited by a challenge that didn't threaten his life. This is gettin' fun. Sitting down in the upturned earth, he pulled out one of his own summoning scrolls and unrolled it. Running his pointer finger along the scroll, a collection of ceramic jars appeared in a cloud of smoke. One by one, he picked them up and shook them, putting them down when liquid sloshed in them. "Don't think you can ignore me!" Tenten shouted. "Sashoryu!" Naruto looked up, his hands immediately flipping through the required seals. "Can't dodge, let's blow em away." Futon, Daitapa. Wind exploded from his palms as the great breakthrough technique picked up Tenten's arsenal and hurled it back at her. The kunoichi ducked behind her shield, and Naruto used the opportunity to summon 2 shadow clones. Both unsheathed the hunting knives the blonde had put away earlier and ran at their opponent, looking to buy their originator enough time to find what he was looking for. It was a pity he hadn't thought to equip his ceramics ahead of time, Naruto mused as he sifted through the jars. Wearing them in everyday life was cumbersome, which was why he hadn't had them on at Yamanaka Flowers, and since he hadn't expected an actual fight from Tenten, he hadn't found it necessary to re-equip them during their walk to the training field. Another good lesson about always being prepared, he supposed. Aha, he thought, checking the code he'd place on the jar when shaking it produced no noise. Gotcha. Taking a deep breath, he uncorked the jar and blew a mouthful of wind chakra into it, sealing it immediately afterwards. Several wisps of pale yellow smoke still managed to escape as the jar rattled slightly in his hand from the internal pressure. Then, as Tenten slew his clones with a pair of broadswords, he hurled the jar into the air high above her head and made a single-hand seal. Futon, Kakadai Kiri. The jar exploded, sending shrapnel and yellow smoke billowing out from its position. Tenten blocked the pieces of ceramic that came in her direction with her swords, but she had no defense for the vapor that descended upon her like dust. Just like with Gaara and his sand, it was impossible to block what couldn't be touched. Naruto changed the seal he was holding. Futon, Shinshuku Jogo. The smoke swept together into a rising funnel, caught up in a miniature hurricane of winds. It circled around Tenten with her at the eye, the sheer forces of the technique's wall making it impossible for her to escape. In a matter of moments, Tenten was on the ground, asleep. Naruto released the technique and allowed the winds and smoke to run free. Privately, he thanked Asuma for teaching him about the different properties of both wind and wind chakra. Out of the two techniques he'd created, the expanding mist one was infinitely more useful, capable of blanketing multiple targets in a broad area. As of yet, he'd rarely found use for the contracting funnel technique, not only because he generally had better ways to immobilize a single target, but because he had to fight the wind and smoke's natural inclinations to disperse. It was a stepping stone to something greater, though what that was he wasn't yet sure. Sealing away the remaining ceramic jars, the blonde pulled a pair of smelling salts from his pack. He sat down beside Tenten and held the salts up to her nose, waiting until it wrinkled and her eyes popped open before putting them away. "You okay?" She made a gagging sound as she sat up, trying to shake the smell of ammonia from her nose and mouth. "Yeah, fine," she grumbled. Naruto wasn't sure whether she was more frustrated with losing or still upset about how her meeting with Tsunade had gone. "Wanna talk about it?" "No," she sighed. Then she flashed him a tired smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Thanks, though." He nodded in return, and both Chunin let their thoughts wander in the silence. Naruto ventured back to his previous musing on the family he'd never known. Clans typically pass down techniques from generation to generation, like how Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were learning methods to manipulate minds, shadows, and body size. How different would his training be if his mother had been alive to pass down the secrets of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques to him? Not even just his skills, but what about the way he viewed the world, or his personality, or just his life in general? At the very least, there was no way he would have been lonely and desperate enough to listen to someone as creepy as Zetsu. Zetsu. In a vague, mildly disturbing way, Zetsu was practically the closest thing Naruto had to a real family, or a real relative, at any rate. Granted, the plant man hadn't raised him or showered him with love and affection like most parental figures were wont to do, but he'd given the blonde perspective and guided him along a path similar to his own. Most of the teenager's techniques were mirrors of Zetsu's own special brand of unique ninjutsu, Shinra Bancho versus the Kajiro, Kage Bunshin, and the former Kusanin's weird spore technique. He'd even instituted into the blonde an interest in botany and poisons, specialties native to Zetsu's former home in the land of grass. The fact that Jiraiya hadn't specifically mentioned a father, actually, the fact that he carried his mother's clan name rather than a father's surname, seemed to point to no real imperative need to know his father's history. Maybe he'd been the product of a one-night stand, or his father was as dead as his mother with no impressive ninja background. Hell, maybe his father was still alive and wanted nothing to do with him for the same reason the entire rest of the village wanted nothing to do with him. By that logic, the identity of his father was a moot point. But even though he carried on the name of a prestigious clan, did it really mean anything? He knew nothing of them except that the members had been wiped out because they had been feared, and Fuinjutsu was pretty low on his current list of talents or interests. What legacy did he carry on? He glanced at Tenten, who had taken to idly spinning a kunai around her finger by the ring in its handle. She was probably an orphan, too, as there'd never been any evidence of her having a surname in all the time they'd known each other. "Hey, Tenten," he queried, suddenly curious. "Do you know anything about your family?" The kunai stopped moving. "A little," she responded after a long moment. She didn't seem willing to elaborate, and out of respect for that, Naruto let the subject drop, but when the kunai started moving again a minute later, Tenten's voice echoed the soft swishing sound it made as it sliced through the air. "I'm originally from the land of iron. I looked it up in an atlas one time. It's to the northeast of here, between the lands of hot water and frost. I guess it snows there a lot, because my mom died not too long after I was born. The doctors there are apparently really good, nothing like Tsunade-sama, of course, but they've gotta be decent to save people from hypothermia or whatever, right? Anyway, I guess she caught some new strain of bug and she was too weak from the labor, so..." She shrugged. "From what I read, it wiped out almost 20% of Iron's population before a cure was found. It was probably a miracle I survived, since I heard those things hit the young and the elderly the hardest." Naruto didn't answer. He didn't know enough about diseases to respond anyway, but Tenten's story had a lot of similarities to his. Mother died shortly after birth, could trace her roots to a foreign nation. He wondered what else they had in common. "Anyway, my dad was a blacksmith. Go figure, right? It was a good job since the Land of Iron uses samurai as a military force instead of shinobi, so he was constantly making armor and weapons for them. But then one day, he went to get a shipment of ore from the Land of Earth and he never came back. Bandits or Nuknin, she clarified, they never figured out which. I think I was around 3. After that, I lived with a bunch of different samurai families. When I was around 5, they discovered that I could mold chakra and decided that I'd get a better education from one of the bigger villages, so on the next caravan of goods to Konoha, they sent me along as well. When I got here, the Sandaime talked to me and decided to enroll me in the academy and, here I am, she finished, trying to sound chipper. Daddy's little girl, playing with weapons just like he used to. Naruto was silent, digesting the entirety of her story and trying to fit the pieces into his own life. Even with no parents to guide her, Ten had somehow managed to come full circle and follow in her father's footsteps as a weapons master, albeit in a different capacity. Was that a sign, then, that he was destined to take up his mother's trade, his clan's legacy, of Fuinjutsu? No, that wasn't right. He could remember Ten saying that her obsession with Tsunade had led her to try medical ninjutsu and chakra-enhanced strength before finding a calling in sealing techniques, kenjutsu, and shurikenjutsu. It had taken effort and practice and trial and error before the bun-haired kunoichi had settled on her specialty, just as he'd done. He looked Ten in the eye, feeling like the moment required him to say something poignant to show his friend he appreciated what she'd shared. For what it's worth, I think your parents would be proud of you. Especially your dad. Her melancholy seemed to dissipate slightly upon hearing that. Thanks, Naruto, that means a lot to me. I bet your parents would be proud of you, too. The blonde highly doubted that. Most parents would probably freak out upon seeing him hanging out with Zetsu, not to mention how twisted and selfish his worldviews had gotten, but he merely offered his friend a brief smile in return. Ten sighed and got to her feet, dusting off the dirt from her pants. Well, I should probably get home so I can inspect my equipment. We've got a mission tomorrow and everything's gotta be in top shape. Then, in a move that surprised him, she leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. Bye, Naruto, she waved, thanks again. He watched her walk away, confused at the sudden display of affection. First Ino was all out of sorts with Tenten's appearance in the shop, and then Ten had to go and kiss him out of the blue. Most of the time, he felt that he could read his two friends' intentions well enough, but now he was in the dark, and the lack of knowledge perturbed him. It seemed like the longer he knew them, the more they did things that he didn't expect. Or maybe he was just reading too much into it. Looks like the idiot got himself a girlfriend while we were away. Naruto flinched, startled by the sudden voice. Holy. Don't you think they're cute together? No. The blonde craned his head up to find his tutor's upper body melding out of the tree branch above him. White Zetsu seemed to be grinning in maniacal amusement while his darker half was as unreadable as ever. He rotated in his seat so he wouldn't have to strain his neck speaking to his tutor. Zetsu, how long have you been here? Long enough to know that looking forward to a happy ending with that one would be a grievous, if momentarily satisfying, error in judgment. White Zetsu giggled in a way that suggested what his darker half had said was funny. Naruto thought he must have missed the punchline. What? No, never mind. How come you came back? We came to check up on you, like we said we would, remember? Clearly he doesn't, otherwise he wouldn't have asked. Oh, good point. So, Naruto-kun, how's it going? Fine, he replied. Maybe if he kept things simple, Zetsu would stop picking up on implied shortcomings in his speech and he wouldn't take so much flack from the plant man. Have you made any progress with your agenda? The blonde sighed. Not really. I've been stuck running stupid missions for the village. Black Zetsu snorted something that sounded like, typical. Then I had to get Tsunade to come back here, and now I have to train with her. Tsunade of the Sannin? Obviously. Do you know of any other Tsunade that Konoha would be interested in? I guess not. Naruto watched as his tutor fell silent. What are you thinking? You know of Tsunade's reputation, correct? She's more renowned than even Jiraiya because of her accomplishments in the medical field. Suna and Kusa got thrashed in the Second Shinobi World War because of her antidotes to their poisons. She could be your undoing should she put her mind to it. Yeah, well, I'm already on her shit list, the blonde muttered. Then you need to make her an asset, White Zetsu advised, like you did with Jiraiya. It was similar to what the Toad Sannin had told him, different words, same advice, even if the intentions behind them were wildly different. Yeah? How? Exploit her weakness. All humans have one, you just need to find hers. Naruto huffed. That was easier said than done, especially since it seemed likely that Tsunade wanted to do nothing other than kick his ass. Then again, Tsunade's past was riddled with affection for those she loved. She'd put all her faith in her younger brother and lover, and while it had only amounted to heartbreak, it spoke of her allegiance to those she cared about. And if she didn't have some morsel of those feelings still, it would have been highly unlikely that she would have obeyed Jiraiya, even considering whatever concessions he'd made her. In some capacity, Tsunade still cared about her teammate, the simultaneous successor to her grandfather, granduncle, and teacher, not to mention the dreams of her brother and lover. And Naruto was her family. It was a thin thread, to be sure, and it forced Naruto to accept an aspect of himself that he wasn't sure he wanted to, but if Tsunade could prove to be a hindrance to his plan, then having her on his side was certainly better than the alternative. The thought of resorting to his familial bond with the slug Sannin brought his attention back to the conundrum he'd faced when listening to both Jiraiya and Tenten. "Hey, Zetsu? Can you tell me about your family?" "Why?" Black Zetsu asked in a tone that meant he clearly thought the subject was pointless. "I think I know a way to get to Tsunade, but I've never had a family and I don't know if it'll work or not," he hedged. It wasn't entirely a lie, but the truth was he knew very little of Zetsu's background, and the idea that his tutor could give him a different perspective on the topic he'd been struggling with all day was somewhat relieving. "They were nice," White Zetsu offered after a pause. "Were you from a clan?" Black Zetsu made a noise of scornful amusement. "Hardly. If he was, I would not have been born in this body." "No, Naruto-kun," White Zetsu answered gently, "but we were happy, just the three of us. My parents would have gladly died to protect me, and they did, because they were weak. They never got past Chunin, but they taught me what they knew, which is why you never got past Chunin either." "Oh, that's a good point. Do you ever wish they were still alive?" Naruto asked quietly. Somehow, the answer to this question seemed more relevant than any of Zetsu's previous exposition. "No," White Zetsu responded, and the answer was so immediate that the blonde was taken aback. "Imagine their horror at seeing their son transformed into this," Black Zetsu commented with snide amusement. "People need to grow out of their parents' shadows, Naruto-kun," White Zetsu continued, ignoring his darker half. "Their deaths gave me freedom from my old life and the opportunity to branch out, literally. I don't use anything they taught me anymore, although you do." "Oh shit," Naruto thought, mildly horrified, "Zetsu really is like my father." After all, it was the renegade's knowledge and techniques he was improving upon, not the Uzumaki clan's, no matter that the former Kusanine had an arsenal that didn't rely on any of said knowledge. White Zetsu sighed in mock despondency. "One day, Naruto-kun, you'll be all grown up and ready to rebel against your parents. I'll weep as you try to escape us. I can't wait. The taste of rebellion is so sweet," Black Zetsu mocked longingly. Even worse, the Plantman's two halves considered themselves his parents. He had two fathers, and both were batshit crazy. "Time to go. Bye-bye." "Wait," he called as the Plantman began to meld back into the tree. "You said everyone has a weakness. What's yours?" "Me," both halves replied, and Naruto was so surprised he'd gotten an answer that he didn't make a sound when White Zetsu told him, "You'll forge your own path someday, Naruto-kun. And when you do, it should be strewn with corpses." "Papa likes the chewy ones," laughed Black Zetsu as the former Kusanine disappeared. The blonde felt a shudder run through his body as his tutor departed. Insanity aside, Zetsu had some good points. Just as the Plantman had abandoned his parents' history and taken up his own path, albeit under unique circumstances, Naruto's abilities weren't and didn't have to be dependent upon those of his clan. For a long moment, he simply sat in place and tried to imagine what his life would have been like had he had an actual parent guiding him. If his mother truly had been the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, then her survival implied that he wouldn't contain the beast, which meant that the villagers wouldn't view him in such a negative light. Was it possible he would have had friends beyond the few he'd made for selfish reasons? Without a desire to be recognized by the villagers, would he have chased his now-defunct dream of becoming Hokage? It was more than likely that he would have been instilled with the same will of fire that Zetsu's cruel, blunt honesty had persuaded him was folly, a philosophy he would have been more than happy to accept if it meant having the care of a parent. The dream popped, a soap bubble grown too far beyond its means. Maybe that could have been his life, but now it was nothing more than a fantasy. He sighed to himself as he rose to his feet and stretched his back. There was little purpose in musing on hypotheticals that would never come to pass. The past was the past, and if Naruto wanted to live his current life to the fullest, he was better off looking forward rather than back. Still, there were aspects of Tenten's story that echoed within the void inside him, a deep desire to know where he'd come from. After all, learning about the Uzumaki clan didn't mean that he had to embrace its ways. Maybe it didn't matter for his ninja abilities, but he was still human, and the aspect of him that couldn't quite stop forming connections to people like Ino and Tenten wanted to explore his ancestry. Human. Even as he adjusted his future plans to satiate his desire to learn about his history, Naruto wondered what his own weakness was, and who would find it first. Chapter 15, Progression and Regression. For every step forward that you take, how many roadblocks crop up that impede the path ahead? LLL. Naruto dodged left and landed lightly on the balls of his feet as he'd been taught, ready to move at a moment's notice. The fist that transited the space he just occupied swung around in an arc, and he ducked to avoid being clotheslined before jumping up as the ground beneath him shattered. Tsunade's training was all about avoiding taking a hit, as once the medic was incapacitated, there was no one else available to heal the team. Naruto wasn't entirely sure why he was still being forced to go through these motions, as he wasn't technically a part of the medic nin training program, but between Jiraiya and Tsunade, he'd had no choice in the matter, as he'd learned on their first day of training. Pissing off the slug Sannin was a bad idea. He'd thought that utilizing the attack prevention technique to tackle her avoidance training was a stroke of genius, right up to the point where she'd shattered the ground with her strength, plucked his stunned body from the earth like a turnip, and then broken his ribcage with a single punch. After hospitalizing and then healing him, she'd warned him to rely only on his reflexes, not ninjutsu, or the consequences would be severe. Resigned to trying to get on her good side, and apprehensive of what severe consequences would entail if a broken ribcage didn't qualify, Naruto had acquiesced then and there. He was a survivalist, after all, and despite his initial opinion that Tsunade was past her prime, it was quite evident that her abilities surpassed his in every way. He almost regretted making an enemy of her now, though the hell she put him through during their training sessions kind of made up for it. The medical program that Jiraiya had instigated and Tsunade was heading was actually being done in 2 stages. Tsunade was the overall head, of course, but much of her time was spent assessing and teaching those she deemed capable of becoming field and combat medic nin. It was the grouping the slug Sannin had initially lumped Naruto into, along with Ino, Hinata, Neji, and a bunch of other people the blonde hadn't known. Much to Tsunade's disappointment, Naruto didn't possess the requisite chakra control necessary to be a medic nin. Granted, it was leaps and bounds ahead of where he'd been in his final days at the academy, a fact which he attributed to practicing both the Shinra Bansho and bottling his gaseous poisons, but not quite where the older blonde required her pupils to be. Ino, with the Yamanaka clan's refined sensory skills, and Neji and Hinata, with the Hyuga's classic Juken teachings, fit much more appropriately into that category. He was also unsuited for the other half of the medical program's route, which Shizune had been placed in charge of. The dark-haired woman oversaw the hospital's progress while Tsunade was busy elsewhere, including recertification of doctors and nurses and training them in new medical techniques and procedures. Additionally, she held classes for up-and-coming medical professionals, shinobi and civilian alike, a program which his former teammate Sakura was enrolled in. Rejected from both aspects of the rejuvenated medical program, Naruto had hoped that he would be freed from the burden of working alongside Tsunade. Unfortunately, the older blonde had decided that his botanical and medicinal knowledge, which she'd learned the extensive upon interrogating Ino after class one day, he'd found out later from his teammate, qualified him as an honorary medic of sorts, one who could provide effective, if chakra-less, support in the field, which meant that he was still stuck under her personal tutelage. "Pay attention," barked the Sannin, and Naruto's focus returned a little too late to fully avoid her strike. Her fist connected with his arm, and the blonde yowled in pain as bone shattered. Mouthing expletives, he held his injured arm with the opposite limb, noting that Tsunade's hit had not only broken at least his radius and ulna, but also dislocated his shoulder. "Humph, quit your crying, that was just a love tap." "Love tap, my ass," he muttered in a strained voice. "Don't daydream," Tsunade told him as she approached and fisted her hands on her hips, though her tone lacked some of the bite it normally held. Summoning green chakra to one hand, she scanned and healed his injury, stepping back when she was done. Naruto noted her lips were pursed, a thoughtful frown on her face. "You've got a pretty high tolerance for pain and impressive regenerative abilities, even for an Uzumaki," she admitted. Naruto shrugged, flinching as he did so. She hadn't fixed his shoulder, and he had no knowledge of what the typical Uzumaki's pain thresholds or healing factors were like. The slug Sannin jerked her head at his shoulder. "Put it back, just like I taught you." Obediently, he grabbed his bicep, pulled his arm straight out, and then shoved it back in place, grimacing briefly. Tsunade gave it another quick scan before inclining her head at him. "Good, but next time, don't get distracted." Naruto resisted the urge to make a snarky remark and instead nodded obediently. "Right, sorry. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama is looking for you." "Oh, hello, Naruto-kun." The blonde allowed a grin to stretch across his lips. "Mornin', Shizune-san." Unlike Tsunade, the dark-haired woman was easy to get along with, due in no small part to the fact that she was an accomplished poison specialist in her own right. When she wasn't busy working with the hospital staff, she would let Naruto watch her work on creating and stockpiling different poisons and antidotes that she'd learned over the years, even teaching him some of the tricks of her trade, like the best places to hide Sanban and some little-known ways to introduce poison into the bloodstream. Better yet, she seemed to hold no grudge over how Naruto had drugged her and Tsunade and gotten them into Konoha. In fact, he privately thought that she was grateful to be back in the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto hoped that the fact that she'd taken to considering him a younger brother of sorts, their age gap notwithstanding, helped to solidify the familial connection he was looking to emulate with Tsunade, playing a little off the bond between the two women. The Sannin grunted. Yeah, when isn't he? Alright, brat, you're free to go. Shizune-san, he piped up when both women turned to leave, can you stay? As Tsunade continued walking away, the dark-haired woman glanced at her watch before nodding. Alright, Naruto-kun, but not for long. I've got a class starting soon. Okay, watch this. Running through the appropriate seals, he molded his chakra and opened his mouth, expelling nothing. Well, did I get it? Maybe, Shizune spoke, but her voice came out high and distorted. A broad grin spread across Naruto's features at the sound. Oh, she commented, pleasantly surprised. You did it. One of Shizune's signature techniques was the dokujiri, a poisonous cloud that the user could breathe out similar to a water or fire release technique. The main problem was that, because the poison gas was typically lethal, the user had to learn to create it outside the body, again, similar to Suiton and Katon techniques, not that Naruto had any talent in those areas, or risk being poisoned himself. That required a knowledge of poisons, which Naruto had, and practice with changing the property of chakra, which was typically aligned to a natural element, to something atypical, which Naruto did not have. As a result, Shizune had taught him the technique, but started him off by teaching him to turn his chakra into something non-lethal, in this case, helium. They had canisters of the gaseous element that the medic had allowed Naruto to take hits off of in order to get him acquainted enough with the substance to reproduce it with the poison mist technique. Alright, Naruto-kun, Shizune said, her voice back to normal, I guess you can use the dokujiri whenever you'd like now. Just remember to be careful, as you've only just gotten the hang of it. Gotcha. Thanks, Shizune-san. No problem, Naruto-kun, but I've got to head off now. Don't forget to practice in an open environment. Sure thing, he thought, watching the older poison specialist run off. He'd added one more relevant skill to his arsenal, and even if it was in the fledgling stages, just knowing the dokujiri was enough for the moment. Now it was time to see if he was familiar enough with his own poisons to substitute them for the helium he'd been practicing with. LLL. From the few times when Shizune had taken him down to the laboratory that comprised the medical research and development sector of Konoha Hospital, Naruto had acquired a strong appreciation for the broad knowledge required for those people immersed in toxicology. Granted, that wasn't the only thing the medical research and development team studied. There were separate rooms for blood work, chakra research, and oncology, to name a few, but it was the only one he was interested in, and coincidentally, the only one the dark-haired medic would allow him access to. The toxicology lab was filled with vials of poisons, venoms, antidotes, antivenins, and antitoxins mixed and procured from a plethora of different chemicals and animals, mostly scorpions and snakes, which was probably a throwback to Konoha's, and Tsunade's, past fights against the Hidden Sand and Orochimaru. Despite his initial desire to experiment with some of the brews, Shizune had expressly forbidden any removal of the vials from hospital grounds, and so he'd been stuck at the whim of the dark-haired medic's schedule as far as dissecting them. When she did have time, Shizune often tasked him with determining the makeup of various toxins to see if he could create antidotes to them. It had proven difficult, if only because the animal-based poisons in the lab were quite different from the botanical ones he was used to working with, but when he'd started to make progress, the importance of understanding the countermeasures to his own poisons had become clear. While it took far more effort to create poisons with increasing complexity, it also meant that said poisons would be harder to break down and neutralize, should the inflicted be knowledgeable enough to even do so. He doubted that would ever be the case, though it didn't hurt to be cautious, but the point remained that he was learning a lot about his field and how to circumvent other poison specialists. Regardless, the sheer quantity of toxins in the lab had inspired him to garner an even more thorough understanding of poisons than he already possessed, starting with his own. Which is why he sat at his kitchen table, a set of sanban laid out before him. Ready? He asked. A shadow clone sat across from him, a number of ceramic jars and several syringes arranged in front of it. One syringe was already in its hand. Yep. Okay then, he commented before picking up one of the needles and carefully inserting the poison tip into the crook of his elbow. He put down the weapon and then flexed several times, circulating the toxin around his bloodstream. If he was honest with himself, the steps to learning the dokujiri had actually inspired this current madness. Learning to reproduce helium gas by getting his body used to it had so many different applications to how he could improve himself that Naruto felt he would be remiss to not take full advantage of them. Maybe it was a little dangerous to experiment with deadly poisons on himself, his antidote-wielding clone aside, but there would be no better way to fully comprehend the symptoms he was attempting to inflict upon his enemies than by experiencing them firsthand. Besides which, this testing served two more purposes, the first of which was directly related to the dokujiri. By getting so intimately familiar with his toxic brews, the blonde could reproduce the effects of them with the poison mist technique, as well as create new techniques based around using them in liquid form, similar to how other ninja expelled water for Suiton ninjutsu. The second was immunity to his own poisons on the off chance that such an occurrence might come to pass. He didn't plan on stopping there either. Eventually, the blonde hoped to gain resistance to the collection of toxins that Konoha Hospital had within its possession, as well as collecting the materials necessary to neutralize anything he might come across in the field. It wasn't a matter of being prepared for the same exact poison, but to know how to analyze and break down an infecting toxin in such a way that he could create an antidote based on the knowledge he had of its components. Just one more rung on the ladder of mastering a craft as intricate as poison making. Besides, Zetsu had made huge strides in unique ninjutsu based upon how he'd integrated plants into his body. Who was to say that Naruto couldn't accomplish something similar with poisons? Though if he could do such a thing without his physiology changing, that would be preferable. Naruto hummed to himself. Despite the lower concentration he'd started at, he'd expected some sort of reaction from the poison he'd injected. Already resistant to that low a dose? He wondered. Deciding to continue his experimentation, he picked up the next needle, inserted it, flexed, and waited. The process was repeated over and over, despite some of the higher doses requiring the intervention of his clone, until Naruto decided that he'd shoved enough toxic materials into his body. For one day. LLL. He was ready. For so long, he'd avoided making an issue about the missions he ran because stepping on the toes of the people who could make his life miserable was inadvisable. Now, with almost a year and a half worth of experience learning tricks and honing his skills under the tutelage of Zetsu, and about half that time also working with Tenten and Asuma on Team 10, not to mention his more recent expertise with poisons and avoidance training, he wanted to test what he could accomplish. The main problem with this plan was that Chunin were not typically dispatched on the type of mission that Naruto wanted to take, and even if they were, it was unheard of for them to do so alone. Fortunately, the blonde had ways around that. Come on, Jiraiya-sensei, please? The white-haired Sannin stared at his pupil. Kid, you've gotta be crazy if you think I'm gonna send you on a mission normally reserved for A and BU. But I'm ready. You've gotten better, Jiraiya agreed, but you don't know that for sure. And I won't know until I try, Naruto argued. You gotta give me a chance at some point, Jiraiya-sensei, so why not now? Besides, it would be a nice birthday present. Jiraiya's expression began to reflect some modicum of guilt, and the blonde fought to restrain his smirk at the sight. Bingo, he thought. It was a bit of a gamble relying on that little teaser, especially since the date was still a couple weeks away, but given that Jiraiya seemed unusually attached to him, despite his attempts to avoid the older man, and that the blonde wasn't above manipulating his teacher's feelings to get his way, he'd hoped that bringing up his birthday would work towards his advantage. Prior to this, his birthdays had been nothing special, a lack of friends had pretty much assured that. Everything that was supposed to make up birthdays, presents, happiness, people who cared, had always been conspicuously absent from his life, a fact that the Godame Hokage likely knew. Thus, by treating this request as a birthday gift and playing on Jiraiya's more sympathetic nature, he could hopefully override the man's logic and get his way. Maybe it was still early in his career considering that he hadn't even been Chunin level for a year, but Naruto had spent so much time devoting his all to improving and perfecting his abilities that he wanted to know if his efforts were producing fruit. Jiraiya released a heavy-hearted sigh. You sure you want to go down this path? Asuma told me that you didn't freeze up when you made your first kill, which is a good mindset to keep if you're gonna pursue a career in the ANBU, but taking a life in self-defense and going in knowing that's your goal are two different things. I won't know till I try, the blonde repeated, knowing that the Hokage's resolve was slowly breaking. Teacher and student stared at each other for a long moment before Jiraiya let out a frustrated growl. Aggravating brat, he muttered. Fine. Digging through a stack of paperwork on the right side of his desk, he pulled out a single sheet and placed it before his disciple, rotating it so the blonde could read it. This is the last communication we received from a team that was stationed on the Fire Rain border. Apparently one of our NaruIno has become active enough to track down. Blue Eyes skimmed the report. Rokusho Aoi? Jiraiya dropped an open bingo book over the sheaf of paper, startling the blonde. A number of years ago, Rokusho Aoi tricked one of his students into stealing the Nidaime Hokage's revered Raijin no Ken and then fled Konoha with it. Maybe Konoha should consider better security measures, Naruto thought, recalling how easily he'd stolen the scroll of seals. According to our records, Aoi never rose past Chunin rank, Jiraiya continued, but the sword is, well, legendary, obviously. Since Aoi's decided to come out of hiding, I want you to find him and retrieve the sword. You can use any means necessary to do so. Gotcha, the blonde stated, grabbing the information Jiraiya had for him and putting it in a safe place for later review. Thanks, Jiraiya-sensei, I appreciate it. Naruto, Jiraiya called before the Jinchuriki left, whatever you do, don't go into aim. Hanzo doesn't take kindly to trespassers. And with those parting words echoing in his ears, Naruto was gone. LLL. The problem with taking a solo mission after working as a team for so long, Naruto discovered, was that he was used to having a support system to share the workload of the mission with. Granted, that was the very thing he was trying to get away from, so it was better to cut the ties while he could, but bad habits were hard to break. Unfortunately, as he was finding out, not being a censornin on a mission hunting people, or not working with a censornin, made the job far more difficult. It almost made him miss having Ino around, for her sensing abilities, naturally, but this mission was his chance to prove himself, regardless of the time it would take to complete. So far, he'd been away from Konoha for 3 weeks, taking his time on the journey to and then along the Land of Fire's border with the Land of Rain where Aoi had last been spotted. His 14th birthday had passed a handful of days ago, in the usual silence he was accustomed to, but unlike in previous years, he'd relished the quiet. Surrounded by nature and with his mind devoted to the task of hunting down his quarry, he hadn't even given the solitude that normally permeated his birthdays any thought. Naruto's blue eyes gazed over the landscape below him, trying to spot any clue as to Aoi's whereabouts. He'd followed crushed foliage and subtle footprints from the Konoha campsite the NaruIno had ambushed to his current location, based on advice Asuma had bestowed upon him early in his career, but the trail had finally disappeared. The blonde let out a huff of annoyance. What next? He wondered. Jiraiya had expressly forbade him from entering the Land of Rain, which meant that he had to rely on his target not being within the small country. As far as options went, that left, randomly searching for the former Leaf Shinobi? Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Not to mention that doing so required far more blind luck than Naruto was comfortable relying upon. Everyone had been worried about how he'd handle taking a life and operating as an assassin. No one had mentioned that actually getting to that point was, to borrow from Shikamaru, troublesome. Thankfully, it was a temporary annoyance. After all, tracking wasn't in his future, and pretending to be interested in ANBU was just a stepping stone to his endgame. The only purpose the mission served was to test his progress. Joro Senbon. Naruto reacted immediately, bounding off the branch he was perched upon and performing a midair backflip. He settled on another thick limb, watching with narrowed eyes as a hail of Senbon rained down upon his former position. Konoha sent a kid to challenge me, came a cocky voice from down below. I should be insulted. The blonde watched as Rokusho Aoi swaggered out of the mist that cloaked the Fire Rain border, an umbrella held overhead and another strapped to his back. He possessed teal-colored hair which framed his face in a spiky mop and wore a gray and blue-black sleeveless bodysuit that showed off his thin physique. Naruto thought he almost looked frail despite his haughty expression, though he was more impressed with the coincidence required to have his target appear before him as he was mentally debating his next move than anything else. Well, at least he could start his real objective now. Aoi threw his umbrella into the air, allowing it to expand and begin twirling. Try and avoid this again, the aim-nin taunted, forming a single seal and bringing forth another hail of needles. Naruto withheld a sigh. People would get so much further if they didn't project their intentions in such an obvious manner. Fingers twisting together into the appropriate signs, he held both palms out towards the incoming rain of steel, a violent wind palm dispersing the weapons. Aoi grunted in displeasure. So, you've got some talent, huh? Fine. He reached back and unclasped the second umbrella from its catch, holding out his hand as the first one floated down to him. The Jinchuriki took that brief moment to throw a handful of Senbon at the man from the higher ground, but the aim-nin's open umbrella deflected them. He folded it up and then, with both umbrellas in hand, jumped up towards the blonde. Naruto reached into his sleeves and withdrew his hunting knives, leaping down to meet the aim-nin and used the force of gravity to his advantage. They met in midair, but apparently Aoi was supplementing the umbrellas with chakra, for the wind that Naruto applied to his blades couldn't cut through. Resettling upon the ground, Aoi charged again, the umbrella that slashed down at Naruto being parried by the curved edge of the blonde's knife. That started an intricate dance of attack and defend that left the Jinchuriki blocking with steely-eyed concentration. Neck, hip, shoulder, he chanted to himself as Aoi slashed at him, predicting the man's pattern. He jumped back when the aim stabbed at his stomach, but was surprised when a burst of Senbon strafed from the umbrella's tip. Aoi crowed as the needles shot through the blonde's clothes and into his stomach. "Ha! You should have stayed in Konoha, little boy. With the poison on my Senbon now coursing through your body, you should already be feeling your body start to slow down, and soon enough you won't be able to move at all." Naruto almost snickered at the arrogance, but instead used the opportunity provided by Aoi's boasting to slash out with his knives. The aim barely managed to bring his umbrellas up in time to defend, but was too surprised to protect them with chakra, allowing the wind chakra extending from the knives' tips to shear them in half and rip through Aoi's bodysuit. A thin trickle of blood started leaking from the older man's wound. "You!" he gasped, eyes wide and furious. "How? You should barely be able to stand, let alone attack." "I'm familiar with poisons," the Chunin replied, tone casual. Granted, since he'd been working on making himself immune to his own poisons, his resistance to other poisons had its limits, but he could work through whatever toxin Aoi used until his mission was complete. The aim tossed away his broken weapons and withdrew what appeared to be the pommel of a sword. "How familiar are you with this?" he snarled, and lightning erupted from the hilt, forming into an almost 3-foot-long blade. "That's gotta be the Raijin no Ken," Naruto mused, countering his opponent's wild overhead swing by holding up his wind-imbued knives in an X shape. Wind trumps lightning. For a moment, the two remained locked in a stalemate, the blonde's wind chakra negating the Nidame's legendary lighting sword, but unable to effectively cut a blade created from something as insubstantial as lightning chakra. Then the aim blade disappeared, and the lack of resistance caused Naruto to stumble, his balance thrown. Now within his guard, Aoi reactivated the sword, the blade extending towards his sternum with a discharge of electricity. Instinctively, Naruto allowed his chakra to seep into the ground. It oversaturated the earth, turning soil into slush, and the blonde disappeared into its depths, lightning scoring a jagged slice over his clavicle. Moving blindly through the underground, he reappeared 50 feet away and immediately tried to ascertain the severity of his wound. Deep, he realized upon glancing at it, watching blood seep down his uniform, and way too close. Blue eyes narrowed at his opponent, who wore a far too smug expression for his liking. The Raijin no Ken would apparently be trickier to combat than he'd thought, given that it didn't behave at all like a regular sword. All of his practice with Ten had made him adept at countering standard weaponry, not something chakra-based. So, if he had to fight against a non-traditional weapon, he'd fight fire with fire and play simultaneous offense and defense instead of simply waiting for an opening, to try to keep the opponent as off-balance as possible. Aoi charged at him, slashing down towards his right hip. Naruto parried the blow with the knife in his right hand, then immediately lashed out with the left, forcing the aim to twist away and preventing him from activating any other tricks with his legendary blade. For almost a minute, the two engaged in a fierce kenjutsu battle, Aoi using his superior reach to try and finish Naruto while the blonde used his two blades to keep the turquoise-haired man from doing so. Naruto could tell that his enemy was getting frustrated at the lack of progress, but he was also getting annoyed at his own inability to end the fight. He was skilled, more so than the clown he was fighting at any rate, but physically he was at a disadvantage, not to mention he could feel his movements becoming sluggish from blood loss and/or Aoi's poison. Maybe hand-to-hand, or blade-to-blade as it was, wasn't as much his forte in the same sense that it was Lee's or Tenten's, but he should have been better than Aoi, current state of the fight notwithstanding. For a brief moment, the Jinchuriki wondered what he was doing. If the fight kept going as it was, he would lose. There were too many elements not in his favor, and time was one of them. And why had he even engaged Aoi in a knife fight anyway? For him, kenjutsu was a supplementary skill, not his specialty. It was time to stop playing Aoi's game and start playing his own. Without breaking his focus, the blonde began seeding his chakra into the ground, preparing to use the Shinra Bancho to surprise the ranged shinobi. After the next exchange of block/dodge, Naruto sank into the ground and moved quickly past his opponent, prepared to surface and slash his tendons with the poisoned edge of his knife. "Coward! You can't hide from me," he heard Aoi shout, and then the world seemed to explode in a blinding white light. The blonde blearily opened his eyes with a groan, blinking slowly to remove the spots dancing in his vision. He was lying in a pile of broken rock and churned earth, his clothing dirty and ripped in several places. His grasp on his knives had come undone, one still rested in the palm of his hand, the other was just out of reach, partially covered with dirt. He closed his fingers around the weapon immediately in his grip. They didn't move. Suddenly, his focus came back. What? His fingers attempted once again to clench around the hilt of his hunting knife, but just like before, they didn't respond. He tried moving his entire arm, lifting it to leverage himself into a sitting position, but there was no reaction. Confusion and a small amount of panic began to set in. Why can't I move? Heh, I've got you now, brat. Naruto looked up to find Aoi standing at the edge of the small crater he was in. The aimnin looked slightly worse for wear, as if he, too, had been caught in the blast radius of whatever explosion had gone off. He waved the Raijin no Ken in front of the Jinchuriki. I told you that you should have stayed in Konoha. No kid can beat a jonin of my caliber. The sword, Naruto realized. Lightning beat earth, clearly Aoi had used the blade's chakra properties to channel lightning into the ground, and the resulting discharge had been strong enough to create the hole he was currently lying in, not to mention negate the attack prevention technique. It explained his body, too. During their training sessions, Tsunade had once hit him with a technique called the Ranshinsho, a medical jutsu that changed how the brain interpreted the electrical signals the body sent out. When he tried to throw a kick at her, his arm had twitched instead, almost hitting himself in the face in the process. The lightning chakra utilized by the Nidame's legendary sword must have possessed similar enough properties to roughly emulate the technique, albeit stunning the body instead of confusing it. Real panic finally settled in. He was immobile and defenseless, and Aoi was not. It would take no effort to crawl down into the hole and finish him where he lay. He would never see his dreams realized, never experience the same freedom Zetsu boasted, never reach his full potential. He didn't know when Aoi had moved to stand over him, but staring at the man's overconfident smirk and eyes alit with some hidden madness, Naruto felt something inside him jolt back into awareness. Fuck that, he decided, I'm not dying here. Maybe he couldn't move or form hand seals, but maybe he didn't need that to emerge victorious. If there was one thing he knew better than all of that, it was his poisons. Aoi's silver eyes gleamed with sadistic glee. Die! Naruto ignored the imminent death coming for him and focused on his breathing. He could feel the chakra building up in his chest, hear the pounding of his heart as he turned all of his attention to the months he dedicated to creating, bottling, and perfecting his poisons. Then, with a long breath, he exhaled a dokujiri. Aoi's screams reached his ears when white manchineel gas entered the man's eyes and covered his skin like a cloak. Pained by the toxin, the turquoise-haired man dropped the Nidame's legendary sword, the lightning chakra comprising the blade disappearing before the pommel hit the ground. Now, Naruto prompted himself. Using the breathing technique Asuma had showed him and the premise of the dokujiri as baselines, he inhaled once more, this time focusing on converting the chakra in his chest into a nature form rather than a poison. When he exhaled, a great wall of sharp wind slammed into Aoi. It hacked into his body, sending sprays of blood into the air and even slicing off his left arm at the shoulder. As quickly as the attack came, it dissipated into the open air, leaving behind nothing but the stillness of the moment. Aoi's body fell backwards, landing in the dirt with a soft whump. Naruto heaved a sigh that was one part relief, one part exhaustion. I did it, and without seals, too. Probably should have started with that, he thought, attempting to frown, but I did it. So why didn't he feel as accomplished as he should? He didn't even get a chance to muse on those feelings before there was a presence beside him, a brief pressure at the juncture of his neck, and then nothing. LLL. When will he wake up? I already told you, when he's recovered. Now get out. Sheesh, all these years and you still don't have any bedside manners, huh? I don't have to be nice to do my job, and I'm sure you don't need legs to do yours, so get out before I break them. Naruto groaned. Shut up? The hurried clacking of shoes on linoleum reached his ears, and shortly thereafter, he could sense shadows looming over his body, shielding his eyelids from the harsh fluorescence. Naruto, exclaimed the first voice, which the blonde recognized as Jiraiya's. You're finally awake. Back off, Jiraiya, barked the second voice, and this time he repressed a shiver when he realized it belonged to Tsunade. All right, kid, open your eyes. He obeyed, revealing the excited and stiff faces of the Toad and Slug Sannin, respectively. Clothed in a pale green hospital gown that was wide at the shoulders, he could both see and feel the bandages swathed around his injured shoulder and under his armpit. What happened? He asked as Tsunade performed a few basic medical checks. Jiraiya straightened up and crossed his arms. You tell me, kid. The ANBU I sent to follow you brought you back kinda messed up. You had me followed? Duh, the Sannin deadpanned. You think I'd send a Chunin out on a mission like this without some insurance? He was ordered to interfere only if your life was in imminent danger. Cut it kinda close, he groused, a strange mixture of dourness and anger coursing through his system. With how near he'd come to losing his life, he wondered if the man watching over him had truly been invested in his mission. What about the sword, he realized. Jiraiya waved a hand in dismissal. The sword and body were recovered by the ANBU, so no worries there. Now, wanna fill us in? Naruto shrugged as best he could. What's there to tell? I found Aoi, we fought, he poisoned me, stabbed me. Poison? Tsunade interjected, startled. Then she barked, Sakura, what did his blood work show? The younger blonde was surprised when his former teammate stepped out from behind Tsunade and handed the older woman a file. Uzumaki-san's blood work showed no trace of poison, Tsunade Shisho, she replied professionally. The only injuries he suffered were the gash across his clavicle, the spotting on his stomach, and some residual muscle paralysis from exposure to Raiton chakra. Sakura? She graced him with a small smile. Hey! Before the Jinchuriki could organize the multitude of thoughts rolling around his head, Tsunade lowered his file and shot him a smirk over its top. Sakura was the one who healed you. She's become an excellent medical ninja since joining the program. Naruto didn't know how to respond to that. Was Tsunade bragging? So he remained silent, his mind a cluster of different musings. Sakura had apparently healed him. Sakura, the girl who, last he'd seen, had been next to useless at being a shinobi, was now receiving praise from a Sannin for her skill. Granted, it had been a long time since he'd seen his former teammate, not since she'd left Jiraiya's tutelage for the hospital, but it was hard to reconcile the pink-haired girl he'd been forced to work alongside in the early days of Team 7 with the Kunoichi competent enough to oversee his convalescence all on her own. It gave him confidence that he could one day achieve a feat similar to the one Sakura had. Tsunade's honey-colored eyes narrowed at him. You're sure you were poisoned? The blonde took a moment to consider. Aoi had said that the Sanban were poisoned, but that didn't mean that it was true. Granted, the man had no reason to lie, especially with how overconfident he'd been, but was there a possibility that he'd been wrong? Better yet, had his own experiments with poisons made it so that any other toxins in his bloodstream were diluted to nothing? Considering the extent of his experiments thus far, it didn't make too much sense, but Naruto wasn't sure he had any other explanations to offer. I thought so, he replied, the confusion in his voice real for once. Tsunade grunted something likely unflattering under her breath. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Anything else? No? Like I said, pretty straightforward. I found him, we fought, I won, then the next thing I know I'm waking up here. The Hokage crossed his arms over his chest. Fair enough. I'll expect a more detailed report once you're released. And, he added, making his way toward the door, even though you completed your objective, don't expect another mission like that for a long while. Naruto remained silent as the white-haired man left the room. Not being given another assassination mission was fine by him, he had too much to think about in the meantime. Reviewing his fight with Aoi, the blonde wondered when he'd gotten so arrogant. There had been so many small mistakes that he should have avoided, things that he'd known about and just brushed off as one-time occurrences. His misstep with the Shinra Bancho was at the top of that list. The attack prevention technique was a defensive maneuver, and while that was how he'd used it for a very long time, how he'd survived his interactions with Gaara, at some point he'd started transitioning towards utilizing it in an offensive capacity. Since that point, the Shinra Bancho had failed him on 4 separate occasions, 2 of which had nearly cost him his life. If Tenten or Tsunade had a more vested interest in seeing him dead, he was sure the near fatalities would be 4 for 4. For all of the attack prevention technique's strengths, stealth, becoming undetectable, mobility, it had plenty of susceptibilities. Weaknesses were things he didn't particularly care to learn about in the moment, and he found he could only blame himself for not following up on them when they'd surfaced. To use something beyond its original intent wasn't unheard of or even frowned upon. He'd certainly started taking other techniques beyond what they could do, but it would be better to test them in controlled environments, not the field. And therein lied the problem. He'd started experimenting, hoping, in dangerous situations, relying on the idea that he was good enough to get by, when in reality he had no idea if that was true. At some point, he'd adopted a mindset similar to Sasuke, to Orochimaru, and while their drive and strength were respectable, that was about all he could admire. Maybe his ambitions were extreme, at least, compared to the goals his peers had set for themselves, but there was a line that he was still unwilling to cross, and becoming the next version of Orochimaru, as Jiraiya had seemed to unknowingly imply, was definitely past that line. As it stood, he was already treading a dangerous path towards that end. But there were stark differences, too, and his usage of the Shinra Bancho showcased that clearly. It wasn't the first time he'd been called a coward for using the attack prevention technique, but with how much had gone wrong recently, he wondered if it wasn't an apt descriptor. He'd always defended the technique as an act of prudency over cowardice, but maybe those were the excuses of, well, a coward. The thing was, the applications of the attack prevention technique were based in cowardice. Or subterfuge. Even with the breadth of his skill set, Naruto was a specialist, and in his mission against Aoi, he'd thrown himself into a situation that was somewhat outside his comfort zone. Hand-to-hand combat wasn't something that he was proactively interested in getting involved with, for even if he could hold his own, to some extent, it wasn't his focus. He excelled in areas that the Shinra Bansho allowed him to, as evidenced in the way he'd brought Tsunade back to Konoha, and to just ignore all of that preparation to, risk his life in an uncertain situation, seemed so pointless. He'd practically shot himself in the foot with trying to prove a point against Aoi. Back in the Chunin exams, he'd settled himself with the knowledge that it would take years to get to the point he wanted, and somewhere along the way, he'd gotten overly ambitious, impatient, and arrogant, and tried to move too far beyond his means. It was humbling, and more importantly, eye-opening, as to how much he'd been blinded by his own determination and recent shortcomings. He needed to step back and reinstate his original strategy, get his head screwed on straight. Naruto refocused his attention on his surroundings. At some point, Tsunade had left his room, leaving only Sakura behind. Her back was to him, and the corners of his lips turned down in a mild frown as he watched her. It chafed a little, to see how far she'd come and know that he'd just suffered his own setback and subsequent breakthrough, but she was also a prime example of how far one could go with the proper motivation and training. Sakura. The pink-haired girl turned to look at him. Need something, Naruto? Apparently without Tsunade around to monitor her professionalism, Sakura was comfortable enough in his presence to be more informal. She was smiling at him genially. I'm sorry, he managed, voice quiet. Naruto wasn't sure whether the words were coming off as sincere. To him, they were more thoughtful than anything else. It was wrong to yell at you after the Chunin exams, and I appreciate you taking care of me here. Sakura's expression faltered for a brief moment before returning. It's fine, Naruto. You know, she continued softly, you were right back then. And I was pretty pissed for a while, but when I thought about it, you had some good points. And now, here I am, helping people and training under one of the Sannin. So thank you, for helping me to get on the right path. Naruto returned her grin with a small one of his own before he became pensive again. Heard anything from Sasuke? It wasn't that he particularly cared about his former teammate, but if Sakura had made such huge strides, maybe something extraordinary had happened to change the Uchiha for the better, too. The Kunoichi's expression immediately fell flat. I haven't seen Sasuke-kun in months. Kakashi-sensei said that he's very devoted to his training. A somber silence stretched between the two of them, and Naruto couldn't think of anything to say to fill the void. Fortunately, Sakura did it for him, informing him in a semi-strained voice, well, it looks like you're cleared to go home. Take it easy with your injury, and maybe try to be more careful in the future? Sure, Naruto tried, the single word tapering off as Sakura left his room. He let out a breath of relief into the solitude, grateful to be removed from the discomfort of the hospital and the contact with his former teammate. Maybe their rapport was better now than it had been in the past, but after all that he'd just gone through, he wanted to begin rededicating himself to his trade as soon as possible. LLL. Home sweet home, Naruto thought idly, inserting his key into the door. Not that he felt any real sentiment towards the place, but the constancy of having someplace to return to was nice. He frowned as he turned the key. The lack of any clicking from the tumbler indicated that his apartment was already unlocked. Opening the door, he took one cautious step into his abode and then paused. His home appeared mostly untouched except for the overabundance of green that now pervaded it. Where there had once been only a single potted plant beside his bed, the limited furniture in his apartment had been rearranged to make room for a number of different indoor plants and miniature trees. Several ferns and ivies were hanging off the walls and ceiling, and a small bonsai sat on his dresser. Even his kitchen was decorated, possessing a small tray with basil, rosemary, and a couple other herbs in it. What? A blur of white and purple threw itself at him before he could finish voicing his surprise. Naruto! Ino exclaimed, arms wrapped around his neck. You're all better. I tried to visit you in the hospital, but Billboard Brow said that you were still unconscious and kicked me out. Not like she's Tsunade-sama's only student. The blonde grumbled, releasing him and stepping back. Yeah, he stumbled, before finding a cogent thought to latch upon. What are you doing here? Oh yeah? Ino started, snapping her fingers as if in sudden remembrance. Happy birthday. Naruto blinked, expression blank. Birthday? I asked Asuma-sensei when yours was, but since you were gone for it, we didn't get the chance to celebrate. But I still wanted to do something for you, and since your apartment is so empty and you like to learn about plants, I figured you might like some decorations, she explained. Sorry about breaking in, but it's not like I have a key or anything. No, that's fine, he replied quietly, glancing around his apartment. It was strange, how after living in a home devoid of any sort of sentimentality, the greenery that Ino had implanted in his apartment looked nice. The plants both suited him and made it look as if he wasn't as emotionally detached as the formerly blank walls indicated. Botany, after all, was a hobby he was well known to be invested in. Thank you, he continued, slightly amazed that he'd now uttered that very phrase twice in as many hours. Internally, he frowned slightly, unsure how to take this newfound generosity Ino was displaying. He wasn't used to people acknowledging his birthday, let alone presenting him with gifts. The last present he'd received had been, the knives Asuma got me? He wondered. And at least that was practical, not to mention Asuma's way to include him after giving Ino and Choji their earrings for making chunin. Before that, it had just been infrequent treats at Ichiraku Ramen by the Hokage, Irika, or the proprietors themselves, and Naruto had never had the capacity or state of mind to reciprocate such generosity. He slowly walked around to the different plants, trailing a finger lightly along a jasmine vine hanging from a wall. This is really cool, he told Ino, turning towards her. You didn't have to do this, you know. I wanted to, the Yamanaka replied. I'm just glad you like it. Ino's blue eyes were shining with something, and Naruto started to feel distinctly uncomfortable with the situation. It was one thing to use Ino and others to further his own agenda, at least in the cases of Ino and Tenten, both kunoichi were improving as well, but to receive something for nothing, and to have that something be an object that was more personal than practical, was uneven. Naruto wanted to believe in some semblance of reciprocity when it came to working with or getting assistance from others, because the alternative was a little too touchy-feely for him to be comfortable with, and gift-giving was the epitome of that philosophy. When's your birthday? He tried casually, idly wondering what Ino would like. Ino waved her hand in dismissal of the question, though she deigned to answer, September 23rd. Naruto felt a strange swell of disappointment. He'd already departed on his mission by that point, and while he could backtrack and say that he'd planned on giving her something once he returned, it would appear very forced and insincere considering he hadn't known her birthday until just now. Appearances were important. Some of his chagrin must have shown, for the kunoichi continued, really, don't worry about it. You didn't know, and I don't really need anything anyway. The Jinchuriki opened his mouth to say that he didn't need any of the plants she'd decorated his apartment with, but then decided better of it. Ino had clearly put in a lot of effort to do something nice for him, and as unnecessary as it was, Naruto appreciated the gesture. Despite Zetsu's mocking, and in spite of his own seclusion and antisocial behavior, Naruto had friends, associates, allies, call them what he would, and didn't completely mind that fact. As much as he'd tried, he'd never been able to fully replace his old personality with the new one his strange tutor had inspired him to embrace, something he considered a personal shortcoming, instead merging the two and working with the sum total. Considering that he didn't want to become a carbon copy of his tutor, it was probably for the best that he and the former Kusanine had differences in their social lives, if Zetsu even had a social life, which the blonde doubted. Those friendships kept him grounded, tied down, Black Zetsu would argue, and if he'd learned anything from his recent outing, it was that knowing his limitations and not pressing boundaries was important. Besides, if he was trying to stray away from the paths that Orochimaru and Sasuke had treaded, having some connections, no matter how few, was important. Okay, he acquiesced quietly. He still wasn't entirely comfortable with accepting his friend's gift for nothing, but maybe he could find a way to return the favor without making it too obvious at a later date. Ino graced him with a beatific smile, and Naruto was again struck by that same sensation that she was looking at him differently than he was used to. He'd half expected her to berate him for getting hurt like she usually did, but their conversation thus far had been done in even tones, and the way she was acting was weird. Now that he thought about it, when was the last time the blonde had mentioned Sasuke? Even after he'd pointed out the Uchiha's many flaws, Ino had been practically steadfast in her devotion to the dark-haired male, even speaking Sakura's nickname with the slightest edge in her voice. But when she'd mentioned Billboard Brow earlier, there had been no animosity, almost as if Ino had no reason to consider the other kunoichi her rival anymore. Had Ino finally gotten over her infatuation with the last Uchiha? Naruto tried to scrutinize her unobtrusively, but couldn't immediately detect anything telltale that he hadn't already noticed and been unable to decipher. He resolved to watch her more closely in the future, curious as to the source of her change. And then there was her strange hostility towards Tenten. In parallel to his thoughts, Ino's expression turned into a mild frown, her arms settling into a crossed position over her chest. Tenten got you something, too, she added, jerking her head towards the bed, clearly disgruntled. There it is again, the blonde noted. Weird. He walked past Ino to his futon, finding a fair-sized package wrapped in brown paper placed upon it. Settling himself cross-legged on the bed, he unwrapped it carefully. Cool, he thought, admiring the present. It might detract from his focus on shoring up his abilities for a short time, but in the end, Tenten's gift would become another trick he could add to his arsenal. Chapter 16, Separation and Integration. When do you start to integrate the individual lessons you've learned into a single, cohesive idea instead of playing with them as separate entities? LLL. So, what am I supposed to do with this? Tenten gave him a look that suggested she thought the answer was pretty obvious. Use it. I thought you'd like it. I do, he reassured her, hoping to avert what looked to be disappointment crawling upon her features. It's just, well, I can't exactly use it in the middle of a fight, can I? It was the gift he'd received from Tenten 3 weeks ago, a simple but elegant flat bow, about 4 feet long and made from polished yew. Based on the designs carved along the bow's length, a series of simple swirls that twirled together, Naruto heavily suspected that the kunoichi had painstakingly crafted the weapon herself. After the initial excitement of the bow had worn off, the blonde had been left with a pensive frown. Sure, the weapon was meant for long-distance attacks, which suited him just fine, but it was impractical to use in most combat situations, especially in comparison to his knives, and would require extra time to learn, time that would detract from the training he wanted to rededicate himself to. He liked the idea of it, just not the execution. Tenten looked mildly put out. I thought that it would suit your fighting style, distance. Besides, would you have used a naginata or a kusarigama if I'd gotten you one of those instead? Naruto had to admit that the answer to that was probably no. While both weapons would suit him better in melee situations simply because they allowed him to control the space between himself and his opponent better than his knives, putting in the time and effort to learn anything bukijutsu-related that didn't pertain to bettering his knife-fighting skills was just prolonging his training. Tenten had clearly given some thought to the fact that he wasn't interested in learning anything more complex from her arsenal of weapons, though it still didn't explain how he was supposed to make use of the flat bow now in his possession. She continued, archery is about more than just learning to use a bow and arrows. It is? Sure. It requires patience, timing, discipline, plus it builds up your upper arms. Naruto was forced to accept that, while he'd gotten better at the things Tenten had mentioned, there was still significant room for improvement. All right, he said, managing to withhold the sigh he felt bubbling within, so how do we start? Tenten stepped closer, moving behind him and lifting his arms, and the bow, into the proper positions. The blonde had to fight the urge to flinch away from her proximity, her nearness emulating a smothering entrapment. He trusted Tenten more than he trusted most of the other people he regularly interacted with, though considering his paranoia, that wasn't saying much, but with how he viewed people nowadays, his first instinct was to avoid letting anyone get close to him, either physically or emotionally. This situation seemed scarily like both. Not that he fully understood the emotional aspect, that trended rather closely with how people thought and viewed others, and while he could follow the potential logic of generalizations and the majority, there were always outliers, case in point, him. After the moment where the brunette had shared her past with him, and even just before that, with the obvious tension between her and Ino in Yamanaka Flowers, Naruto wondered if there was something that his friend wasn't telling him. Which reminded him. Hey, he interrupted her lesson, did you get into a fight or something with Ino? We never even really met before Tsunade-sama came back. Why? Naruto remembered thinking the same thing when he'd looked at the confused expression Tenten had worn in the face of Ino's hostility, but it was still nice to get confirmation. Not that it made explaining the two girls' interactions with each other, or him, any easier, but he was at least eliminating things. Nothin'. You were saying? As the bun-haired girl continued her lesson, Naruto tried to focus on her words and not on how her arms were around him in a parody of an embrace, her chest pressed flush against his back, and what it all could mean. It was just to help him learn archery, he told himself, and that was all. He hoped. LLL. Naruto ducked under a sideways chop and tried to sweep out his opponent's feet. She stepped back and then stomped on his outstretched leg, attempting to shatter the bones there and leave him incapacitated. He immediately rolled to the side and then jumped up as the ground shuddered and broke, using a little bit of wind manipulation to move his body in midair and avoid his opponent as she shot past him with a fist extended. Both landed on the ground and turned to face the other, Naruto watching for the next move. Tsunade placed her fists on her hips. Humph, not bad, kid. Thanks, Tsunade-sama. Was that an actual jutsu you used in the air? The blonde shook his head. He'd been practicing with expelling small bursts of wind from his mouth and hands, similar to the violent wind palm and wind stream technique, to aid his aerial mobility if he ever got stuck in that situation. It wasn't quite flying, nor was that the aim, though that would be pretty cool, but it was definitely better than staying there and taking a direct hit from either taijutsu or ninjutsu. Tsunade seemed to stare at him for a long moment before relaxing her stance. Alright, we're done here. Grappling for an attempt to bond with the older blonde, Naruto asked, Tsunade-sama, I wanted to apologize again for how our first meeting went. Can I make it up to you somehow? The Sannin let out a bark of laughter. What, like a date? He blanched. Well, no, not REA. Look, kid, none of this, she gestured between the two of them, is anything more than a little payback for what you did to me. I'll train you to dodge things, kick the shit out of you, and heal you if Jiraiya forces me to, but we don't have any sort of relationship beyond that. You're not a medic nin, you're not my friend, and despite Jiraiya's insistence, you're not like Nawaki. You want to bother someone, find Shizune, she seems to like you, Kami knows why, but stay the hell away from me. I've got bigger priorities than this. And with that, she turned and walked back to the hospital. Naruto watched her go with a thoughtful frown. In all the time he'd trained with Tsunade, he'd never quite been able to connect with her as Zetsu had suggested, even by being polite and trying to play on their familial history. She seemed to hate him just as much as she had upon their first meeting, justifiably so, considering he'd poisoned and kidnapped her, yet their professional relationship was copacetic enough. It was slightly worrying that he couldn't charm her in the same way he had Jiraiya, Asuma, and Shizune, especially considering how her field of expertise directly countered his, but after failing to bond with her so often, he was starting to wonder if it even mattered. Maybe their lack of relationship was actually more of a boon than a hindrance in this regard. It would imply that she wouldn't bother with him when his plan finally went into motion. More worrying about the situation was that it set a strange precedent that Zetsu was wrong about something. That idea gave him enough pause to force him to reconsider the idea that his tutor was manipulating him in some way, though he still couldn't figure out how it benefited the plant man to do so. He thought about it for a long moment as he left for the training field Team 10 typically used, but eventually discarded it. Zetsu led him through the nose a lot, but his words always matched with things Naruto had experienced firsthand. His caution about Tsunade had been just that, a warning that she could pose a threat to his plans, if she was so inclined, not a foregone conclusion that she would interfere. Besides, for Zetsu to be wrong, evidence was needed, and the facts that the plant man stated were all supportable. Konoha's citizens believed in the will of fire, there were more male shinobi than Kunoichi, Akatsuki was a threat, none of those were disprovable things. His tutor was clever enough to formulate opinions based on experience, and those opinions tended to trend true more often than not. Not for the first time since actually grasping the lessons Zetsu taught him, and setting the stage for his own path, Naruto made a mental note to be wary of the things his tutor said. Ninja were untrustworthy by nature, and that went doubly so for Nuke Nin. Until the former Kusanin actually steered him wrong, however, his suspicion was simply unfounded paranoia, and the plant man's words were well heeded and appreciated. With regards to Tsunade, though, Naruto wasn't sure if there were any more steps to take. He understood the danger she posed, had tried to mitigate it, and failed. If the Sannin wasn't interested in his affairs, then maybe he didn't need to worry about trying to get close to her anymore. That was a bit of a relief. He didn't really have any more ideas, or desire, if he was honest, to do so. He made it to the training area and set himself up opposite a training post, scrubbing thoughts of the blonde woman from his mind. There were tweaks he'd started making in his fighting style, not the least of which involved spending more attention on building his physique and taijutsu skills so he could better engage in close combat, if a fight came to that. It was one of the reasons he decided to take Tenten up on her offer to train him in archery. Beyond that, though, were some ideas he'd come up with following his errors in the mission to kill Aoi, several of which revolved around tricks that Shizune had imparted upon him. For instance, the dark-haired medic used wrist-mounted Senbon launchers that were covered by her billowing sleeves to surprise her enemies. Naruto liked the idea of poisoning people with minimal effort, especially if it didn't require using his hands and could be activated in the midst of battle, but he wasn't a fan of the execution. At least, not the way she did it. Truthfully, Aoi had given him the idea when he'd shot Senbon at the blonde from his umbrella's tip. Granted, that could have simply been a mechanism he'd triggered, but with how many uses chakra had, why couldn't he tweak the technique to work for him? The idea was to combine the Senbon Shadow Clone technique with a little bit of wind manipulation so that he could shoot poison needles from their hiding place in his sleeves and retain a stock for future rounds. Ideally, he would eventually be able to perform the technique without hand seals, as he'd done with the Dokujiri and the wind technique he'd desperately used against Aoi, but actually figuring out how to create the jutsu came first. His first attempt focused a bit too hard on the wind manipulation and the needles shot from his sleeve so fast that they embedded themselves halfway up their lengths in the wooden post. They also didn't replace themselves, he noted dourly, walking up to the wood and tugging the Senbon free. Trying to compensate for this deficit, the second attempt filled his sleeve to the brim with Senbon in a perfectly executed Senbon Shadow Clone technique. He cursed as he pulled the extra weapons from his sleeves and readied himself for a third attempt. 24 tries later, Naruto was cursing his own ineptitude. Given that the technique was more of a way to protect himself in a worst-case scenario than something that would replace the Senbon Kage Bunshin, learning it wasn't imperative, but that didn't make it any less irritating that he couldn't figure it out. He took a deep breath and let it out, trying to release his frustrations. It had taken him far longer to learn to manipulate wind and use the attack prevention technique. There was no reason he should be getting so upset over failing a couple dozen times. A slew of unwanted emotions, residual feelings from the failed mission, was driving him to impatience, and that was only likely to make the success of the jutsu that much harder. Relax, he told himself, trying to analyze the problem. He could either multiply the Senbon with the Senbon Shadow Clone technique or push them out with his elemental chakra, but doing both was proving impossible. Probably because of the timing. There was too small a window between the time the needles multiplied and when he could manipulate the wind to push them out, in what basically amounted to a small, modified wind release, violent wind palm. Aoi had done it, though. The needles that had sprayed from his umbrella had been ejected in the same manner Naruto was trying to imitate with his wind chakra. And there was no way all those Senbon had simply been stored in the umbrella either. It was far too small for the volume of needles to have fit. So what the blonde was trying to accomplish was possible. Hell, his enemy had tried to kill him with it. What did he call it again? Joro Senbon. He was drawing inspiration from the wrong technique. Naruto almost wanted to slap himself for his own stupidity. The memory secured, he spent another 2 hours working on his physical training before leaving to talk to Jiraiya about the Senbon shower technique. If the work had already been done for him, there was little point in trying to reinvent the wheel when the foundation had already been laid. LLL. Naruto sat at his kitchen table, mulling over his conversation with Jiraiya. The Sannin had been inordinately pleased to have him approach for help with a jutsu, even if it hadn't been one of the ones he'd wanted to pass down. Still, the white-haired man knew enough about the Senbon shower technique, due to Konoha's long-standing conflict with the Hidden Rain, to impart his expertise to the blonde, and now Naruto knew the theory behind it. Practice would take care of the rest. Strangely, he'd picked up something else from the Godame as well, Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya was one of the, if not the most, proficient sealing experts in Konoha, and he, almost desperately, wanted to pass on the tricks of his trade. Despite not wanting to indulge his sometimes teacher, Naruto had given it some thought and decided that there were boons to learning Fuinjutsu, or at least aspects of it. He had no intention of delving into the subject as deeply as the older man had, but after working with Tenten and her summoning abilities, not to mention his own storage scrolls, the art of sealing had him intrigued. Its applications to his fighting style were interesting, and secretly, he hoped that sealing had the answer to his question of poison pellets. His mahogany jars were useful, but they were bulky and obvious, which was problematic. Poison pellets were much more condensed and subtle, but the problem was that he had no idea how to funnel the gases into such a small shape, or what the tiny spheres were actually made of. Sealing, he suspected, was the answer, one he sought to further improve himself. Evolution, after all, was the key to survival. The blonde had several distinct abilities that he could separate out in his mind: his botanical knowledge and poisons, his skill with wind release ninjutsu, his ken and bukijutsu, and his physical training and stealth. Becoming better than he was required perfecting those skills individually and then meshing them together, supplementing his knife fighting skills with his wind manipulation abilities, for instance. Evolving those talents to become more lethal was also integral to his growth, hence his upgrade from kunai to senbon to longer senbon to hunting knives. Or, alternatively, from poison-tipped weapons to bottled gases to actually being able to orally expel dangerous fluids. But it was always safer to have a backup, like learning the Senbon Shadow Clone technique or the Senbon Shower move, which was why he wanted access to his toxins through both ninjutsu and a second means. Now that he'd learned of his own overconfidence and started to rectify that, the hypocrisy of seeking out help to become independent burned less, reduced to smoldering embers in the wake of his desire to enact his plan. The blonde was smart enough to find the appropriate ways to improve himself, and wise enough to not attach himself wholeheartedly to the people he had to rely on to do so. Zetsu's lesson of using others to learn things while not putting his faith in them to actually do a good job of it remained firmly in his mind. With Asuma for futon ninjutsu, Jiraiya for seals, Ten for weapons, Shizun for poisons, and the rest of his training learnable through self-tutelage, Naruto felt that he had enough coverage for anything he'd encounter. His abilities were well-rounded enough, once they were improved upon, that he had multiple options to choose from while in the field. However, there was one other thing he wanted to try learning, but he was sure that the only person who could help him wouldn't. Despite his plea to his mentor after the failed Chunin exams, Zetsu was still opposed to outright teaching him things, not to mention the plant man wasn't even around right now to do so, meaning that independent experimentation was needed. He walked over to the vine Ino had put up on his wall, a star jasmine, he'd learned, one that hadn't yet bloomed, and grabbed its trailing end. Chakra, he thought, holding the plant and remembering back to what Zetsu had told him. Everything can be done with chakra. Summoning the energy within, he pushed it to his hand and let it flow through the vine. It convulsed briefly before becoming ramrod straight, as taut as the bowstring he'd been practicing with. Then it collapsed, becoming flaccid, only to return to its hardened state in the next second and then oscillate between the two extremes. Naruto experimented with the vine for a moment, plucking it like the strings of an instrument to test its tension, before releasing his chakra and letting it return to its natural state. The technique was pliable, simple. He supposed that anything could be weaponized if it was provided with chakra and the wielder knew what he was doing, and better yet, bountiful. Plants grew over most of the known world, making the land itself his weapon. Naturally, more testing would be required to understand how to make the vine keep a consistent form, not to mention the best ways to utilize each plant, but the potential was there, and that was what mattered. Unsurprisingly, Zetsu had been right when he'd said that nature could be either a worthwhile friend or the harshest of foes. He wondered briefly if it had been part of the plant man's plan to drive him to this point all along, but then discarded it. That required far more foresight than his tutor, who liked to live in the moment, seemed to possess, and was probably a moot point. Though perhaps it was a little dangerous that he cared so much about what the former Kusanine thought. It said something that the person whose opinion he valued the most, who would argue shouldn't be valued at all, would be considered insane, or, at the very least, far less sane than others the blonde hung around, by the rest of the world. Or maybe society was crazy, and he was the only sane person. Scary thought. Not that it mattered either way, he had a direction, and that was enough for the moment. LLL. Sarutobi Asuma walked into Yamanaka Flowers while Naruto was manning the front counter, the cigarette that seemed a permanent fixture of his person noticeably absent. Naruto was surprised to see him. He'd been looking for the man for weeks now, with no luck. Hey Asuma-sensei. The taller shinobi made a non-committal noise that might have been mild surprise. How's it going, Naruto? Pretty good. Where've you been? Mission. Can't say anything else, sorry. Oh. Well, do you have some free time? I was hoping you could help me with my futon ninjutsu. Can it wait? I just got back the other night and had something I wanted to do. Naruto withheld the disappointed frown at this roadblock in his plans. Despite being the leader of Team 10, Asuma didn't seem to be around very often anymore, and while the blonde was clever enough to make some progress with wind release techniques on his own, the eyes and mind of a more experienced user were preferable to help him improve. You're never around anymore when we need you, Asuma-sensei, he almost pouted, trying to play on the man's sympathy. That's because he's always with Kurinai-sensei, right, Asuma-sensei? Both males shifted to find Ino coming out from the backroom, a knowing smirk dancing on her lips. Asuma coughed into his fist. That is, can I get a bouquet, Ino? The Yamanaka waved her hand dismissively before returning to the back. Asuma returned his attention to his other student. Well, Naruto, the thing is, since you guys are all Chunin, Team 10 is, for all intents and purposes, dissolved. The Hokage has me performing higher caliber missions more befitting of my Jonin status now, and they keep me away a lot. He shrugged. I'm sorry that I'm not around as much as I used to be, but I can still help you when I'm back in town. Naruto digested that explanation thoughtfully. On the one hand, it was nice that he wouldn't have to worry about Asuma looking over his shoulder, analyzing his actions and potentially reporting them back to Jiraiya. On the other hand, he'd been counting on having access to the man for help with his wind techniques. Konoha had very few wind users, and the only other adults he felt he could beg help off of, Jiraiya and Shizun, were proficient with Katon and Doton ninjutsu, not futon. The more pressing problem with the Jonin's explanation was that it sounded like Team 10 was broken up. Granted, even as Chunin, it made sense to keep Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji together, but where did that leave him? Even if he wanted to work by himself, his last mission had proven that he wasn't ready, and unfortunately, he didn't exactly work well with other people. Sure, he got along with Tenten, and Team 8 was tolerable. Shino and Hinata at least seemed to respect him, and they could control Kiba if the situation called for it, but he still worked best with Team 10. And if he was stuck working with people for the foreseeable future, wasn't it better to do so with those he had a proven history with? He wondered if Jiraiya would allow him to request permanent placement on Team 10, even though their collective Chunin status meant that he no longer needed to serve as Shikamaru's substitute. Ino came back into the room, prompting Asuma to continue talking, though it seemed likely that he was trying to fill the emptiness to draw attention away from his supposed relationship with Kurenai than anything else. Don't worry, you guys will probably still work together a lot, given your training and abilities. Shikamaru will probably take lead most of the time, since he's the most senior Chunin out of you four. So, Naruto, did you want to meet up tomorrow afternoon? Yeah, sure. Great. Ino said, placing a fresh bouquet of red roses and carnations, representing true love, fascination, and distinction, Naruto noted, in Asuma's hands before clapping her own together. Now off you go, she continued, pushing their teacher towards the door. It's rude to keep a lady waiting. Say hi to Kurenai-sensei for us. Asuma tried to protest her words, but he was already out the door by the time he managed to stutter anything, the chiming of the bell announcing his departure. Ino sighed. He's hopeless. And cheap. He didn't pay, Naruto pointed out. Ino waved his words out of the air. It's fine. Besides, he's trying to be romantic, he doesn't need to pay. Don't you think it's sweet? The spiky-haired blonde thought that his teammate's logic was a little flawed. Many people came in to purchase flowers for their loved ones, not just Asuma, and if none of them paid, he was sure the flower shop would be out of business, but decided not to say so. If her previous infatuation with Sasuke was any indication, Ino's ideas of romance were strange, questionable, and not open to debate. Naruto shrugged and turned away, missing the disappointed frown his fellow blonde directed at his back when he did so. He needed to figure out what questions to ask Asuma tomorrow while he had the other wind user's time, not waste his time with trying to understand the behavior associated with notions of love. LLL. As seemed to be the norm with those who were older and more experienced than him, Naruto discovered that Asuma had been right about who he would be teamed up with on missions. The partners he had over the long stretch of months that defined his zealous rededication to training were typically the former members of Team 10, often performing escort or capture missions, though there were times when it was just him and Ino out gathering information as part of Jiraiya's spy network. When Shikamaru got roped into helping proctor the semi-annual Chunin exams, Naruto was placed with Team 8 on border patrol while Ino and Choji partook in other responsibilities. None of the missions were anything that could be considered too dangerous, certainly nothing on the level of his solo mission to reclaim the Nidame sword of the Thunder God, and the blonde wasn't sure whether to be grateful or annoyed for such scenarios. While it was good that his life wasn't really in any jeopardy, said missions also didn't push him to his limits and test his newly honed abilities. But in the ninja world, things changed at the drop of a hat, and given the C-rank turned-to-ranked mission to the Land of Waves in his early days as a genin, Naruto wasn't as surprised as he probably should have been when a similar situation struck again. Apparently, there was a faction of the village hidden in Frost that was dissatisfied with the treaty held with the village hidden in Clouds. Konoha, as the next closest major village, was willing to work with the group towards a mutually beneficial conclusion, which was why Team 10 had been deployed to escort the small entourage from its home to the Hidden Leaf. That Kumo wanted to stop such a meeting was obvious, though why Jiraiya had sent their team, which wasn't really combat specialized, was beyond the blonde. The delegation from Shimagakure consisted of a husband and wife, their young son, Naruto estimated him to be about 10 years old, and a middle-aged man who had all the upright pompousness of a politician. They'd brought with them 2 Frost Jonin as guards, though the blonde privately thought that their rank was probably inflated. The minor hidden villages seemed to have lower standards for promotion than the greater ones like Konoha and Kumo, probably to make their forces look greater than they really were. They were barely within the Land of Fire's territory when Ino's head snapped around, platinum blonde ponytail whipping in an arc with the motion. "Move," she yelled. Choji and Shikamaru reached into the wagon carrying the Frost delegation with elongated arms and shadows, grabbing the family of 3 from within and moving away from the vehicle just in time for a ball of lightning to impact it. It exploded into wooden shrapnel, and the one Shimonin who had grabbed the middle-aged man from the opposite side and shielded him with his body took a stake through the heart for his proximity. The politician scrambled to where the Nara and Akimichi had taken up defense positions around the remaining members of the company, darkness whipping around the former in his shadow sewing technique and the latter triple the size to better protect their clients. Kumonin descended from the trees like hailstones, half of the squadron moving to engage the two Chunin. Naruto moved to help them, knowing that the survival of the Frost delegation was integral to the mission's success and that Shikamaru and Choji wouldn't last long with 2-to-1 odds, but two other Cloud Shinobi stepped in his path before he could interfere. Over their shoulders, he could see Ino and the remaining Shimonin fighting one opponent each. If it wasn't for the direness of the situation, Naruto might have found the whole thing morbidly amusing. This was the exact situation he'd been looking for to test his skills, just without the pressure of having to protect civilians and his teammates. He told himself not to use the Shinra Bancho as he might have 8 months prior, instead forming the cross seal for the Kage Bunshin and summoning 3 shadow clones. They immediately set out to engage the Kumonin brandishing a katana, leaving him to deal with the other enemy by himself. Deciding that time was of the essence, he withdrew his hunting knives from his sleeves and set himself up to fight. In the beginning of the battle, where first moves exposed a lot about each person's abilities and allowed the opponent to combat them, the blades were innocuous enough that seeing them wouldn't reveal any important skill he couldn't compensate for later. A bolt of lightning shot out from his enemy's fingertips, and Naruto instinctively blocked with his blades, channeling wind chakra along their length to gain the elemental advantage. He scowled a little at being forced to reveal his affinity, the elemental advantage aside. So much for hiding my skills. Summoning more chakra along his blades, he started slashing the air, sending out sickles of wind chakra that flew at his opponent. As the Kumonin dodged, Naruto steadily moved closer, pressing his advantage. A sudden scream split the air. Naruto didn't flinch at the sound, but his opponent did, glancing in the direction of his comrade. The blonde dove forward, driving the chakra extended, poisoned tip of his right knife into the Cloud Shinobi's stomach even as a kunai imbued with lightning chakra whizzed overhead and struck the ground behind where he'd been standing. There was a crunch of splintering wood, and he released his hold on his now stuck blade, whirling around from the destroyed log and leveling his weaponless arm at the surprised Kumonin even as he sank waist-deep into the ground via the attack prevention technique. Erasure Senbon. Needles blasted out from his sleeve cuff, a seemingly endless barrage that gave the other shinobi the appearance of a pincushion. His flak jacket protected him from the worst of the hail, but the number of Senbon tipped with deadly nightshade that pierced his skin was enough to put him down for the count. Naruto took a brief second to glance over at the Kumonin who'd been fighting his doppelgangers to find the man dead, blisters covering his too pale skin. It was him the scream had come from, courtesy of the Doku Kage Bunshin he'd been fighting. The cloud of smoke that also accompanied the dispelling of his shadow clones had given him pause some months prior. What if, instead of harmless smoke, the shadow clones burst into something more devastating, like his manchineel gas? The poison shadow clone technique was the fruit of his labors, a surprise for any opponent that managed to deal his duplicates a lethal blow. Evolution, integration. Those were the keys he'd been missing in his training and fights up to his encounter with Aoi. It was all well and good to have a variety of skills to play with, but it was too easy to counter them individually. Without mixing his abilities together, there was a predictability, and thus as a susceptibility, to his attacks. Yes, he'd done some integration before, but that was bare bones, and his single-minded focus in certain areas had blinded him to the opportunity he'd embraced over the past number of months. This was an entirely different level from before, and it was working. The enemy's death confirmed, he dug into his weapon pouch and hurled several small pellets against the ground. Thick, dark smoke crafted from burning detritus and fallen undergrowth exploded out of them, and Naruto went through the signs for the contracting funnel technique to cloud him within the eye of the haze. Obstructed from view, he slipped underground with the attack prevention technique, and once there, placed his hand upon the nearest tree root. In the middle of the forest, surrounded on all sides by nature, there was no hiding from his chakra. This was a trick he'd adapted from something Zetsu had once said about being able to sense anyone if they were touching some piece of flora. He wasn't exactly sure how it worked for his tutor, but in trying to mold plants to be his weapons, this was the first idea he'd focused on perfecting. As a non-sensor type, the Shinra Bancho had its limits during execution, for him, but if he could use the expansive network of roots and plants to create a sort of map in his mind's eye while underground, well, the possibilities became endless. There you are. The 9th Kumonin, the one who'd almost hit him with a lightning-imbued kunai while he'd fought his teammate, the one he assumed had dispersed all 3 of his poison shadow clones and inadvertently killed his other teammate, was perched in a tree on the outer fringes of the path they were on. His Midori Shiryoku no Jutsu, the green sight technique, which allowed him to see through plants, allowed him to visualize the network of plants and determine if there were foreign entities touching them. Things like bugs and small animals showed up as blips, and with practice, he'd learned to ignore them. Humans were much more obvious. Granted, there were limitations to his technique, but with the way the Kumonine had tried sniping him, assuming he was high up in a tree was a logical conclusion. Unfortunately, the man knew most of his tricks now, and Naruto hadn't yet perfected attacking with plants in a way he hoped to in the future. Still, he had the element of surprise, and that would have to suffice. He melded out of the tree trunk on the same branch as the Cloud Shinobi and blasted another Sanban storm from his sleeve. His adversary hastily threw up a barrier of lightning chakra that seemed to catch the needles in a tightly knit ball of electromagnetism before sending the needle-slash-lightning barrier back at the blonde. The Jinchuriki summoned a wave of wind to disperse the attack, then exhaled a Dokujiri cloud of sleeping gas. Predictably, the Kumonine jumped down to avoid the vapor, and Naruto launched 3 Sanban at the man, performing seals for the Sanban Kage Bunshin after doing so. Like before, the foreign shinobi used lightning chakra to magnetize and ensnare the incoming hailstorm of needles, but the blonde had hoped for this reaction. If there was one thing he'd learned from his mistakes, it was that people tended towards what they were familiar and or comfortable with, and he'd set up the man to activate his electromagnetic technique intentionally. His fingers were already set on the last sign for the futon, Kakadai Kiri, and the small pockets of air between the now clumped together needles exploded as the modified expanding mist technique went into effect. Surprised that his defense was bested, and at such close range, the Cloud Shinobi couldn't dodge in time and was immediately pierced by dozens of poison Sanban. Naruto took a brief moment to muse on the effectiveness of having his needles moving in multiple directions at once. Both the Sanban Storm and Sanban Shadow Clone technique were linear offenses, before leaving the man to return to his team, knowing time was of the essence. A minute later, he returned to the battle to find Shikamaru and Choji looking out of breath and injured, but still fighting against 1 Kumonine each. Weaving signs, he held his hands palm out and muttered, "Futon, Shinku Hiki." Instead of throwing out a buffet of wind like the Great Breakthrough technique, air surged past him in droves, whipping his blonde spikes in a frenzy. The Kumonine fighting Choji, who was nearer, was lifted off his feet, the Akimichi enlarging himself even further to better withstand his teammates' wind release, vacuum pull. When the Cloud Shinobi turned to find the source of the wind pulling at him, Choji transformed himself into his meatball tank form and used the same pull to increase his momentum. The Kumonine didn't know what hit him as he was crushed by the large teen's mass. Naruto slipped underground with the Shinra Bansho to avoid the same fate as his teammate barreled over his location. When he resurfaced, Shikamaru was finishing strangling his opponent with his clan's shadow neckbind technique, having also taken advantage of the distraction provided by the blonde's jutsu to finally capture his adversary. He glanced over in Ino's direction, finding her slumped over in the arms of the Shimonin, obviously in the midst of using her mind-body switch technique on the Kumonine she'd been fighting. Her body began to stir, and the Frost Shinobi helped her to her feet while the Cloud Shinobi collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, his brain function destroyed by one of the Yamanaka clan's techniques. "It's just like Hokage-sama said," she told her teammates upon regrouping with them. Shikamaru rubbed the back of his neck. "Troublesome. We got lucky. I think they were expecting a group of Shimonin, and not an escort from Konoha. No offense," he added when the remaining Frost Shinobi scowled at him, apparently offended by the fact that the Hidden Leaf Shinobi were trained better. "Nice job, Naruto. After we got the first 2, they figured out how to avoid us and started focusing more on attacking the clients than us, so we had to prioritize defense over offense." "No big deal," replied the blonde, watching as Ino moved on from healing Choji to Shikamaru. When she finished with the Nara and turned to him, Naruto held up his hands and grinned. "I'm good." Ino fixed him with a gimlet stare, but after a once-over of his person, realized that he had no injuries. She snorted. "Well, nice to see I don't have to bandage you up for once." "You're welcome," he called as she went to offer her services to the Shimonin. In her place, he walked up to Choji and offered him a jar of ointment, which the larger teen began to spread over the more minor injuries Ino had skipped over to conserve chakra. Shikamaru sighed, and Naruto's attention swiveled back to their leader. "Well, with no wagon, we'll have to carry them the rest of the way. What a pain." "Ino, take point," he ordered, hoisting the 10-year-old delegate on his back amid a squawk of surprise. Unsaid went the fact that she would have to strain her sensory skills to the limit to make sure no one ambushed them again. "Naruto, your rearguard." He nodded. "Want some?" he prompted, holding up a second jar of balm for the Nara. Shikamaru shook his head. "If you've got something to get me through the next couple hours, though, I wouldn't complain." Wordlessly, Naruto unraveled one of his small, newly crafted storage scrolls and unsealed a single mahogany jar. He passed it to Shikamaru, who immediately uncorked it and brought it to his lips, gulping it down. Inside was water imbued with honeysuckle, rose hips, and mint, all exposed to his chakra, an energy booster of his own design which lacked the negative repercussions, but also chakra supplementation, that came with utilizing soldier pills. The Nara had acquired a taste for the concoction on previous missions, when haste was required and his lower stamina was a hindrance. Closing and storing the parchment, he then grabbed the wife of the remaining trio as Choji and the Shimonin carried the last two. Neither he nor Shikamaru possessed the physiques to really carry people, and Ino needed to remain unhindered to serve effectively as both censor and medic, not that she was a more likely candidate than either of the two males to bear a person on her back. Still, regardless of the fact that he was currently acting as a pack animal, Naruto allowed a small smile to cross his lips. He'd been confronted by an unfavorable situation and ended up coming out on top, and all without the assistance of anyone else. Progress, he thought with satisfaction as they raced towards Konoha. That was all he wanted confirmation of. Chapter 17, Fate and Choice. Are your choices really your own, or does some unseen destiny guide your hand? LLL. Well? A beat of silence, then, I don't sense anyone. There is no one within my range either, came a voice from above. All right. And the target? He has remained stationary. A nod. Good. Then let's finish this up. Shikamaru's head tilted back until his dark eyes locked onto Naruto's form, crouched on the limb above. The longbow Tenten had gifted to him gripped loosely in one hand. A nearly depleted rucksack of arrows was thrown over his shoulder, resting on his back. Taking heed of the Nara's cue, he stood up and reached back to grab and knock an arrow. Leveling the bow parallel to his face, he drew back the bowstring and took sight at his target, the exterior of a rest stop built in the northeastern part of the Land of Fire's forest. The building was really a cover for a bounty exchange station that operated within the Land of Fire's borders, one of a dozen stations, to be precise. Jiraiya apparently found the whole system of bounty hunting distasteful, especially since stations within the Land of Fire were used primarily for the exchange of Konohanin and other natives, and so had sent out a small strike team to eliminate the station masters from afar. Shikamaru was the team leader, Naruto was the long-range assassin, Ino was one part censor, one part medic, per Tsunade's program. 27 degrees to your right, stop, too far. Now slowly turn 4 degrees back, there. And Niji was the other half of both. The Hyuga stood directly behind the archer with his Byakugan active, knees bent just slightly so that they were fundamentally the same height. Naruto didn't particularly care for Niji. Granted, he cared very little for people in general, but then again, he typically wasn't stuck with those people for weeks on end, traversing their massive home country to complete such a lengthy mission. There was something about the way the long-haired male acted and spoke, a deep-rooted surety, full of condescension and arrogance, he supposed, that reminded the blonde a little of Sasuke. And of himself, and that kind of annoyed him. But having the Hyuga practically breathing down his neck, issuing coordinate corrections with the assurance of a strange human protractor was aggravating, and a severe test of his patience. Fortunately, he'd practiced blocking out such distractions with Tenten, who probably had to use it for her own benefits, given who her teammates were, during their archery lessons. Taking a calming breath, he focused on the tension in the bowstring and the line of sight Niji had given him. When his fingertips stopped trembling against the string, he released it with a sharp twang. The arrow whistled through the air, the wind chakra coating the head allowing it to drill easily through the concrete, tile, and wood of the bathroom's walls. There was silence among the foursome for several seconds, until Niji intoned, "Target eliminated." All eyes turned to Shikamaru, who let out a tired sigh. Mission completed. Now we can finally go home. LLL. Naruto estimated them to be less than 100 miles from the hidden leaf. It was hard to tell when the trees seemed virtually indistinguishable from one another. When Shikamaru raised a hand to call a halt to their journey, in the diminished light of dusk, it was easier to see the Nara stop and jump to an open area of the forest floor than it was to see the solitary appendage, he groused mentally. Following his lead, the remaining trio alighted lightly on the detritus and set about their usual camp chores. By the time Ino and Shikamaru finished securing a perimeter, Niji had returned with firewood, and Naruto had the tent set up for the evening. They ate from the remains of their rations around a small fire, the red-orange light flickering across their tired faces. If we're lucky, Jiraiya-sama will feel inclined to give us some time off after how annoying this mission was, Shikamaru grunted. He better, Ino agreed. I want to sleep in an actual bed. It is not our place to question our assignments, Niji informed them. Our duty is to follow our orders, regardless of our personal feelings on the matter. It was the little things like that, Niji's cold, detached assertions of things they already knew, which annoyed Naruto. Well, that doesn't sound bitter at all, he noted facetiously, blue eyes focused on a book opened in his lap. It was an interesting text he'd found in a small town near the border with the land of birds that described some historical uses of plants native to that country, and he'd taken to perusing it for an hour or two on the more relaxed evenings of their mission. Niji shot the blonde an irritated look that went unnoticed. The chain of command exists for a reason. To defy our duties in lieu of personal preferences would be akin to treason, let alone a fruitless battle against fate. Naruto's book slammed shut with a loud whump. Ino, her neck craned to browse over the other blonde's shoulder, jumped slightly at the suddenness of the sound and movement. Niji's Byakugan activated instinctively to check the surroundings, while Shikamaru and Ino's eyes darted around in tense suspicion. Naruto, the latter hissed. Keep it down. Anyone could have heard that. He ignored her, focusing hard blue eyes on the Hyuga. There was that tone again, the one that seemed a permanent fixture of the other male's voice, the one that irked him without even trying. Niji's speech always seemed to hint that he was wiser than everyone else because of some event that only he knew about, and while Naruto fully believed that people were entitled to their own opinions, he also believed that the unknown was dangerous and, in this case, annoying. Ever since we've been out here, you've had this thing about fate. I've left it alone, because hey, to each his own, and, you know, bigger priorities, he shrugged, but since you clearly can't take a joke without mentioning it, I have to ask, what's your deal? Niji snorted. What a foolish question. Naruto tried to ignore how much his teammate sounded like Black Zetsu in that moment, shoving an annoyed response to the back of his throat as the Hyuga continued, our accomplishments and defeats alike are nothing more than a construct of fate's design for us. You don't believe in free will? Ino asked before Naruto could, her shock evident. I believe that there are some obstacles too high to overcome, and that trying is a waste of time. And how could you possibly know what those obstacles are? Naruto asked, sarcasm and ire waging war with his voice. Just because you can see all around you doesn't make you omniscient, Shikamaru supplied. What he said. Niji stared at him coldly. Just because I am not omniscient does not mean I am unobservant. You can't predict future potential. You're getting loud again. Naruto fumed in his seat, pissed at Niji and silently acknowledging Shikamaru's warning. He didn't mind the discussion of philosophies. One thing he'd learned from Zetsu was that others' beliefs could be valuable either in conforming to and adopting them or simply rejecting them, but the things the Hyuga was saying made no sense, especially because they contradicted everything the blonde had fought so hard to attain. To believe so utterly that one's actions and achievements were preordained by a higher power, an invisible one at that, was essentially giving up on free will, and that was a fight the Jinchuriki refused to lose. There was simply no way that Zetsu coming into his life and turning his world upside down had been a matter of fate. Fate was more likely to have seen him as a cog in the machine blindly subscribed to the will of fire, instead of the free-thinking, albeit morally ambiguous and emotionally stunted, individual he'd become. There was little comparison between the Naruto who'd existed before he'd met Zetsu and the one he was nowadays, and the idea that the whole situation had been fated was simply ludicrous. And if it had been a fated occurrence, well, then fate had an undeniably sick sense of humor. Still, to credit all of his success to fate was disgusting. He'd worked hard, found and wheedled the right teachers to train him, struggled with the hypocrisy of his own dogma, and stumbled far too often to accept that where he was now was due to some invisible hand. So, in an eerily calm voice, he said, you know, Niji, from what Tenten's told me, you seem like a logical, rational kind of person, so how can you possibly believe something so stupid? There was a loud smack as Ino buried her forehead in the palm of her hand. Here we go. Shikamaru muttered. You also would have arrived at a similar conclusion if your father had been sacrificed for a crime he didn't commit, Niji snapped. I've never had a father, Naruto shot back, and you don't see me preachin' that life is scripted, do ya? Perhaps not, returned the long-haired male, a cold, victorious smirk dancing on his lips, but your lack of family only makes your lack of awareness more obvious. Do you know what it's like to live in the Hyuga clan? I think everyone here but you can safely say, no, came the dry retort. Niji continued as if he hadn't been interrupted. My father was the younger twin of the current clan head. When he was born, just after Hayashizama, it was decided that there could not be two heirs to the clan, and so he became branded with the seal of the branch family. From then on, he was nothing more than a servant to the main family. Why? Naruto asked, his ire being tempered by genuine curiosity. The main family can control the branch family with a hand seal that is passed down through the generations. When my father's anger at the main family made itself known, they used the seal to bring him to his knees, and that is but one example of the main family's dominion over the branch family. Many years ago, Hayashi-sama killed a diplomat from Kumo who tried to kidnap Hinata-sama for her Byakugan. Kumo desired retribution in the form of Hayashi-sama's body so that it could once more try to attain the Byakugan, but my father was sent in his place instead. Because he didn't have the Byakugan? The blonde probed, confused. In addition to controlling the branch family, the seal eats away at the Byakugan when the wearer dies, Niji explained icily. Kumo was unaware of the duplicity until it was too late, but by then the bargain had already been struck. So you can now see why the branch family is nothing but subservient to the main family, and thus the logic behind my ideology should be apparent, he snapped bitterly. Our fate is in their hands. Not really. I mean, yeah, they made it so you can't attack them, but is that really something you should be doing anyway? Not that I agree with them, he added, noting the anger rising in Niji's pale cheeks, but you're gonna let that dictate your life? It has dictated my life since I was branded at age 3, he spat. Everything that's happened to you isn't because you have a seal, Naruto argued. Privately, he thought the idea was brilliant, a way to ensure loyalty to a cause? Pure genius. Barring the fact that the Hyuga clan had probably been on the verge of civil war since the seal's inception, although no action could be taken as the cause of the conflict also prevented it from occurring, the underlying theory was solid. If it had no limitations on quantity affected or required continuous chakra usage, thus risking chakra exhaustion, it could essentially act as a foolproof way to see one's plans come to fruition, a method to control the masses. The blonde wouldn't have to worry about the repercussions of seeing his dream realized if he had a similar seal he could place on the people likely to be in his way. Granted, he wasn't condoning what sounded like the indentured servitude of a populace, the seal was morally reprehensible in every sense of the word, but damn if it wasn't an effective method of crowd control. Besides, he continued, if the point of the seal is to stop the Byakugan from falling into the wrong hands, why doesn't everybody have it? Because it is the duty and fate of the branch family to protect the main family. Hinata doesn't have a seal because she's part of the main family, right? And her teammates aren't part of the Hyuga clan, so who's supposed to protect her while she's out on missions? Niji opened his mouth to respond, but no noise came out, the blonde's words seemed to have struck him speechless. Shikamaru and Ino's heads swiveled between the pair, watching the verbal war with renewed curiosity. Naruto decided to press his advantage. I mean, if I understand you, then Hinata could die on a mission and her eyes would be up for grabs for any random shinobi, right? Kinda makes the seal pointless if your clan's gonna send main family members outside of Konoha, doesn't it? And there's no way she's the only active main family shinobi, is she? That would just cut your clan's power in half. Niji just stared at him, and the younger male wondered if those thoughts had never actually crossed the Hyuga's mind before. Tenten had told him that her teammate was a genius, and as far as his shinobi prowess went, he probably was, but from Naruto's perspective, the other boy was remarkably short-sighted, too caught up in his fatalistic worldview to widen his insight. You may be right in one regard, Niji began slowly, finally finding his tongue again, but you have only proven how fruitless it is to struggle against fate. I thought I was destined to be a servant of the main family in service of my clan, but now, you have shown me that the seal is meaningless. It is the main family's way of mocking those born under different circumstances, to keep the branch family subservient and in line, and to allow weak-hearted heirs to prosper. Naruto shook his head. Niji was completely missing the point, even though his argument held some validity. Of course, if he'd found out he'd been enslaved for no good reason, he'd probably be pissed, too, so some leniency was allowed, but still. Yeah, and while that's sad and all, it still doesn't mean that everything is predetermined. No? Then tell me, what would you call being born with superior abilities and relegated to servitude of those beneath you? Bad luck, the blonde shrugged. Your ancestors being dicks? How the hell should I know? How would you know at birth if you're better than someone else? You train every day, don't you? If you were naturally good at things, what's the point of all that effort? And who's to say that's not why you're as good as you are now? Being gifted does not necessarily make one skilled. What would you suggest I do? Die. Ino gasped. Naruto. I'm just saying, he said, turning to face his fellow blonde. If he thinks that fate or whatever wants him to die protecting the main family, then his alternative is to die on his own terms, even if that means going against the main family. Niji snorted. It is my preference to live, if simply to spite the main family. Naruto smirked. Shikamaru muttered a quiet, impressed, checkmate. Sorry, not sure I heard you correctly, the blonde said. Sounds like you're choosing to live. Niji opened his mouth to retort, but closed it quickly thereafter upon realizing he had stated as such. He scowled at his shorter teammate. "This changes nothing," he snapped, before getting up and marching into one of the tents. Quiet reigned among the remaining trio for a number of seconds before Ino admitted, "That was impressive, Naruto." "Yeah, but what a troublesome argument," Shikamaru mentioned. "You couldn't just let it go?" "Once I got into it, it was too hard to stop." He offered curious looks to the two members of Team 10. "Did either of you guys know any of that stuff about the Hyuga clan?" Both shook their heads. "It's all pretty messed up," he continued, turning in the direction of Niji's tent. "Almost makes you feel bad for the guy." Shikamaru grunted. "Be careful around him," he warned. "Niji doesn't seem like the type to let being beaten go." "You're on first watch," he added, waving a lazy goodnight and heading to his own tent. For a long moment, only the crackling of the fire broke the silence between the remaining two blondes. Then Ino asked, "Was there a point to all that?" Crystal blue eyes became unfocused, slipping back to some unseen point in Naruto's past. "People blind to their own faults only hurt themselves," he stated. "And piss me off." "Yeah, well, watch out. Being a king of confrontation only means that you'll make more enemies than friends." After another period of unresponsiveness, the Yamanaka decided she wouldn't pull anything more from her introspective friend and went to bed with a murmured, "Wake me for the next watch." Naruto acknowledged her with a small bob of his head, his focus on analyzing if some deities were fickle enough to make him think free will existed when things really were predetermined. LLL. The journey back to Konoha the next morning was done in tense silence. Niji's face had been twisted into a permanent scowl since that morning, one which, with his Byakugan active, Naruto was sure was directed at him. Shikamaru and Ino seemed wary of breaking whatever tentative respite had settled over the two males, and for his own part, the blonde had nothing to say. After everyone had gone to bed the previous night, the Jinchuriki had stayed up late, ears sharp for any potential ambush but mind questioning the heated debate he'd shared with the Hyuga. The conclusions he'd drawn hadn't been anything different from the night before, although with a cooler head he'd realized that it had been foolish to try and sway his teammates' worldview. Just because Zetsu had managed to do the same for him didn't mean it would work with others, nor was it his goal to do so. Besides, Naruto's mind and ideologies had been warped based on his own experiences, and it seemed like Niji's belief in fatalism had similar roots. Just because the younger boy had shot holes into his logic didn't mean that the Hyuga was likely to switch philosophies at the drop of a hat. Niji was still misguided, though. Naruto couldn't imagine a world where the gods and whatever other deities existed cared enough to predetermine the outcome of people's lives at their birth. There were too many alternate paths to take in life to believe that he hadn't had some choice in where he was headed. Naruto had to believe that he was the mastermind of his own life, the one pulling the strings, not the marionette dancing at the end of them, otherwise what was the point of anything? It was either that, or fate was the cruelest mistress of them all to have made him suffer through the crap that he had, no matter that it had shaped him into the person he was now. Besides which, Naruto liked to have concrete evidence or experience with things before trying to mesh them into his worldview, and the truth of the matter was that nothing of the sort existed when it came to higher powers. Faith and logic were not meant to go hand in hand. Even despite all that, the blonde thought that a confrontation with Niji had been almost unavoidable, and if it wasn't for the fact that conversation had been minimal, and mostly job-oriented when it did occur, during most of the previous nights, he was sure it would have happened sooner. Naruto wasn't sure whether it was his fatalistic viewpoint or the fact that he was renowned as a genius, but the Hyuga's personality was insufferable. The older male was dismissive of those he saw as beneath him, which was, apparently, everyone, reminding Naruto of how Sasuke had always looked down on him, of how Ino had snubbed him at the Chunin exams, and a host of other slights that irked him enough to call him out on it. Now, at least, he had a partial explanation as to why the brown-haired teen acted as he did, not that it excused him any. In fact, it kind of made him want to prove Niji wrong even more. He was starting to dislike it when people operated under false assumptions and misconceptions. Still, they were in the middle of the wilderness after a 2-month-long mission, so even if he wanted to do something, and what that was, he didn't know, it was neither the time nor place to do so. Besides, he rationalized, there was little point in making a bigger deal out of the situation than he already had. Pouring oil onto a raging fire was a bad idea in any situation. By the time noon rolled around, the quartet was safely back within the Hidden Leaf's great walls. Shikamaru placed his hands on his back and stretched, producing a series of clicking cracks. "Well, it's good to finally be home." His blonde teammates both nodded their agreement. Niji remained stoically silent. "As troublesome as it is, you guys don't need to come with me to report to Hokage-sama. The mission was pretty open and shut." Uzumaki, Niji intoned, cutting off any enthusiasm his teammates might have mustered at the Nara's announcement. "Come with me." Naruto shot a glance at the other members of Team 10 before shrugging and following the Hyuga's retreating figure. That guy has no self-preservation instincts, Shikamaru grunted. I told him to watch out for, Oi, Ino, let go. No way, replied the blonde, dragging him off in the direction the other two were disappearing in. We're going with to make sure neither tries to kill the other. Troublesome. LLL. In any other situation, doing what he was about to do went against everything Naruto's plan for contingencies and don't cause trouble mind told him. The way to keep a low profile and not bring unwanted attention upon himself was not by fighting his, angered, peers in an open forum. There were only two reasons he was going through with this spar, the first being that, as Shikamaru had warned, Neji was unlikely to let the attacks against his worldview go very easily, meaning that a second confrontation with the long-haired male was just as unavoidable as the first one. The second reason was much more pragmatic and goal-oriented. Rumor had it that Neji was being considered for promotion to Jonin, and Naruto wanted to test his mettle against someone the Hidden Leaf considered ready for that level. Shikamaru was apparently also being considered, and even though the blonde knew from training that the Nara was no slouch, he heavily suspected that promotion was based more on tactics than raw power. Neji, on the other hand, was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan and a disciple of the renowned taijutsu specialist Madogai. His promotion was almost certainly based more on combat skill than anything else. So he'd acquiesced to the older teen's command and was now following the brown-haired male towards the open training area Tenten often took him to. In fact, he noted upon arrival, the bun-haired girl and their green-clad teammate were there now, practicing their hand-to-hand combat. The latter broke off when he noticed the spectators, bouncing over and locking eager eyes with his teammates' hard ones. Neji, my eternal rival, you have returned at last. Come, let us stoke the fires of our youth with a spar to celebrate your. Not now, Lee. I must correct some of Uzumaki's misconceptions about what fate has planned for him. Naruto scowled. Maybe you want to believe that your life is being run by some unseen power, but there's no way you can predict what my life is like. You failed the graduation exam on multiple occasions and have no notable techniques to augment your fighting style, Neji stated. By all accounts, you are a failure. That you have achieved as much as you have is simply the extent of fate's design for you. To fight against the inevitable would be pointless, which I will prove to you here and now. Normally, Naruto didn't mind being underestimated. It gave him a distinct edge in fighting, that people thought he was capable of far less than he really was. But there was that condescending way that Neji spoke, and the fact that the Hyuga had seen some of what he could do and was still judging him prematurely, that really raised his ire. You'll see, he thought, digging around his pockets and pulling out a handful of different scrolls, detaching and removing a plethora of jars, pellets, and poison Senbon from his arsenal. What are you doing? Choosing to not kill you during this spar, came the mocking response. Unless you'd like me to, of course, you still have the choice to die not in the service of your clan, he offered. Neji's face vaguely resembled an alabaster mask in that moment, frozen in a rictus of hate. Naruto took the brief reprieve to walk over to Tenten and drop his removed gear at her feet. Take care of this for me? She nodded, then whispered. Don't kill him, he may be difficult, but he's still my teammate. Blue eyes darted to the side to spy Ino dragging a reluctant Shikamaru into the area. I only promised to try, he told her, turning back and retaking his previous position in the training field. For almost a minute, the two combatants stood facing each other, Neji in a classic Juken stance, Naruto standing with his fingers clenched around his twin Senbon, his hunting knives part of the collection at Tenten's feet. Well? Well what? Neji snorted. This is a spar. You are supposed to attack. Oh, Naruto responded with false lightheartedness, I was waiting for you, but if you insist. I have been waiting for. Futon, de Tapa. Wind blasted out from Naruto's open palms, rustling Ino's platinum locks and Lee's bowl cut. Neji was blown clear off his feet by the wide-range attack and thrown into the tree line, where he managed to stabilize himself against the trunk he impacted until the gale died down. Naruto waited for him to return to the field, pale eyes narrowed in frustration. You are not stupid enough to fight you head-on, the blonde finished for him. What idiot fights a Hyuga with taijutsu? Neji's eyes flickered over to the sidelines, and Naruto allowed his periphery to follow his gaze, finding Tenten patting him morosely on the back. Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. You wanted a fight, and you got one. Fate will still see the true victor through to the end. Naruto shrugged in response and almost lazily tossed a handful of Senbon at his opponent. A few become hundreds as he formed the seals for the Senbon shadow clone technique, and Neji was forced to spin into a Katen to repel the incoming storm of steel. As he mused on his next move, the Hyuga broke out of his rotation and then seemed to vanish from sight. Reacting on instinct, Naruto sank into the earth via the attack prevention technique as Niji's hand passed through the space overhead. His adversary was much faster than he'd expected. "You cannot hide from my eyes," came the older teen's haughty voice. "Hack dasho." Naruto felt a wave of chakra rush through the earth and slam into his shoulder before he could move, locking down the limb. He quickly moved away as another ripple ran through the location he'd just vacated. "Well, I knew Shinra Bansho wouldn't work against him, but I didn't think he'd be able to transmit Juken through other mediums. That's annoying." Knowing that Niji was likely watching his every move, he began to go through seals as he rose closer to the surface. When he was about a foot away from breaking through, he released both his built-up chakra and the attack prevention technique, surfacing in a flurry of wind and earth that blew the approaching Hyuga backwards almost 10 feet. His Storm's Eye technique, the Futon, Arachnome, was an offshoot of the contracting funnel technique, a defensive maneuver similar to the Hyuga's Kaiten that could reflect incoming bodies, whether projectiles or people, depending on the strength of the winds. It was something new that he'd been practicing, which was probably why Niji hadn't been thrown nearly as far as he had when struck by the Great Breakthrough, but it would certainly make things more challenging to get physically close to him. And when he did? If you think your paltry defense will protect you, you are sadly mistaken. I can see through your jutsu, and you are within my field of divination. Hakurokujion Sho. Time almost seemed to slow down, and Naruto was reminded distinctly of the moment when Aoi had dove forward with the sword of the Thunder God poised to kill him. There was one key difference though, and that was that, this time, the blonde was ready and waiting. Just as Niji charged, the Jinchuriki exhaled a dokujiri formed of sleeping gas into the funnel surrounding him, creating a whirling vortex of knockout poison with him untouched at the center. The Hyuga's momentum carried him through the cloud, where he collapsed unconscious at the blonde's feet. His victory claimed, Naruto allowed his Storm's Eye technique to drop, blasting a violent wind palm outwards to disperse the lingering poison mist. He stared down at his fallen opponent for a moment, the only sound Ino's stunned, "Wow." Then, his task accomplished, he went over to Tenten, picked up his discarded gear, and left with a quiet bit of farewell to his friends. Lee's exuberant, Naruto-kun is a true genius of hard work, carried over the wind to his ears as he made his way to his usual spot in the forest. The blonde smirked to himself. "I know. LLL. Naruto sat cross-legged in a roughly 3-foot circle he'd cleared of debris, hands in his lap and eyes closed. He wasn't meditating per se, but surrounded by the silence of nature, it was a good time to just relax and let go of the stress he'd been carrying around. Plus, with his green sight technique active, he couldn't easily be snuck up on, so he wasn't worried about relaxing his guard and just enjoying the solitude. He didn't think that Niji would let this second defeat go easily either, nor did he expect the stoic Hyuga to change his belief system just because he'd been bested in battle, though he'd be lying if he thought it wouldn't be a nice perk. Niji was far too rooted in his dogma to let go of his fatalistic viewpoint, and the fact that his grudge over being verbally beaten the night before had carried over to today showcased his unwillingness to be proven wrong. It was almost funny that someone who believed so rigorously in fate might keep choosing to rematch his defeater in order to prove that he was destined to win. The problem was that Niji, like so many others, was too narrow-minded. Working on a team comprised of taijutsu specialists, and growing up in the clan that vaunted itself as the strongest in Konoha, had likely given him a false sense of his standings. It was easy to claim victory when your opponents either had to move within the range of your lock-the-body-down strikes or fight from afar with projectiles that could easily be repelled or dodged. When your opponent specialized in abilities beyond that, like Naruto, being the best at taijutsu meant very little, even if Niji was, in fact, a highly skilled opponent. All the blonde needed to do was set up his opponent to inhale or be injected by any of a half-dozen different sleeping or paralytic poisons, and then movement was restricted and the fight was over. Naruto liked finding different methods to plumb the same well because it worked. People had to breathe, and so were susceptible to his gaseous toxins. And when he came across some new skill that might impede his progress, he found a workaround. It was why he focused more on new methods of defense and dispersion rather than all-out offensive tactics. "Hey," he commented suddenly. "We're back, Naru. Oh, how'd he do that? Seems he became a censor since we've been gone." Oh, is that true, Naruto-kun?" "Something like that," he replied, turning around to find the black and white visage of his tutor grinning at him from the ground. "Midori Shirioku no Jutsu, I made it myself." He grimaced slightly. "You're hard to detect, though, barely noticed you coming in." The plantman's mass had appeared extraordinarily disfigured through the sight of the greenery he'd been traveling through, as if patches of his body were actual plant matter themselves. That, the blonde mused absently, might not have been too far from the truth. "So he can see through plants?" White Zetsu asked his other half. "Metaphorically. Your parents must be so proud of you, Naruto-kun. I don't have parents, he reminded exasperatedly. Oh, right. Well, we're proud of you. Speak for yourself. You're just like us. Truly a shining paragon of disfigurement. He's grown up so much since we've been gone. Oh, fishing. What? Something about fishing, White Zetsu blathered, and how well we taught you. Teach a man to fish and he feeds himself for life. Yeah, that's great, but you didn't teach me any of this. Sure we did. Learn by example. You don't think you would have come up with your jutsu if it hadn't been for us sensing by nature, do you? Naruto remained silent, forced to admit that his tutor had a point. Besides, White Zetsu chirped, we taught you to rely on yourself, and that's how you've gotten so far. Though not far enough if he still needs our help. Oh, right. Naruto-kun, you should see. Zetsu, do you think it was fate that we met? He'd been rolling the question over in his mind as the former Kusanine had rambled on, and despite his own belief in free will, he was kind of curious as to what the renegade would say. After all, there were many similarities in their personal lives, though one could argue that Zetsu had imprinted some of his opinions onto the blonde, and it was true that most of Naruto's techniques were based on those his tutor utilized. Black Zetsu laughed a derisive, mocking scoff. Fate? What nonsense. Fate is a construct of weak-willed humans who seek an explanation for the ways they've been wronged. Naruto nodded, acknowledging that the plantman's statement sounded like an apt description of Niji. If we'd had our way, you would be nothing more than a smear of fecal matter on the forest floor. Naruto's nose wrinkled. I could have gone without being reminded of that. But don't you think it's fun watching him work? Some of his antics are amusing. But, Black Zetsu continued, directing his speech at his disciple, as far as we're concerned, there is only coincidence, and the decisions made following such anomalies are up to the individual. Like how we decided to talk to you afterwards, and how you didn't run away. Faith is the placebo of the masses, useful for nothing but empty words and gestures. Only actions matter. The Jinchuriki nodded, glad to have his reasoning seconded by a more experienced source. He'd beaten Niji at the genius game of fate, disproven its existence, and was ready to move on. Besides, he was nobody's pawn, not even some false deity's, and the only person who had an inkling of what his future plans were was half submerged right before him. Even better, defeating the Hyuga had given him an idea of how he measured up to the criteria for Jonin, moving him one step closer to his goal. Should we tell him about that thing now? If he's done being an idiot. Naruto snapped back to attention. Sorry, what? Pay attention, Naruto-kun, this is important, White Zetsu lectured. The blonde fell silent at his tutor's instruction, watching curiously as Black Zetsu's pupilless eye glowed a luminescent yellow and projected an image of a darkened city next to him. A three-quarters moon hung high in the sky, illuminating what Naruto could now determine was the hidden sand. Zetsu's focus seemed to zoom in on an area above one of the buildings, where two figures, one floating on a cloud of sand, the other standing atop a large bird, were staring each other down. The second figure, who the Chunin could now see was wearing a black cloak with red clouds, threw out several small projectiles, and when sand shot up to block them, explosions rent the night sky. Naruto felt his body freeze in mild trepidation. Akatsuki had made its move on Gaara. He watched as Gaara and the Akatsuki member duked it out in midair, bright bursts of fire and heat marking the latter's explosive things. Zetsu's focus zoomed in and out as the two combatants spread out and used their long-range attacks to the best of their abilities. Eventually, the Akatsuki member started veering erratically to avoid gusts of wind and mounds of earth that were hurled at him from beyond Zetsu's sight. Bystanders who'd been awoken by the explosions, Naruto presumed, and Gaara took that moment to capture his adversary's arm in a cocoon of sand. There was no noise or motion that Naruto could see, Zetsu's focus now too wide to pick out the finer details of the fight, but the explosives user reeled backwards off his mount after a moment, off balance and missing an arm. A bird seemed to crop into existence below him, ready to catch its creator, and in the bright light, Naruto thought it looked like an owl. He blinked and almost missed what happened next, the confusion of seeing such light in the middle of the night throwing him off kilter. A figure in white robes leapt towards the descending Akatsuki member, surrounded by three miniature, white suns with pinkish-red flames that illuminated her green bun and identified her as the Kazekage. The suns rushed forward, the first one forcing the owl to detonate while the other two shot past and swept through the bomber's body. Darkness fell again, and then the image flickered and faded, leaving Naruto staring at an empty spot in the forest. You didn't see what happened after that? Does it matter? Are you expecting adulation for the Jinchuriki? Well, no, but that Akatsuki guy was dead, White Zetsu offered helpfully. Charbroiled. Too crispy for our taste. If she could do that to an S-class nuke Nin, albeit one who'd already been disarmed by someone else, it was no wonder Suna had chosen the Kazekage they had. So Gaara's safe? He's alive. Safe is subjective. Akatsuki will return, and if it has started hunting Jinchuriki, you'll be targeted soon. You should probably move up your timetable, if you want to live. Yeah, I'm workin' on it, he muttered. His bout with Niji had been a personal test, and while he'd passed it, he knew that he still wasn't quite ready to move forward. Still, Akatsuki knew his location, knew Gaara's location, and that was a dangerous and pressing concern. Just as problematic was the fact that most of his teachers, Asuma, Jiraiya, Shizun, were too busy with their own duties to really teach him anymore, at least on a consistent basis. Shikamaru specialized in areas that wouldn't help the blonde, and while Ino and Tenten were excellent in their respective fields, neither of those would help Naruto learn what he really needed. He was on his own. Chunin need to show skill in 2 elements to be considered for Jonin. He turned to look at his tutor. You said you used to use Doton ninjutsu, anything you can teach me? Zetsu's expression adopted a pondering look for several moments before his half-mouth twisted into a too eager grin. Let's go fishing, Naruto-kun.